Longer? Longer? Hello everyone and welcome back to the Scoot Easy. My name is Liz, and this, if we're all very lucky and my shit is working, should be... Oh, do you hear that, chat? It's like music. Liz Warframe soon. Maybe after stream we can boot up some Warframe. Hey Cam, you and Kit both have that as an emote now. Hello everyone, welcome back. How y'all doing? Check it out. Check it out. Listen, I don't build. I'm not any good at factories. I'm not any good at designing and build. I'm good at building. I'm not good at designing. Right? I'm not a good designer. However, oh, some of those went in the. Why'd some of those? They kind of look nice reversed, actually. Doing that back and forth kind of breaks up the thing. So we've got the pasta roof, copper line, alpha, beta, and gamma. Input your cubes.
Elevators are considered very uplifting.
Shut up, beta. Every other floor of this factory is just copper powder. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go fix that. I only just noticed it. It just blew something up somewhere. Yer. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sometimes I make something that I'm like really proud of and then I eat it and it isn't great, but... Oh yeah, Kit, come here real quick. Kit's fit is so funny to me because this really is what having a fox girl as a friend is like. Is the most shit-eating grin expression on her face at all times. She is always up to something. Yeah, it's always that. I look cute, but there's no third-person mode, so I can't show all of you what I look like, unfortunately. But yeah, this entire factory is all just to make copper powder. Yeah, that is the Kit emote. She does 3 more often than you know. It's all just to run these for the nuclear pasta. Doesn't it look tasty, chat? Doesn't it look so delicious?
Hunger?
Cube input, pasta output. Thank you for the care package, Autumn. Just a little lick. Once that hits 100, we should be good to go. I don't know how many of those things we have. So put the cubes in here, they get distributed evenly, they run up the... dudes. Anyway. We're finally stable. I'll go show you Lizer Nuclear Bowl, because I know that you wanted to see that. It's the only way to make a good-looking factory is to build up. The game just isn't designed for building across. There you go. Now it's fixed. Now they're all alternating. I didn't make them alternating on purpose. They alternated themselves. I wasn't doing this. But, you know, it looks nice, so... I guess I could give y'all a tour around the place. Sorry if I'm a little distracted. Once I boot up this game, my brain goes into factory mode. Welcome in, everybody. I hope all of you are having a good one. We're gonna be doing some Satisfactory today, just goofing off. My music is gonna keep playing in the background. I don't know if I might switch over the playlists real quick. Actually, you know what? I think the vibe track is probably good for this. We're going to put on some funk in the background is what we're going to put on. This track is funk, clock in, funk out. So we're going to run that in the background. I'm going to go in here to the audio. We'll turn the music volume down. Again, apologies to the VOD watchers, but you know how it be. After hour 600 Satisfactory music, it's repetitive anyway, so... I literally just said confirm, you stupid bastard. I despise menus that do that to you. Design your menus better, you stupid ass hats. Okay. Ow. Tree branch. Hey, Az, how's it going?
Longer?
We need to find some backstory for Alamorensis is what we need. Oof. That's fair enough, bud. So we've got Kit's landing pad for the drones. Refinery row. This here is... the supercomputer factory. That's all copper inputs. Those are all doing plastics, because you need so much plastic for supercomputers. These are the computer lines. That's the supercomputer manufactory down there. This factory became big enough that it just kind of enclosed these two geyser... what do you call them? Geothermal plants. I wish I had more options for the lighting. I'd like to customize it a little bit more. But what I do pride myself on is, why are some of these things going... I'm only just now noticing how many of these things are pointing the wrong direction. One thing I really like about my factories is color coding them. So factories that produce electronics, I put in the teal. Management and living spaces, I put in purple. If it produces energy, I put it in yellow. If it produces large quantities of a singular resource, like aluminum and my copper powder factory, I usually do red. We might get jumped. If you have arachnophobia, you may want to look away briefly. Yeah. Oi! Bro's just tossing my truck around. He's so fucking big. One of them is stuck. There you are. And then we did not kill the big one. It jumped into the water. No, no, no! Please don't run me over. Oh, I thought it was the truck coming back around.
Bonger?
Big one's down there somewhere. I ought to build something down here so that these guys don't respawn. What would I put? I don't even really know what blocks them. I know factories prevent spawns nearby, but I don't know what counts. I'm going to put a truck station here. And it's not going to be plugged in, and it's not even going to be, like, functional. It's going to be a purely decorative truck station that exists exclusively to prevent spawns. That's it. Oh, I love Mad Mage Marnibus. That's one of my favorite things I've written. You accidentally scratched the paint of the Mad Mage Marnibus's 2006 lime green Toyota Corolla. He screams out, "I curse you with the burden of knowing!" You gain knowledge experience. Had to redesign your signal towers? Yeah, see, I've got the red lighting in here since this is a high capacity line. This is finally fixed, Kit. We don't have aluminum problems anymore. It stayed fixed this time. Raise your hand if you hate automating aluminum. Tops, unfortunately, had to deal with clipping and a difficulty with building, so had to redesign the top. Ugh. Bull gets it. So this is a 100% fully efficient 4 lines of casings and 4 lines of alkylids. Most of which are going into heat sinks. It does suck. I'll show you something in a second, Bull. So this guy is 4 bauxite mines, and the bauxite's all going to these 4 refiners, which are running the standard formula outputting silica and alumina, inputting water. The water's coming from 6 pumps back that way. 3 pumps for 2 refineries. All of the alumina is going into these, which are taking 240 coal a minute from this line, which goes off in that direction a little ways over there. Taking the alumina solution. The silica is going down the line over to that way. Those are running the alumina solution into aluminum scraps. These water lines used to connect back into the previous water lines, but no matter how carefully I balanced it, those water lines would always back up and shut down one of my refineries. So instead, the water's going into this, which is taking 250 water a minute and 300 limestone a minute to make wet concrete, which is going immediately into a sink. This is the most efficient way to throw away water. This is the best way in the game to throw away water. I'm throwing away water. Welcome to the water trash. That's what this is. This concrete exists to be thrown immediately away. Behold, I am burning 200 concrete per minute just so that the water line doesn't back up. Yeah, I got you, Bull. Don't you even worry about it. It'll click to some buildings, but not to others. That's fine. Here we go. My mouse is going to be on the screen no matter where I put the damn thing. Yeah, I don't know why it won't click to the... I could make a ground one that would stand in front of it, but I don't have any of those crystals, so I have to make a billboard because it's what I have the parts for. We'll make it a glossy one. Bull's username is red, so we'll make it a nice bright red. We'll do... There you go. Oh, I probably... Yeah, it undid all of that. Bruh, eat shit with your stupid confirmations! There you go. So yeah, I've got that going on. Then we've got... So Kit is... The reason for this truck is literally to bring in quartz from one of Kit's lines for all of the silica. Yeah, that's the bull sacrifice. We're paying the bull tax. I got you, buddy. Because the silica is needed for all of the refineries to make aluminum. And so that's all this shit. So the runoff plus all of the shit Kit's piping in. And even though it's not visible here, I'm honestly pretty proud of... There's some crisp work going on down here. Distributing all of it. This is actually one of... It's not a pretty factory. I didn't do any beautification. It's kind of just a platform in the air. But this is one of my cleaner factories. It's very well organized. And this used to just be, let's make some aluminum. But now, in addition to all of our alkylids that we need for building Tier 5 conveyor belts, it's also doing all of our heat sinks, which are making those rockets for the third section of Phase 4. And all of these casings are being used by Lyser Nuclear, which we'll head to in a minute. I want to stop by my other aluminum factory, because even though this is producing God knows how much aluminum at a time, this shit-ass factory wasn't enough aluminum. We needed more. So this is the cleaner factory. It's not as optimized. It doesn't have as much input and output. It's only doing one job, but I will show you how much cleaner the factory can be. You need 2 alternate recipes for this. 3 alternates, technically. So, you need sloppy alumina. This removes quartz from your production line. Water and bauxite in, alumina out. The values are ridiculous. 200 water, 200 bauxite, 240 alumina. This dramatically cuts down the amount of refineries you need for all of your bauxite shit. This goes, because there's no output, this just goes directly into alumina scrap. Now, I still need the water outputs, so we're still making concrete. We're doing wet concrete to get rid of the water. So we've got a concrete output here. But then all these alumina scraps, again, I hate dealing with all that quartz. Pure aluminum ingot. Technically a less aluminum per scrap. However, it doesn't require silica. So there's no silica output at phase 1. There's no silica input at phase 3. Clean aluminum, straight into the alkylids, straight into heat sinks, and these motherfuckers are being used to make plutonium power cells at the Lyser nuclear facility. So while I head over there, let me tell y'all how Lyser happened. I'm traveling the map. I'm exploring. I'm filling in the world. I'm looking at stuff. I find what I think is a geyser over here. I think it's a bunch of geysers. I say, wow, I could make so much power with all of these geysers. Kit, please build a train station over by these geysers so that I can build a bunch of geysers to make us a bunch of power. And Kit builds a train station out here. And it is only after Kit has routed her train through here and built a station for it that I realize they were not, in fact, geysers. They were water. It was one of those water pipes. It wasn't actually a geyser. So she named this train station the Geyser That Was a Lie. And I said, you should call it the town of Lyser. And so this became the town of Lyser. And it was only a little bit later that we learned the town of Lyser is directly on top of a large uranium deposit. So may I introduce to you Lyser Nuclear Facility. Oh yeah, baby! Look at this monster! We're currently only running 4 of the reactors. We don't have the infrastructure to run all of them. But we've done the math, and we know what we're going to do. Howdy. We don't have the infrastructure on them. 4 of these is a lot of infrastructure, Bull. Hey, Bull. You know what's not pretty? That's the void. It built this facility into the void. Here, we're gonna have low-grade radiation the entire time. So that's the intake building. Oh, she prettied up my fence, too. So this is actually, the train goes through here, but up that way is where the actual deposit is. There's one of your trains. That's Ruby Rush. No, Bull gets it. I told you Bull would understand it. I have never been more proud to be a Naughty Liz viewer or a Squid Easy patron in my life. See, Kit, I told you Bull would get it. It's a little messy on the outside, but there's so many inputs and outputs, I don't know. The only way to make it cleaner would be to have all of the inputs and outputs coming in by trains, and just having a train depot inside of it. And we're not qualified for that level of organization. I'm pretty proud of what we do have. Yeah. So we do have a priority power switch in order to keep Lyser Nuclear running in the event of a shutdown. I wish there was a wall material we could build that kept radiation from the outside from coming in. It would be nice to have this area enclosed and be non-radioactive, but you actually can't do it that way. Honestly, don't get me wrong. I love people who can make super clean factories, and if we had an architect on our team who wanted to clean up all of our lines and make very clean, organized lines, I would love that, and I would do anything they asked to make the factory look good. However, I like spaghetti. I like looking at a factory and seeing the lines sprawl out for miles in any direction. I think it looks crisp. I like it. Oh god, I would give anything for some furniture. Quick tour of the plant. So here's the goo for Bull. I know Bull was really excited to see the goo. Here's the goo line. Ah, so you embrace the Mechanicus Spaghetti Factory. I do. I think it looks good. I think seeing all of these lines crisscrossing and going every which way, there's something about it that's just satisfying. Hi, Katerina, welcome in. It is good to see you. Probably mods for furniture. I would love for that, actually. I might look into that. So, that over there is making the fissile material. Those are uranium cells. These are making the actual fuel rods, which are being distributed to the plants. Yeah, but it's not even the worst one. I'll show you. We're going further down. This bad boy's making the non-fissile material. Chat, let me tell you a story. I was told by the wiki that non-fissile material could be sunk into a sink. So I built a sink over there, and I ran the non-fissile material into it, and then it jammed up the line. So then we refined it into these bad boys, plutonium cells, and then we ran those into a sink. Nope, also doesn't go into a sink. You have to go all the way to fuel rods. And you might say, Liz, if you're making fuel rods, why are you sinking them? Just run a plutonium plant. We don't even have the technology to refine plutonium. If I didn't run these into a sink, we would have waste backing up. I don't have anywhere to put it. Yeah, Kit's very excited for me to show you the next floor. Allow me to introduce you to Redacted. So, Bull, I told you that it took 3 attempts to bring the facility online. That's why it took 3 attempts to bring the facility online. Welcome to Redacted. Oh, don't worry. There is actual output here. It's right there. That's where the plutonium's coming from. This is plutonium refinement. Now, You see that right there? If you go 1 square lower, you are in the void and you begin taking damage. We built this on the lowest possible floor. Well, Kit did. I don't even think she intended to use Redacted originally. I think it was just here as like a flex. But then we learned we really needed to put one of these bad boys in here, and so we found a use for Redacted. Now, Bull, are you ready for your favorite part? Are you ready for your favorite part, Bull? That was Kit's favorite part. You have an elevator literally a point in the world that shouldn't exist. Yeah, and it's just called Redacted. So, during the refinement process for uranium into non-fissile material, there's water runoff. I have to dispose of excess water runoff. And you know what we do with excess water runoff? That's right, baby. Wet concrete. More concrete, baby. Oh, bless. It's always more concrete. And that's where we get the concrete for the refinement. Shouldn't be allowed to build nuclear facilities. While Kit was doing that, I was doing this. You may ask, Liz, why did you build 2 elevators? They only go up 200 meters. New super concrete, now only 2% radioactive. It's just the runoff wastewater. I'm sure the water used in the refinement process doesn't have any radioactive particles in it. That sounds like liberal propaganda.
Receiving Fix-It Elevator announcement. Bring Your Turtle to Work Day has been cancelled indefinitely due to yesterday's incident. In other news, we're still searching for the missing Pomeranian.
Missing what now? So the funniest part of this elevator. Welcome to Angel's Walk. Apparently we have Pomeranians. Is that there were resources up here that I knew I needed, in particular a lot of this stuff, that I knew I would need in order to go in order to finish Lyser Nuclear. So I literally built this so we could go get those fucking resources. The most anxious elevator ride of all time. Welcome to Heaven's Gate. This is the Heaven's Gate base camp. You may note there's nothing here. That's because immediately after building Heaven's Gate, we built the rocket labs over here, and we built a turbo tube to it. So we actually never use Heaven's Gate anymore. So I guess I built Heaven's Gate for my own self-satisfaction. Some infrastructure exists to be decorative. Some exists to be used. It's okay. It does. I do like looking up from heaven, looking down from Heaven's Gate. Isn't this incredible? If nothing else, I'm happy with it for look at my conveyor belts. Oh, those kind of look, honestly, those look crisp from up here. Those look intentional. They look nasty down there, but another exclamation mark shipment has arrived. Thank you, Cal. So that's doing a lot of steel. Decorative infrastructure sounds like a grifter buzzword. It does, and yet I am such a fan of it. I love decorative. The manifest says arcade cabinets, but inside the crate is, oh, holy fucking shit, that's an original Dragon's Lair cabinet? Where did Liz find this? Don't tell nobody, okay? I take good care of my patrons. You see that down there, chap? That's the Trinity site. We tested a nuclear warhead over there. Oh, you want to set that one off? Yeah, go set one off. Bull, Kit absolutely myrtleized herself out there. You could see it meaning some lovely stuff like brick mosaic paths replacing sidewalks or something. There could be someone trying to sell anti-homeless benches. Both of these would be decorative infrastructure, unfortunately. All right, Kit, don't die, because I'm going to have to reload a save if you die, so that we don't have wasted crates again. Wow! That was amazing. I built a little shed over there specifically for watching it. But yeah, I mean, Lizer Nuclear, look at all those lines. Look at all the pipes. Look at the infrastructure this place requires. God, I love it. Yeah, basically. This is what I like about Satisfactory. I like looking at a job well done. I will be taking my muscle training, thank you. I lowered the cooldown for this so it doesn't stall out as long between people doing it. It still seems kind of long. I thought it set it to like 2 seconds or 4 seconds or something, but it seems like it's at like 8 or 10 or something. It is named appropriately for me. This is Satisfactory. Yeah, but that's why rooms are up for 20 whole minutes. So it's really not a big deal if it's a 5-second delay between. Yeah. Well, like a full scale window didn't feel appropriate for a bomb shelter, so I used the conveyor holes. I'm just gonna go ahead and keep giving a tour, honestly. This one is the Emerald Express. Kit's got like 4 trains. I think Kit's trains are probably her favorite thing in the game. It really does hit all the right brain chemicals. I think this is the nitric acid. They are your children, and I love it. It is definitely a train girly. It's our top secret laboratory. Supplies are nuclear, the lagoon, carbon plateau, and the old factory. Got some storage containers over here. Logistics department, Kitschy. Director of infrastructure, Elizabeth. Mascot Cat's office. Cat does not play Satisfactory with us. However, she does have an office. Hey, think about this, Bull. Fully incorporated into the wall. Hi, Cabo. So here's our base. This pole exists pretty much just so I can monitor my power. We've got storage inputs for the train to bring in resources. And overflow so the train doesn't back up. So that's a sink. This is also one of those goofy things you kind of just have to do eventually. This is a DNA capsule generator, which goes into this container, and the purpose of this container is I get shit in my inventory all the goddamn time, and I don't need it in my inventory, and especially because I have the magic dimensional depot, which is automating all these resources. So I use this to clean up my inventory and send it all to the sink. Turn on that 5th of 10 reactors. Eventually. We've got to way down to the bottom, but I'll take the elevator for everyone's well-being. Train station, hub and management, garage, basement factory. The garage. Only for the slugs and remains. Yeah. So this guy is making frameworks, which I don't need at the moment. This is a mess. This is one of our oldest factories. This guy down here is doing modular engines, which we will need again soon. What, the Cybertruck? They took it out of the game. It's not even in anymore. Yeah, they put it in specifically to make fun of him, but they've honestly reached a point where they don't even want the association anymore because he's just become so gross. Deeply funny to me. Besides, if I had one of those, I'd probably go and build it out in a lagoon, drowned in a lake where it belongs. Yeah, somewhere out in the swamp. Build a Cybertruck in the swamp. Speaking of all this shit, though, I bet you are back up. It's very important. To have a nice little walkway to the elevator. I did my math wrong I planned out all these magnetic generators, and I produced twice as many as I actually need, so... Someone decided to polish the outside to a mirror shine the entire thing? That's so bad. There's one around town here, and the dude who owns it has apparently had to go to the police like 20 or 30 times about vandalism. Like, it gets vandalized constantly. They've had to make full-blown announcements where they're like, yes, we know there's a douche canoe who drives around town in a Cybertruck. Please stop following him to his house so you can, like, throw eggs on it or smash in the windows with a golf club or something. Like, just please stop. We can't even hope to catch all of you. Just please stop. So the old factory is kind of just a mess of cables and lines. If you can't safely own a car, don't own a car. If he had the resources to buy that thing, then he's got the resources to get rid of it and get a normal vehicle. At this point, that's a man flying a Confederate flag in his front yard and complaining that his house is getting egged rather than taking the Confederate flag down. It's about pride more than it's about safety. I have no interest in siding with him on that. Oh no! Hubla! We don't really use these as transport ever since Kit built the tubes, but... The funniest form of this against Tesla cars is people standing around them to drain the battery through the hyper-inefficient proximity sensors. That's so funny. He is not stuck with it. If you had the money for a luxury purchase like that, you should have the money to get rid of it. Sell it and buy a new car. Dump it in the swamp and buy a new car. You splurged to get that, you deal with the consequences. End of. Those things are not cheap. So it's not a, I just had to get a car type of purchase. That's a splurge. No one needs a splurge. So if you have a splurge and it's doing you psychic damage, stop splurging. End of. If you get the shits every time you treat yourself to Taco Bell, stop treating yourself to Taco Bell. You can eat other food aside from Taco Bell. Like... If doing something for your own, like, desire, something that isn't a necessity, something that's a want, is causing you suffering, stop wanting it. Move on. I don't know what else to tell you there. It would be different if the Cybertruck was... If the Cybertruck was like a super cheap, super affordable, low-cost car with easy maintenance, great gas mileage, that was accessible to poor people who can't afford nicer vehicles, and then people were getting bullied for it, I would be furious. But that's not the case. It's the opposite of that. It is a clear luxury purchase that is just to flaunt your wealth. And so I have zero pity for the people doing it. It's like when here's the thing. If a orca sinks a fisherman's boat, I am heartbroken. That is a bad thing, and we need to teach orcas not to do that. We have to find a way to resolve that, because those fishermen need those to live. If an orca sinks a yacht, baby, that's karma, motherfucker! That's a great thing. That's the difference. It's not a good thing that whales are attacking boats. Not because I don't want yachts to get sunk, but because it puts fishermen in danger. That's the reason we needed to stop. If it was only yachts, it would be a reason to celebrate. Because that's just wealth flaunting. Hello, Kay. Welcome in. Thank you for the treat. Cause like 150K, yeah. You bought something that costs that much. It's not a necessity. You don't need a Cybertruck. And here's the thing. This is the one where you are allowed to disagree with me on it. Here's the important one. If you did go into debt to buy a Cybertruck, and then after going into debt to buying it, realized that it was a miserable thing that you don't want to own anymore, but you're in debt because you put out the extra effort to purchase something you did not have the funds for just so that you could show off and try to act smugly superior to other people, those are called consequences, and I don't have to feel bad for you. I don't care if it made you broke. You made that decision. Yeah, okay. We were discussing there's a dude in my town whose Cybertruck has been vandalized like 30 times. Ugh. That sucks as. And then they'll put a bumper sticker on the back that says, I did this before I knew Elon Musk was a loser. And stuff, and act like anyone gives a shit. Here's the thing. The Cybertruck is bad. I know for a fact that you knew it was bad. You bought it because it was a status symbol and because you wanted to show your support for that man. Those are the only two reasons. No one bought that thing because they thought it looked cool. If you did, you're honestly even dumber than the people who bought it for a status symbol. And everyone knows that thing is a stupid, ridiculous death trap that doesn't fucking work. We all know that. Don't pretend you didn't. I refuse to believe there's anyone stupid enough to be out here saying, oh, I just legitimately thought the Cybertruck was a good car. No, you didn't. You bought it to be a status symbol, to rub it in other people's faces. You get what you fucking deserve. End of discussion. Your actions have consequences. I don't care if you're rich. Your actions still have consequences. They're surprised their actions have consequences because they think they have enough money for it to not matter. End of. If you spend that much money showing your whole ass to everyone around you, fuck around, find out. Absolutely. That's 100% where I'm at for that. My compass is not doing okay. Kid hates them not even just because of the political problems, but like, those things are a death trap. I know what you tried to say there, Bull. More than all we have for personal use is an unarmored panel van. Someone has to do a pickup run. We have to grab one of the spare trucks. It's more like I'm afraid someone higher up will think, huh, armored and small? Neat, we'll take 20. I don't think so. Armored, there's certainly a cheaper way to get armored cars. The Cybertruck is a complete splurge. I mean, someone higher up might be stupid enough to make that choice, but like, surely they'd price check it. Maybe not. I don't know. It depends on how high up they are. If you were a car guy, you didn't buy the Cybertruck. Car guys don't buy shit-ass cars. I mean, okay, I take that back. Car guys buy cars that are really stupid on purpose because it's funny. So a good example of that... Hello, Rhyme. Welcome in. A good example of that that's really classic is dudes buying... I hate to say this, DeLoreans. DeLoreans are a shit-ass car. The DeLorean was fucking terrible. It did not do well for a lot of reasons. The reason that people buy them is because it became iconic due to how bad it was and due to it being used in Back to the Future, which I think it got used in Back to the Future on purpose because it was cheap and it looked spacey. They said, what's a spacey looking car that we can put that look kind of sci-fi-y? And someone said, well, stuff like this, this, and this. And of the ones that they liked the idea of, they liked the DeLorean the most because they were unpopular, so they sold really cheaply. So they bought a DeLorean for cheap. I'm pretty sure That's why they chose the DeLorean. And so here's the thing. I love the look of a DeLorean. It's kind of a dog water car, but because it's a dog water car that I like the look of, that people are like, oh, that's a classic, even though it kind of sucks, they'd buy that. The Cybertruck doesn't have that. It's not a classic. It's not iconic. It's just stupid. So car people don't pick it up to be car people. Blizzard remembers is one of my dad's traders pre-ordered 15. I do remember that. Turned him down immediately. Hello, Kay. You're cute. Look good or like souped up to shit. Shows a lot because it was cheap and looked sci-fi. Yeah, it was the two of those. The gold doors are why they thought it looked sci-fi. The gold doors were specifically why they liked it. But there were other sci-fi looking cars that had gold doors. That's not the only gold door car that was on the market at the time. But the DeLorean was badly designed, consequently was selling for cheap because they weren't popular. That's why they chose it over other cars that might have had the same effect. And ironically, because the movie became so big, it ended up making DeLoreans really, really popular. So now they're super popular. Anyway, I came here to show you the carbon factory, and I don't even know where to start with the carbon plateau. Copper lines. What is that fluid doing? That must be a nitrogen mine. I don't even know what that's getting used for. That's all coal lines, which is getting used for the power plants, which have the waters. There's a geyser over there. The storage tower. Those should be making cubes. Those are making cubes. That's the funny S. I'll show you all the funny S. Most of that is the motor factory. That's computers because that's the modular whatevers, which is one of the factory components, one of the elevator components. That is that's with all that turbo fuel. That's ammo automation. It's making turbo rifle ammo automatically over there. So we have unlimited turbo ammo. Plastic refineries, plastic and rubber refineries. This place is a mess. It's insane. Cybertruck looked like one of those flying cars from the Star Wars prequels. I can see people getting it, even knowing how bad it sucked, because it looked neat. That's exactly it. If the Cybertruck was well designed, I would be willing to partly forgive people for picking one up just because of the coolness factor, and then not being willing to get rid of it because they hope, well, someday Elon Musk will be dead and everyone will be over it, and then maybe I can like modify this car to suck less because I like the way it looks. If you've looked at a Cybertruck, you know for a fact that is purely a status symbol. There's no reason to own it otherwise. Good thing to mention is, like, you don't use just the one car. Good example is Christine. That movie had one car as its main piece, but like they had so many versions of it. Yeah, you often need multiple cars to film a movie like that. I think they only had the one DeLorean for Back to the Future, because that movie was made on I don't remember what the budget for that movie was like. It might have actually been a bigger budget. Was that Spielberg? No, who did Back to the Future? This isn't where I thought this conversation would go. Zemeckis? Yeah, Zemeckis. Zemeckis and Bob Gale. Start making things just normally. Hit in charge of logistics and illegal arms production. $19 million was the budget. That's not like a ton, actually. And it boxed office at almost 400 million. So, like, what is that? That's more than, that's actually more than 20 times its budget. Nuts. Autumn cute. Cal knows what's up. Hey, Chad, have you ever seen the... Me. You know what that is, chat? It's the funny S shape. Y'all know the funny S shape, right? You know what happens if you touch the funny S? See, look how cute I am. Look at my little... I have one of those little polka dot scarves wrapped around my hat. I'm very cute. You T-pose. Yeah, if you touch the funny S, you T-pose. I am cute. I don't know about smart and funny. Those might be pushing it. Nut. I think that's about everything worth showing off at this point. A 50 million budget is not a lot. It sounds like a lot of money, but for a movie budget, especially with multiple big name actors, that's a tight budget. Motherfuckers out here spending $1 bajillion on a movie today. Do you know if we have the other 50 rockets yet, Kit? 4 chassis? That's honestly more than I thought they had. Okay, I'm gonna go check on the pasta. Yeah, the special effects on that movie are actually kind of nuts for the time. So the directors for Back to the Future, the team that was making it, they were known entities, but they had been on a They had been on a losing streak actually for a while. So they needed it badly. I was going through the tube you were walking on. They needed a hit pretty badly, and 40 different studios turned them down because, and I quote, it's not raunchy enough to compete with the current comedies. The really raunchy comedy was what was doing well in Hollywood at the time, and they just said, yeah, this just isn't raunchy enough. This concept can't hold water. And so they were having a really hard time getting it picked up. As for the actors, at least a couple of them were already known entities at the time. Christopher Lloyd certainly was. I think Michael J. Fox had already been in stuff. I don't know how big he was. Well, okay, I suppose I deserve that. Yeah, passing by it at Mach speed. See, Family Ties had already happened by the time Back to the Future came out. So he wasn't big, but he was a known entity. I don't know too much about Family Ties, but apparently it was received pretty well. His character was actually so well liked that he became the focus of the show after a few episodes. Back to the Future started in 85, yeah. The trilogy was 85 to 90. So he was already at least a pretty popular actor by that point, because again, they literally changed the concept of the show based on early audience viewing to focus around his character because of his acting. So, like, even though I don't know too much about Family Ties, I've never seen it or anything, that definitely tells me that they might not have paid a ton for him, but they were picking, like, known entities. They weren't, like... They certainly weren't nobodies. And again, Christopher Lloyd was definitely known by then. I think he's the big one. What were you doing prior to this? Oh god. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Commander Crudge in Star Trek III The Search for Spock, Professor Plum in Clue, and then that was 85. So he had at least a couple of roles. Being in a Star Trek movie is nice.
Being an elevator AI has its ups and downs.
But then after 85, he was Judge Doom in Who Played Roger Rabbit, Uncle Fester in Addams Family. Bunch of roles I don't recognize. David Manzell in Nobody. Chat, have you watched Nobody? If the answer is no, and if you like films like John Wick, you like just sincere action for the sake of action, please go watch Nobody. It is one of the most fantastic films I've ever seen. It is laser targeted at a specific audience, but oh my god, it does exactly what you want it to do. I have the 100 nuclear pasta kit. Fun fact about this factory, you may not have noticed because I was running my yapper the whole time. There's no road out here. I'm out in the middle of BFN. I literally have to zipline to get out here. Never really had much about in the day and age. MASH and Columbo are my main before my time shows. I need to get around to Columbo. I have so many friends who adore it, and I've seen clips, and oh my god. MASH was like my mom's favorite thing ever. And so I've certainly seen episodes of it, because it would get shown a lot around the house. Clue is a phenomenal film. I love Clue. I've watched actually a lot of stuff that was before my time. I don't know if I watched a lot of, like, shows before my time, but I definitely grew up with movies that predated my time frame. Yes, Kibbo Bibbo. Yeah, which man's? We need a public execution over here? If he dies because we have factories here, he shouldn't respawn, at least not in the area. If he respawns elsewhere, he might still wander back in, but hopefully it just gets rid of him for now. My favorite TV show of all time. The first 3 seasons have not aged nearly as well as 4 through 11 have. Especially the first season, but can still recommend it as the show that changed television and created the medical dramedy. It's definitely something else. Our crew has been watching the Pink Panther films, which are delightful, and I hugely recommend them. We've been watching a lot of James Bond, which I can't even say it's aged poorly, because I don't really think the James Bond films were ever appropriate. James Bond was a problematic character, like, when it came out. But a lot of modern film has been
does not pay you for cruelty.
Like, influenced by the Bond film series. And it is kind of neat to see if you're willing to, like, accept them as trashy. They can be quite fun to watch. If nothing else, to make fun of. We've been watching a ton of Star Trek, which is the exact opposite. You look at some Star Trek stuff and you're like, oh, this isn't, like, super... like... correct these days. There's a lot of things in Star Trek that kind of make you go, but it's, like, really important to look at it for its time. The original series had a lot of problems with sexism. It had a lot of racism. The Klingons are kind of well known as a stand-in for black people, and it was a huge problem at the time. And certainly there are later ones that struggle in much the same way. But when you look at them for its time, a black woman being an officer on the bridge of a starship, even if the show doesn't necessarily always treat her like much more than eye candy, that was phenomenally forward for the time. That was terrifyingly forward. People were afraid of how progressive Star Trek was at the time. And so even though it at times comes up a little short compared to our sensibilities now, it's really incredible how much Gene Roddenberry was pushing the envelope with it, and how much it only got more and more progressive as time went on. It's one of Kit's faves. So she's been the one making us watch it. We've done Next Generation. We're halfway through DS9. I'm trying to get Kit to watch the original series with me, but she always refuses. MASH is one of the first big shows to push blood being allowed on TV. That's really interesting. I did not know that. Thought to get rid of canned laughter that execs kept trying to put into the show. For those of you who don't know Tubi, let me tell you about Tubi. Okay, here's the thing. It's called Tubi. Don't tell anybody about this. Keep this between us. This is a top secret, okay? Tubi kicks ass. This website is so fucking good. It's what streaming shows, especially older shows on the internet, should be. There is no subscription. There's no account. You just go on there, you look something up, and it plays. I think they survive purely on ads, but they don't have any system for blocking ad blockers. So, like, it's just been free television for me. And it is so underrated. I kind of don't want people to learn about it because I don't want it to become huge and turn into Netflix too. But Tubi has some crazy stuff on it. One of my personal favorites of recent note is it picked up a bunch of Hanna-Barbera shit. And I mean a bunch. And a bunch of Cartoon Network shit too. It's got, like, Ed, Edd, and Eddie in its entirety. It's got Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. It's got a bunch of Scooby-Doo stuff. Not nearly all the Scooby-Doo stuff, but some of it. They've added a ton of shit from Cartoon Network and Hanna-Barbera from, like, between 20 and 70 years ago type stuff is on there all of a sudden. I've been watching Scooby-Doo, and oh my god. One, old school Scooby-Doo is so delightful. Highly recommended. It's a great watch. Two, what in God's name are the laugh tracks adding to that show? It's obviously not in front of a television audience. Kids know when they are and are not supposed to laugh at things. They don't care when the audience is laughing. This is aimed at 10-year-olds. Who gives a shit? I do not know what they thought the laugh tracks were adding to that. And the laugh tracks are so strange sometimes. Like, my personal favorite, they have one canned laugh that's like, there's like a single lady that's laughing, and then there's like two other people who kind of like half chuckle during it, and it really sounds like it's a recording that sounds like there's a single person in the audience who thought a joke was way funnier than it actually was, and everyone is like, the people around her are just trying to like giggle alongside her to keep her from like tearing their heads off. It's such a bizarre. I don't know why it's like that. I don't know why that particular laugh is like that, but it gets me every single time because I just imagine this one lady who thinks the talking dog is way funnier than it actually is. Yeah, I do not love canned laughter, so Lagoon Lizer Tube. Oh, that's helpful. I'm gonna use this to go to the pit. I didn't show chat my favorite part of the pit. I should go show them. You like my accelerators, chat? They're not necessarily going this direction, but they are necessarily going up to the lagoon. It's a little interchange to increase your speed to keep you going. DVD versions of MASH have most of the canned laughter removed, but every now and then I'll catch a clip of it on YouTube, and it's always unnerving. Like, you kind of just tune it out when it's, like, part of a series. I have to pay attention and notice it when it's in Scooby-Doo, because it's just not an important part of it. It's just background sound. And it, like, because that is the way I've always watched Scooby-Doo, is with the canned laughter, it would kind of almost feel wrong to see a Scooby-Doo series that doesn't have it, especially since in a lot of shots, they very clearly pause to let it play, because they were designing it with that in mind, right? Having said that, when you do stop and look at it, it's like, this isn't adding anything, actually. It's here because you expect it to be here because you've seen it with that. But if they had made it without that in mind, nothing was lost. Oh, what are we throwing away today, chat? 36 computers? Sure. Into the trash. Oh, we do have silica automated, finally. Okay. Right, I asked Kit to automate it, and she was like, what happened to my silica? And I was like, I sank it. Kit had an overflow valve for the silica, but the overflow valve required a different overflow valve to be running, and I impeded a different overflow valve, which caused the entire system to shut down, and thereby sucked off literally all of the silica and emptied the container. Which was not my intention, but it was funny. Bow, 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 bow. Checking the achievements real fast because I know there's one for this. Supposed to find a boombox tape. This is at the starting biomes. Tame a lizard dog. Build 5 kilometers of railway. Reach the highest cliff in the world. Complete phase 4. Reach maximum world height. Gather 50 summer sloops and 150 Mercer spheres. Those suck because we're not getting shared credit. I also don't think they're tracking correctly either, but that's besides the point. Gather 100 hard drives, blows nuts, and I know that's not tracking correctly. I've gathered so much more than 20. Buy the golden nut statue. That's what I was worried it was going to say. Golden nut is 1,000 tickets. Just checked the site and got jump scared by Super Size Me. Oh my god. Okay, listen, insane take, perhaps. But every time I watch Super Size Me, I do have to go order a Big Mac. I just watch it and I go, yeah, honestly, you're right. I don't care how disgusting this is. I want a Big Mac. That was my takeaway from Super Size Me. Is that every time I think about it, I get cravings for McDonald's. Yeah. I've watched it maybe 3 or 4 times. Aside from the fact that we had it as, like... We had required viewing of it a couple of different times in school. There was also an instance of a friend who did not have it as required viewing and was wondering... Hey, wait a minute, how fucked up is that movie? And so we did a hate watch of it together once. So all told, I think I've seen it 4 times, and every time I'm like, oh man, I gotta go get a Big Mac. Yeah, a lot of people have seen it multiple times because school will just do it, like, every year. It's like, okay, here's your yearly watch of the movie that makes people crave Big Macs. Every time I think about it, I get nauseous usually and avoid fast food for a couple of months. It just, like... It worked so inversely for so many people. Literally scream at me once. I'd said I would still eat a hot dog after watching How It's Made. There is this belief by certain people that if you fully understand the infrastructural concerns of the products that you consume, that you will rethink the consumption of those products. And in some cases, this can be true, where it's like, oh, in order to have chocolate made by this company, these orphan children are forced to work in the chocolate mines and run the chocolate drill that accesses the chocolate deep underneath the Earth's crust. And 200 children die every day operating the chocolate drill. And your response to that almost universally is I must refuse to eat chocolate in order to protect children from the chocolate drill. It always ends up being, why do we use kids to operate the chocolate drill? Why don't we design a drill that doesn't require children? So for me, where it's like, people will show you a meat product, and they'll be like, this is how the meat product is made. And my takeaway isn't I should stop eating meat, it's we should manage meat production better. Like, slaughterhouses should have stricter management requirements, and if that makes meat more expensive, like, so be it. I'll eat it less often because it's more expensive, but why are you targeting this propaganda at the consumers and hoping that they'll stop consuming it, rather than targeting it at the businesses and the people who regulate those businesses? You know who should be forced to watch This is the I'm building up to something. You know who should be forced to watch Super Size Me? It's not kids. It's not their parents. It's McDonald's CEOs and senators. Those are the people who should be forced to watch this shit. If they don't have an emotional response to it, we can just shoot them in the head and find a different CEO. It's fine. I know it won't change anything because a senator and a CEO aren't actually going to do anything good for the world. But again, it's propaganda targeting the wrong audience. Why are there bits of kid in my chocolate bar? The kid grinding machine is cheaper. It is cheaper, and that is a problem. Thank you, Luigi. Very cool. Luigi is an inspiration to all of us. I am a big fan of that one time he said Yahoo. And I learned that I needed to support Luigi in his actions when he said okie dokie. That was what convinced me that Luigi was a cool guy. Nearly always, okay, so why don't we have better health and safety regulations now? And nearly always the answer is rich people lobbied not to do so. Yeah, and me choosing not to eat McDonald's a couple of times a week might make me healthier. Here's a big problem. It's probably not going to, because if you go to the store and you buy your tofu or you buy your ground beef or you buy your canned beans in order to replace that Big Mac that you can cook at home, that can of beans, that tofu, that ground beef, it's being made by the same people who made the Big Mac. It's not any better for you. You might be able to improve your health by controlling slightly better what it is that you're putting into your body. But at the end of the day, like, if the Food and Drug Administration isn't actually managing what does and doesn't go into this garbage, you're going to be getting the same shit from the store. It's going to kill you too. If we do not focus on regulating these corporations and preventing them from doing literally whatever they want, they're going to keep grinding kids into the chocolate drill. And every time they grind more children in the chocolate drill, they're going to make more money out of it. Because at the end of the day, I might choose not to make a Big Mac, but like, there's a lot of people who are going to be kept away from that propaganda, no matter what you do. There's a lot of people that are going to do, that are going to just decide they aren't able to find something better or decide they're not willing to find something better. And those people are going to keep those businesses running. That type of propaganda just doesn't work. I've been scooped up somehow. More kids use drugs because by telling them they shouldn't do it, it made them aware of it when they would not have known the drug existed. There was a weird experience. Woo! There was a weird experience of a bunch of kids just assuming that obtaining cocaine and heroin and meth and marijuana were things that they, as small kids, would not have access to. And they watched all these films about, like, little Timmy found a pair of shoes dangling from a telephone wire and learned that he could buy drugs there. And a bunch of, like, teenagers went, oh shit, I should go buy drugs there. It's very strange how the war on drugs worked in reverse that way. But that's also because if you tell a teenager what not to do, they will immediately go and do it. And that is a teenager problem. Ethical consumption is a financial luxury. Yeah. The 1000% ethical consumption is a financial luxury. Thing with the anti-drugs pushes, they were all, each of these is just as bad as the other. Tasting one will ruin you forever. So kids who had tried pot were like, oh, pot didn't immediately ruin my life. So if they say that pot and meth are literally equally the same drug, and I was fine after pot, I should do meth. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Boom, 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 boom. So many fan letters in Luigi's mail. I wonder how they get to his mansion. Paper Mario? Oh, you're so right. Here, Bull, just for you, this factory is now mostly concrete. Are you happy? I don't know if Bull is still around. My factory is mostly concrete. I apologize. Kit was in charge of naming the factory. It's named Liz's Pit. There's like a crater, like a impact crater here that we built into, and that's why it's called that, but don't encourage her. I got Taco Bell today, and I ordered so many items. Chat, you won't ever believe it. You won't ever... Yeah, they propaganda. Listen. Always encourage the kid. No, do not encourage her. I went to Taco Bell tonight, and I ordered a third mini taco salad. And this time, you will not believe it, they got the damn thing right. No beans, add sour cream. That's all I asked for. They got it right tonight. They actually managed it. They've screwed it up twice now. I don't know why. You're going to say, well, my Taco Bell always screws things up. My Taco Bell has never made a mistake on any order I have ever made ever for the 10 years I've lived in this place. Except when I ordered the stupid-ass mini taco salad. And then they just got it wrong every single time. But tonight, they managed it. They managed to do no beans, add sour cream. You may say, okay, but like, what did they do? They like leave in the beans, add the sour cream. The first time I did this, oh yeah, I'm on more. I ordered no beans, no tomatoes, add sour cream. There was no sour cream. There was a second jalapeno sauce that wasn't supposed to be in there. There was beans, but no ground beef. There were tomatoes. They made mistakes that weren't even related to the order. What's the damn crouch button? It should be this, right? I can't tap it. I don't know why it won't do a tap for it, but I don't even think I have emotes, dog. Oh, there they are. Wait. The lights are... The lights are clap-ons? What? Excuse me? Since when has that been a mechanic? What? Paul, did you know about this? What? Did you know that? I didn't know that. What the fuck? That's so funny. Hold up. That's too good. What the fuck? I did not know that was a thing. No, because I fuck with light boxes all the time. Yeah, there is no tap setting in here. Well, see, these are... So check this out, right? Because these are all controlled by this switch. But when I do it here, it's only the proximity lights. It's not the rest of the circuit. It is just a hidden trigger that exists on all lights. It doesn't seem to be connected to any sort of automated system. Could you imagine being able to clap on the whole factory like that? I bet you could mod it for that. I bet you we could mod the game to do that. Imagine modding Satisfactory specifically so that the clap emote toggles the nearest power switch. Yeah. It didn't toggle off... This is sequenced to those other two, but it only toggled off this one. Big trailer moment kind of vibes. You've seen some of my factories. You've seen how much I like to play with lighting in them. See, that's the thing, right? As Easter eggs go, that's pretty great, actually. Here, let me get my... I can't let y'all get too high a level above me. I gotta keep up. Look at my office, chat. It's a crafting bench and a little container. This sucks. This office blows, but this is the best I can do. I don't have anything else for this. I've doofed around with various pieces trying to make decorative stuff for an office. We don't... I mean, you can make a skate park, but not much else. God. I tried to do a cool thing where I had a power switch connected to the nuclear facility, and you were supposed to, like, when we were going to toggle on the nuclear facility, I was just going to have Kit toggle on the switch. But unfortunately, it caused it so that when we toggled on the switch, it miscalculated the power of everything, and it shut down the entire grid, which is not what it was supposed to do. Right. Also, yeah, you can't toggle it between all of the different colors, unfortunately. You can only choose one, and you can't make custom colors. There's no orange, for example. You just can't do orange. All right, you ready? Oh, okay.
Welcome to the Pioneers Got Power Problems presentation. That was a joke. Anyway, you're familiar with the process. Just throw the lever and the automated systems will take over. Imagine all the time and effort that would be wasted if you had to do all that work as well. Some work is just better suited for machines. Phase 5 contains technology the human brain cannot comprehend, so just trust in me and fix-it policy and everything will go as planned. Answering all your questions will take time we simply do not have. Everything is going to be just fine, so long as you do your job. We've come this far together after all, haven't we? Anyway, you know what to do. Just don't forget to keep producing previous project parts, and plan ahead when setting up new production lines, and make sure not to leave it all until the last moment.
Did you launch it? There we go.
Phase 4 of Project Assembly completed. If style was measured in my performance reports, yours would be something special. Regardless, saving the day is within our grasp. Do not lose focus now. You must understand the weight on your shoulders, but you are not alone. I am here, and I know exactly what's at stake. This goes beyond Earth. Your actions will affect the universe at large. You might think I am exaggerating. Perhaps you will understand once you finish project assembly. Phase 5 awaits. I expect your best work.
All right. 1,000 nuclear pastas, no big deal. I don't know what those other things are. I've never been to this point before. Not even, well, I mean, I don't think this component existed pre-launch. Back when I was playing in like 0.7, we didn't even have this shit. So everything from here on out is actually totally new to me. Let's take a look. Matter conversion. I think we're going to need a larger science lab. That's the time crystals. I love that this unlocks the SAM in case you haven't been working with that already. Fix-It Trigon, made from fixite ingots, is perfectly shaped for all construction challenges. Performance is so exceptional it basically solved structural engineering. Reconstructing other metals on a molecular level using strange alien matter. Synthesized by Fix-It to be the perfect construction material and used in the most high-end processes. This is Biochemical Sculptor. Years ahead of the competition, this top-of-the-line 3D printer is used for the production of synthetic biological resources. Horrifying. Quantum encoding. Excited photonic matter to produce the most complex of parts, controlling development up to the quantum level. Power usage extremely high and unstable. Superposition oscillator. Teleportation technology. The goop they put in lava lamps. Oh, man. On my nuclear pasta? That does make a lot of sense, actually. Yeah, I haven't had a lava lamp in a hot minute. I should get one, too. Dark matter crystal. Concentrated dark matter residue that is isolated within a crystalline vessel. This form of containment allows for utilizing dark matter reliably in other production processes. Oh, we're just going to make some dark matter? Okay. Project part number 12. Ship via the elevator. Growth is the metric by which we measure success. Why does the AI expansion server require specifically 256 of them? And why do they have a listed power usage? They're not going to... make my space elevator start requiring power, are they? Oh, that would be bad. The neural quantum processor utilizes a combination of neural network architecture and quantum computing techniques to achieve unprecedented performance. This technology has enabled some of Fix-It's biggest advancements in artificial intelligence and relativistic engineering. It was eventually replaced by something that looked like a ship wheel because when I was a teen, I got a pirate-themed room. That kicks ass. One for most of middle and high school, though didn't take it with me since then I was old enough it was breaking. Never got around to getting a new one. We should all get lava lamps. The Mark III. Pioneer teleportation between two linked portals. Lava lamp for Kit. Used to break down space and time. Ballistic warp drive. Ship via the elevator. A large amount of force is required for the warp drives to activate, so sticking them to rockets is the logical next step. Additionally, results improved immensely when the observers were further removed from the warp drive. Conveyor belt Mark VI. Transports up to 1,200 resources per minute. Smooth. Kit, one of the costs for peak efficiency is 10,000 iron plates. 10,000 iron plates. Conveyor Mark VI. Fixonium. Usage and production of this material is strictly prohibited. On Earth, that is. There are no rules in space, only efficiency. Fixonium fuel rod. Used as power for nuclear power plants. The power source that put Fix-It on the map. Literally. The crater is still there. So many resources. I've never seen any of this shit. This is all new. I have no idea what to expect. All right, you want to go grab some stuff for this phase here? We should have all of that backed up at the yeah, pop matter conversion. Let's take a look at what we got. We're going to need to build a converter, which we're going to need to make time crystals. Ooh, we're going to have to make diamonds somehow. We're going to need to make diamonds so that we can make time crystals to make a converter. And that's all just to get my power slugs finally done. And then you are rocket fuel, so I need to automate the rocket fuel lab. We'll have to go back to the rocket lab soon here. Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting for you. Let me see what the next milestone is going to take. Mostly new stuff. I can go get some supercomputers waiting for it, though. You go ahead and pop those. I don't need to be around for it. I'm going to go get the supercomputers for now. We'll have to wait for the thing to come back anyway, but I'll just get them in advance.
Milestone reached. The converter uses strange alien matter, abbreviated to SAM, to break down and transform materials at their most fundamental levels. I am sure even you can appreciate the power to manipulate atomic bonds. Most importantly, you are now able to locally create fixite, a highly adaptable synthetic metal, ideal for any kind of construction. It is everything we need to save the day, and perhaps its admirable qualities can inspire you.
Do you ever get the feeling that maybe we're not saving the day and maybe all the stuff we're doing is bad? That's true. We have no evidence she's ever lied to us up to this point. Oh, man. Saturation on the supercomputers. Brother, I'm pressing the A button. Please pick up the supercomputers. Hey, you have 1,000 cubes now, right? I'm sure your cube factory is at least that efficient. Hell yeah. I'm gonna go pop those into the nuclear pasta and just get that shit running. Yeah, I mean the nuclear pasta cubes. That's why I asked sarcastically, because I didn't think you had 1,000. Oh, you mean those cubes? Well, can we do that? Thank you, Autumn. Do we need additional factories? Are we going to need additional power? I think my next project's probably going to be the rocket labs. If you could expand the science facility and get me time crystals, we can make synthetic power cells, which I don't know that we need, but it would just be nice. I was just going to leave. It's your, I mean, it is your facility. So I was just going to leave you in charge of that.
Hello?
Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Liz, and this is my Undersea Tea House, the Squid Easy. Welcome in, Bongo. Welcome in, Coffee Beanie. Rockin' Stone. Oh, no, Bongo Raid. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream? What did you get up to? Friends. Raid for Skal. If you need... Oh, some Valheim. Hell yes. If you need to raid and run, if you've got to go and get a drink, a snack, a shower, some sleep, whatever you got to take care of, you go take care of yourself. Worry about yourself first. If you're going to be sticking around, we have just hit phase 5 in Satisfactory for the first time and are working out the logistics of what to do next. I hope you had a good time with Valheim. I love Valheim so much. It is such a good game. I'm kind of just... I need Deep North to drop so I can go back to it. Such a good fucking idea that I wasn't involved. Holy shit, it's so organized. No, it looks cleaner than it actually is, Mara. Once you get into the nitty-gritty, it looks like this, actually. It looks like this. Come to the lab? Yeah. Looks entirely randomless. You're the person who made it. Yeah, that's kind of how I... Honestly, I think both me and Kit are doing exactly that right now, so... Oh, evil science. Uh-huh. Huh. Yeah, this is just alchemy. We can turn bauxite into uranium. We can turn nitrogen gas into bauxite. Deuterium and copper can both be turned into bauxite. Coal and bauxite can be turned into quartz. Now, making coal out of iron is really slick. This level of building and infrastructure, because I just don't. This takes... I need you to understand that structurally, this represents 100+ hours of Kit and I coordinating to achieve this level of organization. That makes sense. There's spare coal at the rocket labs. We can just make diamonds at the rocket labs if you want to. I don't know how you plan to get them down here, but... Unless you want to move... I mean, you could put one of these up there, right? You just need Sam? Let me go see what I can do about a diamond factory at the rocket labs. Let's plan on the rocket labs being our next facility. I'm also going to go check cubes real fast. If I can get, like, a couple hundred of them down to the facility, we can at least start. Oh, that actually is, like, really convenient. We can absolutely use the rocket labs to do alchemy. Hey, Bull. I don't know if Bull is around. Yeah, see, this is kind of a mess, but I am legit proud of, like, this organization here. I'm legit proud of the refineries and the computer labs. Even though there's some of this going on, I'm pretty proud of our work here. Boy, that icon just does not like doing its job for some reason. There's a really specific spot you can stand to make it wig. Cubes, Kippo Bippo. I know at least one component is over here. Is it you? Are you making cubes? You're making fused modular frames. Hello, Liara. You're making cubes. I'm Crystals in the lab. Yeah, we can make that happen. Ow, me head. The moment the back door opens. Oh no! Have flash. Hi there, I hope you're doing well. The moment the back door opens, the whirring and buzzing of automated systems and conveyor belts assaults your ears. The haphazard arrangement of production lines, tinkering benches, and raw resource processors tells you this is the workshop, home to the engineers and their gadgets. From behind large glass pane in the back of the room, the reactor that powers the Squid Easy is visible. Coal miner at the pit isn't at full production, so I'm gonna siphon off some for the... What? You're gonna take this guy and borrow some for him. Yeah, he was our original steel production. He should be, like, grossly inefficient. You could even upgrade him to, like, a Mark III if you wanted him to do more. You could... What I'm saying is you could easily squeeze a lot of coal out of him, so don't worry about it. Use what you gotta use. Okay, yeah, we only have, like, 100 right now, but I'm gonna go and get those plugged in, because it's another 100 pasta. Actually, what if I just went ahead and summer slooped? I'm over here. Working from home. No worries. Good luck with your workies. So this guy is working at 65%. Presumably because this guy is working slowly. He doesn't have great inputs. 2.5 per minute. Because he's running at max. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Why is that happening? For this reason? That's a stupid reason. Well, whatever it's supporting on the other side of the factory is overflowing anyway. So eventually it'll only be doing pasta cubes. What else is it getting used for? Oh, turbo motors are using a shitload of them. But they're held back by the motor problem right now. So if we made... It's funny, if we automated more motors, we'd actually... result in less pasta cubes. Fascinating. I'd love to move some of these factories, but too many of them require components I just can't produce other places. Carbon Plateau has become too powerful for its own use. Do you want me to put 2 summer sloops into the pressure conversion cube to double its output? Or do you want me to put 4 into the radio control units to double their output? Or do you want me to do both? We have 12 summer sloops. assuming that that works the way we want it to.
Mono.
Hello, Monochrome. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Liz. This is my Undersea Tea House, the Squid Easy. Welcome in, folks. Oh my goodness. Oh, hello, Mano. If any of you need to raid and run, please know that I hugely respect that. I love raid and running. If you've got to go take care of yourself, food, water, sleep, shower, whatever you've got to take care of, go take care of it. Or, as the case may be, anti-food, anti-water, anti-shower, anti-sleep, or just regular sleep? Does the sleep become anti too? I don't know. We've only just unlocked antimatter myself, so I'm still new to this. Go take care of yourselves. We're going to be here doing some Satisfactory. And no, actually, we did, in fact, like, literally just unlock antimatter, believe it or not. We've got... Or we're getting there. That might be the next tier. Certainly what I've been getting recently. Oof. I feel that. Dim depth the fused mod frames? Do we have backflow of them? I can if we do. Oh, we totally do. Yeah, easy. Yeah, they're completely backed up. That should be easy. Welcome back, Liera. Anyway, I hope you had a good stream, Mono. Was it... Did you... I know you had a birthday coming up. Did you have a birthday stream today? Was that recently? I'm so bad at... My time blindness is, like, actually phenomenal. Thank you for gifting a sub to Mara Bull. Get got, Mara. Either way, I hope you had a good stream. Oh my goodness gracious. 5th, technically, my home has been under construction, so you haven't been able to stream. I see. Thought it was around here. Well... Regardless, as someone who doesn't really believe that time is a linear construct, but rather a mass of interconnected tubes and pipes that mortal beings transport through in a linear fashion, despite all of the other available options, I'm wishing you a happy birthday now. Happy birthday, Mono. I hope you had a good one. Had to plan around the departure of the painters. Yeah, goodness gracious. Regardless, I hope you had a good time. Happy birthday. It's good to see you. Hello, Steel. It's Steve and Bill in the chat. Did you need anything else while I was down here? I dim-depth the cubes. I got my... other cubes. I think we're good. A man who never eats pork buns is never a whole man. When are we going back to that game, Kit? Probably after the Satisfactory. Yes, raid and run. Go get you some food, Mono. We love you. Go take care. Donkey. I want to make a short spin-off story set in the Liz canon about two characters named Bill and Steve that are just clearly Steel and Bull. Okay, I'm gonna go run the pasta factory, and then I'll go to the rocket labs and start working on advancements there. think we still have poor man's transit to the Rocket Labs, but that's okay. Or not Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs have the advanced transit network now to the Pasta Factory. Pasta Factory. The way to make it to the Pasta Factory is by which is fine because we're not gonna have to go there very often. It's just me running cubes there manually, and I really don't mind. If you want to run a tube to it, you can, but it's that's a lower priority. So only if you don't have anything else to work on. No, no, no! You know what else this game does actually need, though, chat? I'll tell you what else this game does need. My not-so-hot take about this game. We need redstone. Like, I need to have a pressure plate that I can sit in front of one of those, tubes, so that you have to step on the pressure plate for the tubes to turn on, so that you don't get sucked off when you're just walking next to them. Pasta roof.
Having legs seems great. Enjoy them for me, would you?
No, I meant what I said. And I said what I meant. Y'all ready? This is about to become the noisiest room in the entire fucking video game. Go make a shake, Az. I could follow that up, Kay, and I'm going to choose to be nice to you and not follow up with that in public. No, you're good. I'm not taking it any farther, is what I meant. Welcome to the Pasta Factory. No, 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 no. I like that type of talk in this chat. Hunger? The machinery is trying its best to get your soul out of you so it can have one. Why would you wish to deny it your soul? We were talking earlier that we were pretty sure that if you traveled through one of these rings while it was on, and if you were moving at 88 miles an hour, you would show up at the factory at a different time stamp. But unfortunately, the rings don't apparently do anything when you move between them. Hello, Shale. Welcome in. Rar. Hop. You can tell this factory is out in the backwoods because of the path I have to take to get out here. Satis is another name for concrete, and our factory produces concrete because what more beautiful a resource could a factory make than concrete? I'm only saying that because Bull's here. All right, welcome to the Rocket Labs. What the fuck am I doing? Possibly playing a video game. I do have an underside to work with here, but it doesn't go out very far before it hits the lake, and there's a lot of rock down there. So we may need to build this factory up, which is a problem if I'm working with refineries. I don't like building refineries up. Okay. So our ultimate goal is not here. Not here? Nani? Nani? Where the fuck does it come from then? The blender? Oh, because of the nitric acid. Fuck. Turbo fuel. Or fuel. 100 fuel, 100 sulfur, 50 coal, 150, 100 nitric. Remove the nitric acid, go to nitrogen. Coal. Oof. That sucks, Steel. Sulfur. 100 sulfur. I need a refinery for fuel. So we'd have to make fuel. Fuel means polymer resins. Unless I make residual fuel, which means residuals. Which means polymer resins, plastics, or rubbers. I could make more plastic and run the residual. What are the equations? For every 30 crude oil, I get 10 heavy and 20 plastic. So that's a 30, 20, 10. If I run fuel, for every 60, I get 40, which is double the fuel. Well, no, that's fuel versus residual. Residual is 60 to 40. Ooh, that's bad. That's real bad. That's a bad equation. We all having foot problems around the same time. I don't know if y'all heard. I fucked up my left foot so bad that Kit and I thought I had gout. We literally considered gout as a possible problem that was happening with my foot. Turns out, probably not gout. But for a brief moment, I was like, do I have gout? Oh, fuck. We could use water to make plastic out of the resin. Misstepped on the curb with your right foot, hyperflexed all of your toes, and the pain only kicked in Tuesday morning. They're very stiff and very sore now. That sucks. I don't even know what I did. I'm only assuming it was some kind of an injury. The pad underneath my big toe, that region of like muscle, bone, and sinew, that whole area that's under the big toe, just became so sore and so stiff. I couldn't, it started hurting randomly on Friday. I couldn't put my shoes on Saturday. It hurt so bad I could not put a shoe on it. And I don't even know what caused it. And it just ached for like 3 days. It's mostly okay now, and I've gotten pretty much all of my motion back. I think I somehow sprained it or dislocated something or something like that, but I don't know how. I have no idea how that occurred. Either that or it was like my nutrition chat. You might find this a little surprising coming from the fat girl on your computer screen who has a burrito supreme command on her stream. My diet isn't great, and it's possible that I was just suffering like really bad cramping from having a deficiency of something. So hopefully, if I make some changes to my diet, hopefully that doesn't happen again. I still don't know what caused it. It could theoretically still be gout. I just don't think the symptoms were extreme enough for gout. I think it would have hurt a lot worse for a lot longer if it had been gout. Toenail removed since they had ingrown nail. Oh, I hate them. I hate ingrown anything. Why are our bodies bad like this? Hey, Bull. You like to push buttons on this stream. You're my home dog who likes all of my funny commands and stuff. Is there maybe a command that you like to use on this stream because it currently doesn't do anything and you've been checking to see when it's going to be ready? Just curious. Most of my aches, lack of things in my diet, multivitamin helps, so I try to diversify. Tend to struggle with calcium due to lactose intolerance. Much like cheese, I can only consume so much. Yeah. I have a thank you for the care package, Shale. I have one-a-days, and they have done a pretty good job of helping with my relatively low vegetable diet. I'm going to now confess something to you. I have been eating the one-a-day gummies, but technically, the pills are much more cost efficient. The gummies are, you pay a premium to have the gummies. So I switched off the gummies and moved to the pills a few months back, maybe 7 or 8 months ago. And they are so much less fun to take now that I forget them all the damn time. It is only because you have said multivitamins in my chat that I've remembered, oh, I didn't take one of those with dinner and am swallowing it now. I apologize. I have lied to all of you. I thought too much about taking the pill, and I psyched myself out about taking the pill, and I couldn't make myself swallow it. My body rejected the concept of the pill because I thought about it too much, and my tongue just refused to allow it to go to my throat. So I ended up choking and spitting it out. Oh, I'm getting enough eaten. This includes the pills. It costs more to get the gummies. If you eat the gummies, then the gummies are the better option. Yeah. No, you're correct. I should switch back to the gummies. I've just told myself I'm not going to switch back to the gummies until I finish the pills, but it's taking me too long to finish the pills because I won't fucking eat them. I'm gonna send you all a picture in the counter so that we're all on the same page here of like here, I'll send it next to Pokemon Emerald for size comparison. I'm going to post a picture in the counter so that we all are on the same page when it comes to what it is I'm struggling to swallow here. Sometimes it's fine and it just happens. But if I think about it too much, I just have this weird like visceral reaction to it. And my body's like, yeah, we're not doing that actually. That's just not happening. And it's just psychosemantic. I know I can swallow the pill, but it just doesn't want to go down. This isn't something you can hide in food, unfortunately. If it was two smaller pills, I would have no trouble, but these are just big enough. This is the sunk cost fallacy. I know, but I'm so good at sunk cost fallacies. Anyway, so to respond to Kat, who is probably really hoping that I move past that and not think about it, I need to tell you that one of the pins in our private Discord is Kit accidentally typing Flintstones cummies. It is one of her greatest shames, and that is pinned forever in our private Discord. So you're in good company. I think the message is literally just like Flintstone cummies. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. My body would never reject pilk. Thank you very much. Chips, fruit, other carrots, hide it in a sandwich. Used to get bags of those old-fashioned hard candies. After a while, I just swallow them whole. No! Why, though? Yeah, that's one of that's one of Kit's great shames. So, I think what we're probably gonna do is we're gonna run a fuel refinery, and then we'll do the runoff resin as plastics, and then I might try to automate the plastics into high-speed connectors. Since we still don't have automation for those. 100% of our... Oh, God, I would need so much to make that happen, though. Fuck. Well, maybe that's a forever project that I can worry about down the line. It wouldn't even need that much plastic, realistically. That's fine. Okay, so then you're going to have to be oil directly into fuel. And that's going to be... like 120 runoff resins. Wonder if I can... Yeah, but no, I mean, you're completely correct that, like, what I should be doing is whatever it takes to make myself actually take care of my body. Not to have slip-ups like that, general public. That's what I was saying to Kay earlier. If y'all flirt with me, know that I'm cool with that and I want to flirt back, but that I will frequently catch myself because I understand that Twitch is there's a specific code of conduct here. If I was doing, like, Fansly streams, which I have some small plans in relation to, like, I would be much, much worse. I want to be much, much worse. I just choose to be a little well-behaved just for the sake of the platform we're on. Yeah, no, you're right. Especially if I'm possibly developing gout because I won't eat my gummies. It's also like there's a clip I like. It's technically Hololive Girls, and it's not even Hololive Girls I particularly care for. But there's a clip of one of them saying, we share forks, is that an indirect kiss? And the other one says, we can have a direct kiss if you want. And the first one loses her shit and then says, I'm sorry, I was just joking around. I didn't expect you to hit back. And I think about that line a lot, actually. I was just joking, I didn't expect you to hit back. And I try to think about that in these spaces. Where, like, if someone says something horny in my chat, I try not to immediately follow it up, even jokingly. I try to play off of it if I can, but it's very easy for me to double down on those sorts of things because it's just the way I'm used to responding to that kind of input. The output is worse. That's just sort of how it is. But I think that, like, some folks, I worry I'd make them uncomfortable if they thought that they were doing a bit and then I immediately followed it up. And so I'm sort of consciously aware of that in this space too. I guess that's fine. Yeah, all that to say, like, y'all know, like, what is and isn't, like, TOS. I don't see y'all crossing that line literally ever, so I'm really not worried about it. But if I don't respond to something, assume it's because the moment you said what you said, I immediately thought something that I felt might make you uncomfortable, might make the rest of chat uncomfortable, or might be pushing TOS, and that's why I didn't hit back. Not because I didn't appreciate what you said. So one thing to do that with, like, people you're streaming with in a call with, The SN doubling down can work with a pre-existing relationship content like that, but doing so with random or regular chatters can get a bit far. It's one of those things where you just like... This setup doesn't allow for a lot of very good definition of boundaries. We really aren't in a space here where boundaries are clear or easy to define. And defining those boundaries can often make the person doing the defining feel uncomfortable or even like a killjoy. So you don't... It's better to... Especially me as the streamer, to draw my boundaries, to draw boundaries for other people at a distance I consider safe, and not go further than that here, no matter how comfortable I am with them. Cam, I don't know if Cam is still around. Cam and I say a lot of things in DMs that I know we're clearly comfortable with that I don't bring into this space or into their chat when they're streaming, because I'm also conscious of the other people in the room. And that's a big thing that is important in this space, is like, listener consent is also important. Everyone in chat has to consent to certain dialogues being had here, if that makes sense. It's not just the person flirting and the person flirting back, it's also everyone hearing it. You know? With the, like, the degree to which parasocial relationships are a problem in this sphere is a huge factor. So yeah, there's a lot more to consider in like a space like this. I would be worse than this in my Discord for sure. If you were to DM me stuff like that, I would probably, I mean, there'd have to be boundaries, which would be like, unless you were someone like Cam who I had that rapport with already, that would be the first concern. I don't know if y'all... Listen, I recently did this thing. What I recently did was I recently took a peek through my latest replies and comments on Blue Sky to get a sense of what I was projecting based on my most recent, like, things I've posted. With the impression going into it that I was going to be presenting myself, let's say, a certain way, possibly cold, or maybe even disinterested, being what I thought my output was going to be. Simply because in my head, I try to be professional in that space, and I think I'm kind of not good at doing that. And so I tend to just not respond at all. And so in my head, I was like, well, whenever you go to say something that would be like inappropriate or flirtatious or something, you simply don't say it because you don't want to bring that energy to the table. So like, you probably don't have a lot of posts of that ilk, let's say. Folks, I am here to inform you I am the dumbest motherfucker. My stupid ass Blue Sky is so unashamedly horny, it's not even funny. My recent replies are shameless. I don't know what's wrong with me. I thought I was being tame. I was not. Hi, Cam. I guess we're kind of talking about posting now. I was actually just telling everyone how inappropriate my DMs with you are. Do I run this dude up through the... I think what I'm gonna do here... is do... I'm gonna do a conveyor floor hole here, and I'm gonna make a Mark III with an input. And it's gonna break input. And then I'm gonna drop down here. We're going to upgrade you, and then we're going to make a Mark III conveyor belt, and just... Did it not... No, it did the thing again. I hate it when it does this. If I literally connect that to him, like that, it should know what end I want the top one to be, but for some reason... It is really good at deciding to do the exact opposite. I don't know why these ones fight me so much, but they really do. I thought I was such a good girl. I thought I was being so well behaved. I am not, and that's my safe for work blue sky. I have a not safe for work one where I'm worse. I'm so much worse. And this is because likes are invisible on blue sky. You don't want to know the kind of stuff I've been liking on there. I am not well behaved. The Bonnie replies are a lot, but that's also, again, that's a rapport that I have with Bonnie that allows me to do that because the two of us know each other and trust each other, that I can say that. And it's the type of thing that I feel like it would be pushing the boundaries in a Twitch chat. And so I'd probably stop just short of that in Twitch chat. Your goal for the safe work one is to be more tame, then I guess you're on the... It's, I mean, a lot more tame, but yeah, I guess I'm in the right neighborhood. I know, it's not... Listen. Okay, listen. This is hard to explain. My blue sky for Elizabeth, I don't know what I want from it, but here's the reality. I want it to represent my VTubing activities specifically. Which, because I do have a Fansly, does include not safe for work material. And if I get not safe for work art made of Elizabeth, that's going to get posted on there. So it's not necessarily that it's supposed to be safe for work, but it is supposed to be, I'll say, kink contained, where a more general audience could follow that account and not need to worry about the weirder stuff showing up on it without a bunch of content warnings. So when I call the other one the not safe for work one, I think it would be more appropriate to call that the nastier one. And I think that my safe for work one, it would be safer to call that the safe for general adult audiences one. I don't have terminology to explain that, but I think that that comes across. I'm basically just trying to, like, one of them is basically supposed to be horny, but general horny and not kink horny, if that makes sense. No stones to throw here that 95% of my followers on my completely blank account, so I get you. Yeah, so, like, that's what I have to say on that matter. Yeah, safe horny. What if I did this instead? How does this work? It should be right there, I think. Okay. That actually can stay. So basically what we're going to do here is plug those in. This is also... There's this problem I have. I don't know. Maybe I am just, like, worried about getting judged for some of my... more exciting kinks, which is, like, a lot of why we don't have an NSFW channel in my Discord is partly I was just like, honestly, most people are going to be posting stuff I just am not personally interested in, and I'm going to feel bad when I post things I am interested in, and I'm going to be like, well, I am the sole audience for this, so I don't know why I'm even posting it. And I just, like, it sounded like it would be more of a chore than anything else, which is, I think, why we don't have one. And I regret it every day. Because there is so much peto that y'all deserve in this world that I am not sharing with you because I didn't make an NSFW space in the Discord for it. I think we're gonna do this. We're gonna try this. As I've built a community of people that I know I can trust with this sort of talk, I've definitely changed gears on that too. So, like, we'll see. I think there's some fun Elizabeth art that's coming soon. And we'll see if that's something that I want to post in more places when it gets here. Knowing what I was commenting in someone's fucking comment chains on my NSFW, quote, NSFW today, y'all aren't getting linked to that one. That's not happening. But I might be more NSFW on my main, on my, like, VTuber account. Because it's already an adult-only space, and that's already something I'm known for as being a bit nasty. So, moderator for Writing Friends Discord. One of the main ones who has to, like, vibe check the horny channel, since the friend is far less in the spaces than me. Set down a few hard rolls, or everything else kind of relies on myself and one other. It's a rough thing to have to do, because, like, so here's the thing. Let's say I'm in this Discord, hypothetically. I'm in this Discord with a friend. Hypothetically, this friend has an NSFW channel. Hypothetically, the rules are pretty standard. These are the things you cannot post. These are the things you should post. Here's the channels you're allowed to post in. Hypothetically, there is someone who follows all these rules, does everything according to the books, is posting stuff that is normal and fine, and there is nothing wrong with what they are doing. And they just are interested in a specific form that is so deeply unappealing to me personally. And they find a billion pieces of art of this form every day and post it constantly. And they are the only person that uses that channel, and I just have it muted because anytime I go in there, it's just them 300 times, and I just don't see a reason for me to ever look at it. And knowing that there's always a chance that happens in my Discord, except that as the moderator, I have to constantly look in there, sucks. Because there's just nothing wrong with what they're posting. I just don't like it. There's, like, we've kicked people out of this community for, like, failing a vibe check before. But the problem with NSFW is, like, a lot of the times it's failing a personal taste check. Here's the thing. Let's say this. I don't like slow cooked stew things. I'm not a big fan of stews. Okay? I am not revolted when y'all post a picture of stew in my channel. You know, it's probably not my favorite animal in the whole goddamn world. Pomeranians. I think they're stupid little creatures. They're ridiculous little dogs. If you post a picture of a Pomeranian in my chat, I am not unhappy to see the Pomeranian. It is a good, precious child, and I love them, and I am happy you are sharing it because everyone will think it is cute and happy. And I love that because it is your pet and it is precious. I am not a fan of Pomeranians, but I'm not reviled by them. So you post food, or you post dog, or you post, like, I love snakes, but I know some people just don't really care for snakes. If you posted a picture of your pet snake, there's some people who, like, maybe don't want to see that. Maybe people, like, don't want to see your pet tarantula, for example. That's fine. Phobias and stuff. I'm not a big fan of looking at spiders, but I still think they're adorable. I like them. They just kind of skeeve me out. But if you had a pet tarantula, I would want you to share it in the Discord. There's this thing where when it becomes not safe for work, something about your brain, when you look at something like that, when you're programmed to view it as not safe for work, and it's not something you're interested in, there's a revulsion factor that's associated. That's not associated with, well, I don't like that dog. Well, I'm not a big tarantula fan. Well, I don't enjoy brisket, and someone posted brisket in my food channel. So I wouldn't feel the need to moderate a food channel based on my food tastes. But there would be a weird subconscious want to moderate an NSFW channel. And that's just a human reaction. It's something I know as an autistic person, I'm aware I would be weird about. And so I have chosen to not stress about it and to just not have it in my space for right now. And I have been happy with that decision for the last 4 years. And I might change that in the near future. And we'll deal with it when it happens. But yeah, that's why I don't have one. It's just like, very specifically only those they want in that channel. But yeah, that can often be an issue. And it's rough because I don't really... One of my friends does have a Discord where you have to be chosen to go to the NSFW channel, which is what I think Kay is suggesting. And yeah, like, that works for some people. It doesn't... It feels weird to me because I feel like I would constantly have to self-justify, even if only to myself and to no one else, every single decision that I made about who I didn't allow. Oh, Mara, if only you knew. We getting so nasty in here. I just said I don't really care for Pomeranians. That's what we're talking about. No, I mean, we're kind of on a huge tangent at this point, but I think the overall conversation is like where safe for work and not safe for work is something I'm comfortable with personally, and why I have regulated my spaces the way I have. Specifically, it is definitely, I know, even if none of you have ever commented on it, no one's ever said anything. I know there are some of you who think it is odd that someone as nasty as me doesn't have a not safe for work channel in my Discord. I know some of you have wondered about that. That is the answer, is I just wasn't really interested in moderating it at the time. And maybe that's changed. I don't know. It is my space, and I have been happy with the decisions I have made in it up till now. And if that changes and I want those and I want it to change, because I really do want y'all posting all your nasty Teto porn that you find into my Discord. And so if I decide I want that, maybe I decide I'm willing to deal with the moderation stuff so I can see more nasty Teto porn. That's something that's been on my mind for a little while now, like a couple of weeks or so, where I'm like, maybe I should reassess that. But that's why up until now I haven't, is I just didn't want to moderate it. I have 2 bartenders. I have 2 mods that I can trust to do actual moderation work. One is the Fox that's up there, who has been unnervingly silent. I'm worried about what you're up to. And 2 is Kat, and Kat does not have interest in NSFW and will not help regulate it. I don't want to put just Kit in charge of regulating an SFW channel. This is not fair to Kit. So it's going to have to be me. Like, if it was someone like my friend Callie, who has like 8 mods, if she wanted something moderated that she didn't want to deal with, there'd be 1 or 2 people who would volunteer, you know? Will never ever post what I consume, or at least on extremely rare occasions. Do not like sharing what I'm into in specific, but I might look at it. I think the biggest thing is I would use it a lot, and I've been nervous about being honest about what I like, and I think I shouldn't be nervous about being honest about what I like in these spaces. Get more mods. When I started streaming, I had 6 of them, and I'm down to 2. I'm losing them. Most people get more mods as they go further into their streaming career. I'm taking them out. One by one, I've been killing them. It's down to 2. I do need more moderators in my space. I know you wouldn't. But I've seen some shit, Kit. I'm in a lot of Discords. I've seen some stuff people have posted. I'm like, man, I really don't want anyone in my community to see that. Old yellering your mod, yeah. Listen. Afraid to admit she's obsessed with clown titty. Y'all are giving me too many things to talk about. I'm never going to finish this factory. It's become a just chatting stream while smooth jazz plays in the background. Let me answer all of these really quickly. Mara, I would actually love to have all of my friends either post or see posted all of the cool stuff. And I should open it up, and I should make an NSFW channel so that we could share and so that we could not judge each other and be chill about it, because I think all of you would. Kit, I think you and I probably could moderate an NSFW channel. I think between the 2 of us, we actually could make good decisions about how to keep it like clean and clear for everyone and fair to everyone to post and share what they want to share. So I shouldn't really be bothered about the 2 of us working on that. Callie does, in fact, just collect mods on accident. I'm there as a punishment, but the rest of you, I don't... It is wild how she obtains new mods. It is so funny. Mara, I gotta be honest with you. You are one of my close friends in the VTubing sphere. You're someone who I genuinely like and respect and enjoy spending time with. I have no idea where the fuck you came from. You just showed up and started, like, saying slurs at Swift one day, and that earned you mod status. I still don't know how that happened. I think I was there for it, and I still do not know how that happened. That's just how you got here. And now you're here. And now we hang out and, like, DM all the time. Yeah, no, because that's how you got here, right? You just showed up and started like chewing out Swift because that's your personality, is picking a fight with people when they deserve it. And let's be honest, Swift often deserves it. So you just did that, and Callie's like, no, that's based, and gave you mod for it. Cuppy was like, okay, Mara, where the fuck did you come from? That's so funny. Cuppy also, where'd Mara even come from? Mara just showed up. Dog, where'd Swift show up? Where'd Swift come from? Swift is just here one day. And Callie was like, no, I trust him. And Swift is like one of the most reliable mods on the planet. But how did we know that? Because that boy got a sword so goddamn fast in these communities. I think Swift was friend of a friend of a friend type stuff. But like, Swift just emerged in the VTubing community one day. I can tell you where I came from. Cam, to respond to your thing, Liz afraid to admit she was a clown today. I gotta be real with you. I've tried. I have tried. I don't get the clown thing. I'm sorry. Clown makeup, the big shoes, the colorful outfits, they don't do it for me. Clown girls are hot, and I acknowledge that they're hot, and I will post and share them, and I like seeing them. They are not my jive. I don't know why. I'm sorry to the clown. I get it. I do. I appreciate and respect it. It's just not my jive. Out here, old yellering your mods. Yeah, I'm very easy to disappoint, unfortunately. I need all of you to know, if some of you are here like, oh, Liz probably doesn't like me all that much. You being allowed to exist is proof that I adore you. Because I will shoot even a well-behaved regular so goddamn fast if they cheese me off, and I am so easy to piss off, it's not even funny. All of you being here is an incredible testament to your, like, to how much I appreciate you. Because, man, I have killed people over a single potato chip before. Feel like you would be a bad mod? A lot of us would be. I'm not a good mod. I'm not a reliable person to be a mod, actually. Simply post funny things. Hello, Chams. Mwah. I would like to see Chams posting in an SFW channel, honestly. Share art of pretty women for the most part. That's all I want. That's what I want in my feed, is just pretty women. I have my things that I'm interested in. There are many of them. There are so many of them that I couldn't give you a singular category. And therefore, it is safe to say that, like, if you post something, there's like a 1 in 3 chance I'm going to be into it. But for me, I want a channel that is not NSFW. It's actually safe for work, and it's just cute art of anime girls and stuff like that exists exclusively to be like, this is cute and makes me feel happy, even though it's not inherently lewd. And I would just post pictures of my favorite anime characters eating burgers in it all the time. That's just how it would be. Because he'd also be from the Americas. Yeah, how Callie adopted so many people from so many different, like, countries is so funny. Sometimes a mod manifests into existence, and trying to track the reasons leads to madness. It can be fun madness, but madness. Mods really just appear sometimes. Shouldn't be awake when they be streaming. What am I doing here? Why are my hours so cracked, Lair? I'm always here. Trying to think of the least likely thing you would be into. Gosh. It might be... No, you know what I'm iconically not into? Feet. It's feet. Just not my thing. I literally will see really, really good art of a character, but there's too much focus on their feet, and I'm like, nah, not mine. I know, and I have so many friends who are like into it, or at the very least, ironically into feet. I love Panzer to death, and honestly, I adore that he's on this kick doing feet pics for everybody. But it's don't do nothing for me. And as a nasty ass old school furry, I can also say I love Pete's, I love paw pads. also not in that category of into it. They're just cutesy. I just can't be into it, even on furries, because I don't get the feet thing. Not for me. You exist because I allow you to. My deepest apologies to Clussy Society. I didn't think I'd be apologizing to the Clussy Society on today's stream, but that's where we're at this point. This stream has degraded so much from the original goal of finish the nuclear pasta. So two clowns are eating cannibal. One turns to the other and says, I think we got this joke wrong. That's actually pretty good, Az. I like that one. You're in good graces. I like having you here, Shale. I like seeing all of your Pokemon posts. I think they're very cute. I like seeing them. So good at not pissing you off, even though we are so opposite sometimes. I feel like we're the consummate rivals. We have the energy of two people who just have to disagree out of principle, even though we actually get along the whole time. It's very funny to me how often we butt heads, and I don't think I've ever actually been angry at you for anything. Even though we butt heads constantly. 100% muting and blocking folks aggressively on the internet is how you keep your blood pressure down. I've been so aggressive. Was it a good potato chip? No, like even a tasteless potato chip. I'd kill someone for like a potato chip that isn't even good. Like one of those like saltless Lay's classic chips. Yeah, I think a lot of people in my community worry about being annoying, but none of you are because you'd be dead if you did. If you annoyed me, you'd be gone. We're going to make an NSFW channel for the Discord. This isn't how I thought I would make the change, but here we are. Yeah, Kit's made a lot of feet memes for the bit, and I respect that. I do feet jokes for the bit too, but it's not a thing for me. If I saw really, really good foot art, I would know it was good, and I would share it for the people I know are into it, which is why Kit, it never shows up in our Discord, because I don't think any of us are into it. So I don't bother sharing it. I share it other places if I see it. Being a mod for my writer friend, both are gripes of the bigger group. Lack of firebrand moderators to strike when the flames are starting. So I exist too. Every few months, run around with a hammer of stupid people popping up. Kit and Kat fortunately share very similar temperaments for me when it comes to moderation. And they've been here since the beginning because I started streaming specifically to show my favorite games to Kat and Kit and other friends. That's why I started, and so they just naturally made for good moderators. I've never added in someone as a moderator from the community. Like I've never met someone in the VTubing community, added them into my community as a moderator, and not eventually regretted it. I don't know how Callie has like 10 of them, and she's like, I don't think ever had to unmoderate someone because she couldn't trust them. Every single person I have brought on to be a moderator from the VTubing community has been a mistake. Am I a bad judge of character? I don't know. I don't know how that happens. Being on tangents is the hallmark of all streamers I follow. I've gotten very good at it lately, and I'm glad because I used to have a big problem with just enjoying conversations with chat and just being like really anal about playing the game, and I couldn't sit down and talk. And that was something I liked about Callie and Bonnie, that my friends were doing these streams or they'd spend 2 or 3 hours just chatting. And I was like, oh, I have to have a game running at all times or I would lose control. I can't chat. I'm as much as I love to talk, I'd never be able to just sit and talk with my chat. The fact that y'all have allowed me to do this and gotten me to a place where I feel comfortable doing it and feeling like, oh, this isn't derailing stream, this is the point of stream, is huge, and I appreciate that greatly. I love that I can have tangents now. I'm to post rat. That's the spirit. Listen, okay, top picks for furry species. Huge fan of pandas. I love mouse and rat girls are really good. There's never a bad time for fox. There's never a bad time for dog. What What are some other ones? I can be kind of iffy on a lot of other species. Those are some of the ones where it's like, you just can't go wrong. Batgirls. A Batgirl is automatically good. Amen. My slight responsibility in this development on your Discord. I am so grateful to you for helping this conversation to happen, Katarina, because I think this has been a lovely stream because of it. Much new photography. I'm waiting for it to warm up a bit. Yeah, hell yeah. Kit also super into photography. Kit's also like a weird camera nerd. No offense. Weird camera nerd affectionate. She's got like a 7 billion year old camera that she loves. Completely unrelated, but Jesus Christ, this shit uses 600 coal a minute for the diamonds? Oh my god. That's terrifying. Solely in defeat for the joke? Oh. Galleon Mod Suple's a meme. Yeah, not because they get in trouble. Just bad luck. It might just be that I've gotten unlucky and I've trusted people who weren't trustworthy. I think I'm a relatively good judge of character because I'm friends with people like Callie and Bonnie, that like I have people in my corner that I know I should be able to trust, that I do trust, and who have always been there for me consistently. But then those people are always busy, and so it's hard for me to get them involved in stuff. And the people who I have gotten involved in stuff, who have had availability for me, have been the people that I maybe shouldn't have trusted as much as I did. And the weird thing is, there were warning signs. There were times where I knew I was trusting someone I shouldn't. I had the red flags were visible, but I made the choices I made because it was what was there at the time. There was someone who was offering me something that I needed in my life, and I took it knowing that I was making a risk and knowing that they weren't super trustworthy. And I suffered the consequences for that. Unmodding people's a bit unironically kind of keeps me in line. Find it very hard to sit down and talk without a game. This is a skill. Tangents are actually a skill, believe it or not. Pop up in here fairly rarely, but every time is a delight chatting with you. Thank you so much, Katarina. That really means a lot to me. You've been delightful to have in here. All of you really have. Everyone in chat right now are some of my favorite people. I just thought I'd let you know. There are some people who are regulars here who are not in chat right now and are not my favorite people. That's the way it be, but I love all of y'all. Y'all are great. You'll shoot me on cue regardless. Yeah, because you deserve it. Callie didn't have the banned viewers can't watch stream. You'd ban me. Batgirls, bless. I love Batgirls so much. You can't make a bad Batgirl design, I swear to God. Look, you'll notice I didn't mention squids or nautilus or cuttlefish or anything in there because there's a lot of squid and nautilus and cuttlefish designs I don't fuck with, actually. It's weird that I chose to be one, but this isn't like a fursona I would embrace. Nautilus is a good pun for a name that I truly associate with, that I think makes for some really great lore for a character. I've embraced her because I think her lore is fascinating. I think the way she works is fascinating. The story I created around her is fascinating. Not because this is what I would choose for my fursona. I'd be a deer or a panda or a bat or something. I wouldn't be a nautilus. But that's also why I'm not a furry on my streamer model, because that's not what it's about. Probably would have banned you for half a second by now if I wasn't scared I'd spend the rest of the stream being shot myself. Use my Pikachu camera for a few shots. Hell yeah. Offered a mod if I didn't have to leave like half the stream for spoilers. Mara would be our new mod if only I ever played a game that he hadn't played before. We make mistakes. We learn and we get better. I have to be more judicious in who I put my good graces into and who I trust. I like literally, there are people that I have paid several $1,000s out of pocket to travel them across the United States to live for free without rent or expectation of return of funds in my house who have turned around and betrayed that trust and violated specific boundaries that I put in place when they were here. And when they have left and I have not held them accountable and I have not asked for money back and I have said, I don't care about all of that. I don't care that I spent thousands of dollars helping you and covering for you. I want you out of my life. They have taken that as an indication to go around to other people's DMs and tell them that they considered me an unsafe person. Like, what? And I had the warning signs that this was an unstable person. And I trusted them anyway because they were in trouble and I felt it was the right thing to do. And like sometimes you get in trouble for that, but I don't regret that I did it. Yeah, Liera, Callie really fucking hates that person. If people are friends with that person, Callie will ban them. Some of the disappearances, this is why I'm being very vague about this. Some of the disappearances from my community have been people I've simply disagreed with. Some of the disappearances from my community have been people that simply didn't actually mesh with me as well as we thought they did, and they have left my life at not amicably, but at least peacefully. A couple of them have been nasty. And for the well-being of those who haven't been nasty, I just don't name any of those involved. But for those curious what exactly it was that violated my boundaries, I don't trust myself to manage an animal alone. I am too scatterbrained and I have too many episodes where my depression takes hold and managing my daily tasks becomes too much, where I cannot feed myself. I struggle to get out of bed. I struggle to clean myself. Just remembering to brush and shower and eat food become extremely difficult tasks that require effort and outside input to get done consistently so that I stay safe and healthy. I cannot trust that I would be able to do the same for an animal if I hit one of those downs. So I refuse to own an animal unless there is another person in my life who is the responsible owner of that animal. I do not want a dog in my house unless there is a roommate or partner who is responsible for that dog. Same with a cat, same with a spider, same with a lizard. I can't be responsible for another creature. It has to be something that someone else is responsible for, which, like Cam, can be responsible for themselves. This person knew this, and when this person left, they intentionally left an animal in my care. For those of you who do not know, I am an extreme lover of animals, and there is absolutely no way in hell I could ever take an animal to a shelter. And that is exactly what they said when I said, you have to help me find a home for this animal as soon as possible. You can't leave them with me. They said, oh, you can just take the animal to the shelter. That's why Callie hates that person. That's the specific reason. That was the line that they crossed that I considered repulsive. Was abandoning an animal with me and then expecting me to take that animal to a shelter, because there's no way I would have done that. I'm not going to take an animal to a shelter. I don't have that in me. Yeah. So I cared for that animal for 5 months before they finally actually managed to find someone to take care of that animal. So that was the line they crossed, if you were wondering. I can't get into more details because if I do any more details, it'll be very apparent to like everyone who it is I'm talking about. But yeah, I've had enough past roommates that could have been a bunch of different people. But if you know who it is, you know who it is. Make sure to scroll through quickly. Vampires that are just elaborate Batgirls. Hell yeah. We just chatted back and forth about game dev issues and slide games. I'm so glad that you think that, Katarina. I have also found it delightful to have you here, so I'm glad that you've enjoyed your time here. I just like talking to him. I think I've mentioned this on stream before. Legit, the reason... Yeah, I was talking to Shale about cameras, because Shale does like photography. Mara, it's important for me, and you can ask stuff in DMs that I wouldn't answer to most people, because we share communities and we share people here. And so if I have to moderate my community because there's someone who I found uncomfortable being here, you would have a right to know, which is why Callie knows who these people are. Because I've let Callie know who it was that's done things to me. Because these are people that were in her chat, and she wanted to know who they were and what they had done. And so they'd be people I would talk to you about if I felt like you needed to know. You definitely know who that one was, because I did not. I made that one pretty clear when that happened, and that was a while ago. If you saw a ban a little while back that surprised you, that might actually be a different person. If we're talking like a year ago, that's a different person. This one is from like 3 or 4 years ago. Well, actually, it's complicated. There's been some interplay. I'll talk to you about it in DMs later. Yeah, I'll tell you about it in DMs later. It's been an interesting last year, is what I will say. Chat, I came out as trans, and like 3 or 4 of my closest trans friends who helped me hatch my egg in the first place, and who were like, if you decide that you want to transition, we'll be here for you. Within like a week of me coming out, all abandoned me. That sucked balls. People suck. You can't trust anyone. I'm glad I'm getting context. Sometimes people just suck. Feel like I haven't met them. Some of the people who've cheesed me off, you have met, Chams. Some of them, not so much. The person with the dog, I don't think you know them. I think that was before you and I started hanging out. Can't understand people's fucking entitlement and lack of responsibility. The fact that they felt it necessary to blame me for the thing, like, they're like, oh, I just don't feel safe around her anymore because of the way that she's behaved. It's like, is that because I got mad at you for violating my boundaries? I never talked about that shit in person. I never told any of the people that we knew mutually what they had done to me. The only reason anyone knew about it is because other people were coming to me and saying, oh, this person is like in my DMs telling me you're an unsafe person. The only reason anyone knew what they had done, and a bunch of people blocked them over it, but they like started that by trying to get me cut off from other people. And I was just like, oh, you want to know my side of the story? And then a bunch of people blocked her for it. So like, eat shit, I guess. No, I'm comfortable talking about this. This is the stuff I'm talking about here is like years old. Most of you would not know any about this because it happened so long ago. Like people like Mara and Liera who've been here for forever and who have been in Callie's community forever would have known about this, but a lot of you, I'm talking about someone y'all would not know. I wouldn't talk about stuff that was like, yeah, this was like literally 3 or 4 years ago. I wouldn't talk about stuff that was from like the past year. I've had some nasty splits with people in the last year, as I just mentioned when I came out. I had a bunch of splits. I would not go into any details about that publicly.
Oh, no.
Zyber, hello. Welcome back in Raiders. How is it going? For those of you who do not know me, my name is Liz. Ow, 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 ow. This is my Undersea House, the Squid Easy. How y'all doing? What were you getting up to? Here, catch. Thank you very much, Cyber. I hope you had a good stream. Another Valheim streamer. Y'all are going to make me want to play Valheim, and I don't have space for a hyperfixation right now. Are we one? We're not one. We didn't, like, drop 1.0 today and nobody told me, right? We're still out? The child! Wow, that lagged really badly. I'm holding off, Bull. We're like, it's 1.0 is like right around the corner. We're gonna have 1.0 very soon. And I'm just like, it's coming. I'm gonna wait. When 1.0 drops, I'll get back on my Valheim hyperfixation. I don't want to jump back on until then, you know? But yeah, understandable. Absolutely. It's just like, we were just having a talk about folks that haven't been here in a while, and like, how I made some judgment calls on some people who are not good people to hang out with. But yeah, I'm a gossipy bitch. Do not get me wrong, chat. I'm a gossipy bitch. I love me some gossip. But I am not a shit stirrer. I don't cause problems in my communities just to cause problems. I don't go around talking nasty about people, no matter how badly they betray me, just to get other people to dislike them. I told my one friend, Callie Calypso, so that we could ramble about it and we could rant about it and get mad about it together. And that was it. And the only reason I'm talking about it now on stream is it's ancient history in VTuber terms. 3 years ago, who give a shit? Nobody knows that person anymore. Not in my communities. Yeah, it's not there yet. I think we're still like 5 or 6 months out for it. I fucking love Valheim. I'd absolutely be playing the shit out of it right now. Actually just playing Project Zomboid, though. I couldn't get into Project Zomboid, not because I didn't think it was cool. It just was not for me. It's very cool, and I've played with some people, and I've watched some people play a lot of it, and it is a very cool game. But there is like, Zomboid fans, you know this. It's like it's a little intense. It's a little intense, right? It's a lot to jump into. There's a lot to process in that game. And I love that for people who love that, because we need games sometimes that, like, are a lot. Being tempted to say sorry, that was me. If you said sorry, that was me when I was talking about someone abusing an animal, you'd have a lot of people angry with you. Oh, thank you for sending Bongo over. Yeah, Bongo arrived a little bit ago. That was the other person who popped in from Valheim, so I guess that's why. Well, I hope you enjoyed your time with Valheim. I hope you enjoyed your time with Zomboid. If any of you need to raid and run, know that I respect that hugely here. Take care of yourselves first. We are just rambling. I'm supposed to be building a fuel factory, and I'm not. Oh, get some sleep, Az. Yeah, it's getting later into the evening, so. Oh, yeah, if you don't handle sudden blood pressure spikes well, you don't want to play Zomboid. That game can be so stressful so quickly. I have a pretty high resting blood pressure, which is not good for me, and I will die an early death, probably from, like, a stroke or a clot or something, from my terrible diet and lack of exercise. Having said that, I actually generally handle sudden spikes pretty well. So I'm generally pretty good when it comes to, like, Burrito Supremes, jump scares and things. I do okay. But I very much respect that not everyone does. Need to sleep but have so much marathon to grind. But Cam, you could be doing any one of a million things that are better for you than playing the newest Bungie slop. I guess you only have a few days before they announce the end of service for their fake tax reasons game, so might as well get the grinding in while it's still here. Yeah, I'll be racking up them health issues. You hit 30 and they just start showing up, and you're just like, wow, it's Bungie Gem this time. All of the art assets are actually just flat stolen from a random artist on Twitter. It can't be Gem. I'm sorry, it's got to be Slop. I don't care how good the game is, it's all stolen art. But if you're enjoying it, I'm not going to tell you to stop. I'm teasing Marathon because I despise Bungie and they're evil, but like, whatever. I played fucking Assassin's Creed Valhalla with Cat. I'm playing Ubislop on my fucking PlayStation. So like, no, they killed the guy who did that. But they didn't kill their CEO. They shot a random employee somewhere far down the chain and just pinned it on him. They did that on purpose. My body be collecting stuff like the fucked up Infinity Stones. There's a person once said that every year after you hit 30, you get a new surprise mechanic. It's like the old person gotcha, where you're like, some people get the bad hip on their like 30th birthday. Some people get it on their 32nd. Sometimes their 39th. Sometimes their 47th. You will eventually open up your yearly gift box and get the bad hip, but it's different for everyone. You get a different one every year. You might get the bad knees one like 4 years in a row, and they just get worse and worse and worse. Mine has been my digestive system literally dissolving in front of me. All my joints are, for the most part, pretty good. I might be developing arthritis in my wrists and thumbs because those sometimes get really tense when I game, and so I have to kind of rest them at times where I wouldn't want to rest them. But like, mine has been mostly my digestive system just deciding it's tired of dealing with my shit. So I've been slowly improving my diet over the years. I'm not doing very good, but I've been trying. What happened to Halo 3, Bungie? I have a hot take for you. Bungie's never made a good video game. I know what you're going to say. Wait, what about Accident? Accident. They are a broken clock. They've been right twice a day, and that's all there is to it. But the Halo games were good. No, they were good in spite of Bungie. But Bungie's who made those games, and those games were good. So, like, someone had to have made... Bungie accidentally made good Halo games. They did not actually have the chops to do those. They happened on accident. I strongly believe this. You can't convince me otherwise. I am a very strong believer that Bungie's never once actually known what they were doing. Usually handle them in stuff like hero shooters and FPS games, because somewhat consistent rise and fall of adrenaline. When I get jumped 1 hour of chill followed by 1 to 5 minutes of nail-biting chaos. My weakness is games where there's a lot of sudden spikes. I think the example is like a Dark Souls game. Souls games are so bad for me because like every boss run, I will get absolutely just fuckered with adrenaline, and I just keep crashing after each run. And there's a point where I have to like put the controller down and like walk away from it because I just get so jittery after a few runs. Was not prepared for when I hit my mid-20s. My ankles are quite angry these days. Yeah. It's always something when you get older. It's not so bad. I'm adjusting to it. I mean, it'd be nice if I didn't have gout in one of my legs, but you know, body be growing masses, and it's like, oh, what's new in my body today? Oh, no, Liera, no. So I can't fucking breathe through my nose anymore? Is that why my sinuses are a faucet for the last 3 months? Dog, when did my throat just decide it was done playing the video game? Why do I have a cough literally all the time now? Why do I cough every day for no reason for like a year straight? What happened? What's wrong with my lungs? I go to the doctor, I'm like, am I dying of lung cancer? And the doctor's like, no, you're old. You just cough now. That's just what it is. And I'm like, cool, okay. I think I'd rather it be cancer. At least you can theoretically recover from that. You can't recover from old. Being old sucks. You can't get better. The Halo games are good in a vacuum. They all also have glaring issues that people rose tint. Oh my god. Halo 1, I adore it. It's so fun. Man, that game is broken to shit. Halo 2, I adore it. One of my favorite campaigns of all time. Jesus Christ, they had no idea what they were doing. Halo 3, beloved franchise darling Halo 3. It's not actually a good game. Go back and replay it. It's fun. It's very fun. It did a lot of things right. It's not a good game. It's a mess. It's a gross-ass mess. And for what it's worth, the Gears of War games are fun and good, and I like them. But that team is also completely cooked, so it doesn't matter. You're like a very specific species of jellyfish. This thing is also probably an added hit if you got influenza or COVID. Both do cause permanent damage. Yeah. So I've never caught a COVID infection happening in my body. I believe I may have at one point had it and not known. And I believe that I may have long COVID symptoms and not know. But I just, whenever I did get sick, I got tested for it, and the tests always came back negative. So I don't have any evidence that it ever happened, and it sucks. It sucks that that's the world we live in. But I think that might actually also be part of my problems. Easily the worst outside of co-op Legendary being fun. Reach is the best, and the funniest thing about Reach is that Reach is like a collaborative effort between Bungie, which was stepping out at the time, and 343, which was stepping in at the time. And neither of those teams can make a Halo game, but somehow they made a good Halo game between the two of them. And you know what? Go replay Reach. It's also not as good as you remember it. The best Halo game is actually ODST. And it's not because Halo ODST is good. ODST also has problems that you are rose tinting. But if you play ODST on one difficulty lower than what you're used to in any other Halo game, it's one of the smoothest experiences in terms of the sliding scale of difficulty moving up. Added shit like Worst Bloom and COD loadouts. Basically, yeah, a lot of what Reach did, especially to the multiplayer, was make it less Halo. And some people look back on that as a good thing, but I think that what Reach did to the franchise is why Halo is dead. It's because Reach tried to make it more accessible and less Halo. And that's the multiplayer stuff. I think that Reach is at its strongest in the campaign. It's got one of, if not the strongest campaigns in the whole series. I like its multiplayer. I love its multiplayer. I think its multiplayer is great. You know what Reach has? Reach has the stupid Horde mode that I fucking adore and that I think more shooters should have. A multiplayer 4-player co-op thing where you just fight random dudes for a while. I love Horde modes. It's got that. I think ODST and Reach have that. I'm pretty sure ODST has one too. Yeah, it does. And I love that mode. I love the customization in Reach. I love making my own Spartan. It is so cool. And also, yeah, it's very much moving the game more towards default COD shit and away from what made Halo unique. And I think that that's what killed the series. It's weird to say Reach is what killed the series, because it's also the best the series ever was. It is both its peak and its demise. It can be both. Both can be true. Both of these things can be true. Horde modes are so much fun. Chat, you know what one of my favorite jokes of all time is? So first of all, don't hate me. Gears of War is why we've got Horde modes. They weren't the first to do it. They were not the best to do it. But before Gears of War, Horde mode was not a thing people talked about. People didn't think about Horde modes. the way they think about them, Gears of War cemented what that mode was supposed to be in the minds of the game development community. We have them to thank for its prevalence after its existence. But one of my favorite bits in any game of all time ever, despite it being a dog water mode that served no purpose, was there was a horde mode in Saints Row the Third that you could only access from the main menu, and it was a stupid waste of time, and it was dumb, and it didn't work very well, and it existed exclusively so they could call it horde mode. And this is the funniest joke anyone's ever done. Nobody does it like Saints Row. Except no substitutes. Forget Bungie. The best shooter company we ever had was fucking Volition. And they're gone now. Shooters are dead. Volition is dead. My hot take for today. I played so much fucking Halo back in the day, and I still love it. And I played through it like 100 times recently because I've been playing through it with Kat and with Kit. And Microslop has, at this point, made the servers basically non-functional, and we can't even boot the damn thing up anymore, even though it's a fucking game that we physically fucking own, because they have actually just ruined their own servers. Yeah, we tried to play recently, and it doesn't even work anymore. I have never in my life looked up, hey, oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I've never in my life looked up, hey, this game doesn't fucking want to connect. Why does my game not want to fucking connect? Can someone on the internet help me? And seen a bunch of Reddit threads of people going, it doesn't work. And then just giving up. Like, oh my god, the Redditors gave up. It's over. It's so over. I think in a lot of ways, Reach believed itself to be an ending, and it billed itself as a send-off. And I think that it made changes that were good for that energy that simply weren't sustainable long-term. And that's a weird problem for a game to have, but I think that did happen. I don't really love the way I've done these floors, but it's fine. If y'all have a... Listen to me, chat. If you have a game that makes your brain chemicals go burr, I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things for me. If the company that makes it is extremely toxic and problematic, please consider not streaming it or talking about it. Make it a for you game. Make it a private experience that you don't talk about publicly. Just don't give them the airtime. That will relieve your soul of a lot of pressure. And secondly, fucking steal it. Don't give them money for it. If there is not an emulator, if there is not a yo-ho-ho option for a game that you really, really want to play, maybe play something else. Theoretically, unless World War III destroys all of human civilization, you'll be here in 5 years and there will be an emulator for it. And the company who makes it will be dead and all of the people who worked on it will no longer have jobs. So there's no guilt in just putting off a game until it's a little easier to get your hands on. Please consider this strongly. I get it. There is no good way to steal World of Warcraft right now. It's actually really, really hard. And I'm not giving Blizzard my money so that they can consider to continue to drink human breast milk non-consensually from the fucking nursery on their business campus. I'm not doing that. And it sucks because there are very few games I've ever loved as much as I love World of Warcraft. But please consider that. Here's an example. I love Assassin's Creed. I always have. I've loved every single one of those games. I haven't given Ubisoft money for an Assassin's Creed since, like, Black Flag. But Liz, how have you been playing the Assassin's Creed games? I thought you had trophies for them. I thought you were playing them on PlayStation. Yes, that's correct. Because I'm picking up used copies out of bargain bins 5 or 6 years after they came out for $10. I promise you, your life will not be worse if you are just playing 6-year-old games out of a bargain bin so that you aren't giving the company money for your copy of the game. Your life will be okay if you do that. If your company is someone who, you know, spends the money you give them trying to institute a new form of exotic slavery in the world, maybe don't buy the newest game from them. This is probably looking at Switch 2. I'm going to be real with you. Y'all really should not own a Switch 2. You should probably just avoid getting a Switch 2. I get it. I get it. I so totally get it. I want the new Metroid game so badly. I'm not giving Nintendo money for it. I'm just not going to. That's not a thing I'm going to do. I'm just not giving Nintendo money right now. This is specifically, explicitly about Pokemon. This is 100% explicitly, specifically about Pokemon. Please just, I promise you, the newest Pokemon game is going to be piratable a month after it comes out. You can wait that long. You can find a copy online. Nintendo has never in their lives been good at actually preventing that. For all of their lawsuits and all of their fighting and all of their bullshit, they've never actually been good at stopping piracy. They're terrible at it. You can just wait a month and it'll be available online. And I'm not, if Pokemon gives you the braid chemicals, I'm not telling you to avoid it. Really, I'm not. You should, if it gives you the funny brain chemicals, you should take care of yourself. You should treat yourself. And you should do it by stealing from Nintendo. What am I doing? Like, not... What am I doing advocating piracy on my Twitch live on stream, which is probably not what I should be doing. But, like, what am I doing in the video game right now? Why are you that? You should be a two-ply, shouldn't you? Go play Cassette Beasts, please. Everyone go play Cassette Beasts. Mario Mon. I tried to get Mario Mon to work and I'm stupid. Someone should help me with it. It was not working. Couldn't begin to explain what we're looking at here. That is okay. Someone smarter than me probably knows what I'm supposed to be doing with this factory right now, but it's not me. Oh yeah, it's if buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. Nintendo does need to start suffering for their actions. The world would be a better place right now if Nintendo was suffering consequences. I hate to say it. I really, truly do believe that. I prefer physical media too, which is part of why the Switch 2 doesn't interest me, is that they're trying to remove the concept of physical media as much as possible. They're like, what if our console was something that we could choose to brick if we decide we don't like you? And it's like, cool. Kit, tell everyone about how easy and cool it is to hack your Nintendo 3DS. Playing a randomizer is a middle finger. Yeah, why do they hate randomizers? Stupid. Thank you for the care package, Autumn. It's so funny because I've been avoiding doing that to my Nintendo 3DS because I'm like, well, I don't want to end up like fucking it up and breaking it because I'm not very good at that sort of thing. But like also the other thing that you got to understand is I don't use my 3DS ever. So even if I did break it, why would it matter? Because I'm not using it right now. I need to find the thing and I need to make sure it still charges and there's nothing wrong with it. And if it's like still in good condition, I may just ask you to walk me through it. Could just brick the whole console. I can't believe people bought those things knowing that Nintendo can simply choose to deny you a console. That's insane to me. If you own a Switch 2, I want you to know I don't hate you for owning your Switch 2. It is okay that you own it. I am not judging you for it. But if you don't own one and you're thinking about it, I would love to suggest that you consider not doing that with your money. The worst part is I wanted to hate my Switch 1, and I didn't. I loved my Switch, actually. The Switch was brilliant. It was at a time in my life where I had friends who lived like 5-minute drive away from me, and I wanted to be on their couch all the time because it was being around people. And I only was able to do that because I had a console I could just take over there and sit on their couch while they were doing other stuff, and I could be around them. And that's really, honestly, I was talking about this earlier, chat. That's what I'm doing streaming right now. That's why I like chatting. That's why I like hanging out with y'all. That's why these streams are the way that they are. You know what I want? Parallel play. I want to play video games in a big room with all my friends so we can shoot the shit while all of us are playing video games. That is the whole reason I stream, is my obsession with parallel play. I am way too extroverted to play video games alone in a dark room by myself. I am way too solitary and autistic to play large party games with 10 other people. So I need parallel play in my life in order to survive, and this stream is what that is for me. Also, I'm going to change the lighting in my room. Did you know that overhead lighting is supposedly not good for you in your bedroom? Didn't know that. Maybe tell them that to me. They'd be like, if you're reading in your room, or if you have a computer room or something, you should actually have a desk lamp or a side lamp or lights on the wall. You should not have direct overhead light. I'm like, okay, sure, why not? I don't know why, but that's what the weird man on the YouTube shorts told me. The Switch one, I had to get super lucky having an early model and then jam a specifically shaped paperclip into a fucking controller ports. Modded, rebuilt 2 iPods. Kit's a tinkerer. Kit, I feel like your class actually in my stream chat probably should be engineer. I think that's actually the class that fits you the best. I might be the muscle. I'm either going to be the muscle or psionic. Even if I get one of the other ones. I have 2 esoterica, 3 research, 4 determination, and 3 scrap. I'm building determination really fast. I might choose, if I get one more level of guts, I might just choose to go the muscle route. Kid do be fixing people. Mary, your stats suck. What's wrong? You have steps, burritos, and tickets. You interact with things, but you just haven't been leveling up. Go into the redeems real quick, Mara. Is there one down there? There's not. Hang on. I got you, buddy. Everyone immediately back door. Go down there, click on that redeem, the muscle training. Get your muscle training in. So there's 2 ways to get stats. When you do your daily order, which is this guy right here, the bartender, the usual, when you do that, in addition to your daily tickets, it will also give you a random stat up. Knowledge goes up to 5. Oh my gosh. 3DS is reminding me of my preferred controller when I played Smash Bros. Is your 2DS? That's insane of you, and I have so much respect for it. So, okay. There's a few questions. Let me answer them. What classes are there? There are 4 classes. Psionic, which means that you have special powers that come from knowledge of the void. It is not the same as magic. These are eldritch powers. They are powers that they may be innate to your species. Some aliens simply have natural psionics. They may be something you develop by exposure to occult items and artifacts. The second one is the muscle. These are your physical classes. This isn't just like beef stick. This isn't just warrior. It's also rogues. It's acrobats, dexterity specialists. You're the person who uses your body and your physical abilities to solve problems. You typically do mercenary work or bodyguard work. Stuff like that is kind of what the muscle is focused on. But those are your physical stats, which is why it goes up with guts. And also why determination is the stat that you get for it. Welcome in, Riza. The next one is engineer. These are your tech experts. These are people who are good with not only like equipment, conveyor belts, automation systems, but also computers, coding, programming. So these could be hackers, they could be mechanics, they could be chief of operations, Miles O'Brien. Those are your engineers. Anyone in that chain. And then navigators are knowledge experts. And in this setting, that means knowing a lot. So that's the knowledge stat. It's research. It means knowing star maps. It means being able to find yourself in space. But it also means magic. Those are the casters. That's the ones that actually do have literal spells at their disposal. So if you want to be a space wizard, that's the navigator class. Programming that thing you DM'd me about? Yeah, look into it. Played multiple tourneys where I had to tell the organizers how to connect my 2DS for matches. And I got past top 16 in the local countries. Always worth it for the reaction. I bet. And to answer Kay's question, yes. Currently, each training type has a once per stream cooldown. So when we do the back door, if we find the armory, you can do the muscle training, but only once per stream. As a result, if we get the armory twice in a row, unfortunately, that means if you were here for the first one, you don't get any new stuff. Having said that, I am happy to report that I am a genius, and I have specifically programmed the system so that every time you roll a specific room, that room gains a point of fatigue. And when a room has a point of fatigue on it, it can't show up again until it is rolled one more time. So if you roll the armory generates. If you roll the armory a second time, instead of choosing the armory, it chooses a different room and then decreases the armory's fatigue so that it can show up again later. So this prevents rooms from showing up back to back. Which means we're more likely to see new rooms every session. I am a genius, thank you. There can only be one room at a time. The cooldown is 20 minutes, so since we just opened the armory, the back door will be stuck open and allowing only the armory for the next 20 minutes. Hi, Yeti, how's it going? I did see your DM. And yes, I have been playing a lot of Warframe lately.
A test of your reflexes!
Oh, gosh. Goodbye, everybody. Mara, I'm glad you think my stupid-ass JRPG I programmed in my Twitch chat is cool. It makes me feel really good that y'all like this. Because I was really worried I was wasting my time and no one would care. So yes, there are 4 classes right now. Engineer, which is the tech expert, navigator, which is the wizard and researcher, psionic, which is an eldritch expert with weird, freaky powers, and the muscle, which are physical specialists. Cosplay stuff is shipping. That's so exciting, Yeti. Yeah, I programmed some really funny AR stuff, like ARG stuff into my stream. And I'll be honest, I thought I was being clever, and I made stuff that nobody was able to solve, and so I had to keep tweaking it so that it was like solvable. And folks in chat finally got together and got it working. But I think I've been ambitious about this in ways I probably shouldn't have, and I should try to make it more accessible. Accessibility is always a huge thing for me. If y'all think there's too much spam in the chat, let me know, and I will try to cut back the number of messages that post. If y'all think that there's too much going on and there needs to be more visual guides, let me know. Kit and I can work together to create, like, basically handouts. Like little handout sheets that explain things. And I can put some of the more important ones in the panels under stream, and I can also make a channel in the Discord that's just got them all so that you can scroll it. Basically make our own little wiki for my stupid ass game. Thank you for the care package, Riza. Riza cute. I do need a menu. I've been wanting to make a visual menu that y'all can see. We currently have this, and I understand that for some people, this is just a blob of information that means nothing. And also, it may not even be totally up to date. There might be commands missing from that one. But I do want to make a visual menu because I think that would help a lot. I'm also going to stylize it to look like a cafe. Like if a barcade had a menu, what would it look like? And then try to make that for all the commands. I need to make a cohesive list of them, organize them into categories, and then talk to Kit about laboratory. Which laboratory? What laboratory? We're making a lab? Sorry, Kit, you've been putting in all this work and I've just been chatting. Yeah, I do need to get some information organized and I need to talk to you about that. I don't think it would be super difficult. I'm sorry, Riza. Riza's been trying to talk to us and we haven't seen it. I'm sorry. Make an overlay on the stream like Twitch integration in games. I may need to talk to you about that, Mara. There's a couple of plans that I have that I think would be really good to integrate with Twitch chat specifically. I literally actually programmed some tools for the stream into a I literally built a ground up program in Godot, but I couldn't for the life of me find out, even watching tutorials, I could not figure out how to get it to like connect to a Twitch API. There's ways to make that happen. I just don't know what they are. Twitch API, that's way above my pay grade. That's scary. Anyway, what was this? Well, but I like hearing Riza talk, so I'm sad when I don't get to hear Riza talk. Yeah, Twitch is a mess. So what is it you're building, Kit? Sorry, I've been so distracted. Oh, you've been expanding the SAM labs. Yeah, let me come take a look. No, and it's the last time I tried making it work, I think I kind of made it work, but then they changed the way the API worked, and everything that I had gotten working did not work. All of my stuff goes through the streamer bot, which just has the API obviously built into it. May depend on the specific VPN is the other problem. Autumn, you're killing me. I've been trying to get people to use the Shoggoth command all night and no one's fallen for it. Nope, no space. Bull's been complaining about it being a placeholder for like 2 or 3 months now. So I thought certainly if I told Bull, hey, you should do the Shoggoth command, Bull would do the Shoggoth command. And then Bull did not do the Shoggoth command, even though it's finally not a placeholder. I do. I like the roof here. This is very cool. I'm terrible with roofs. I feel like we don't have enough tools to make them work, but that's a good strategy for a building like this. Oh god, Jesus! The evil lab! The only thing that would make this better is if we could make one-way windows. We cannot make one-way windows, but those would look really good in here. Jesus Christmas. So those are our sands, which are also getting banged. Okay. And then, so these must be... time crystals. Okay. And then, do you know if we'll ever need the diamonds? Do you have a runoff for them? I don't know if we'll ever need them. Again, this is all new to me. We can build a runoff if we decide we need them later. It's probably just fine to use them all for now. I don't know how much we'll need the time crystals either, but yeah, if you can get 100 of those time crystals, you should be able to do synthetic power shards. So we can finally figure out what that recipe looks like. Again, we have like 300 of them and we're not using them all, so I don't know how much we need them. I would just really love to see that tree complete. I'm currently doing rocket fuel so that we can make ionized fuel unlocked. Lord knows what ionized fuel is going to look like. Perfect.
Research completed. Synthetic power shard recipe unlocked. Exchanging regular exercise and filtered fresh air with automation is just the kind of progress Fixit likes to see.
Let's see. Sending me X-Streamer streaming email notification almost 2 hours late. Yeah, that's Twitch. Molvad. Bought this game like a month ago and I never got to it because I've been afflicted by armor core hyperfixation. I have so much respect for you, Riza, because I live my life on the hyperfixations, so when you're suddenly on your AC shit again, I so get it. This game is my current hyperfixation, and the good news is it's also been Kit's recent hyperfixation. So this is all either of us ever thinks about. Which is why we're streaming this and not any of the games that I'm supposed to be streaming right now. That is such a funny recipe. That recipe's insane. The power cell recipe's hilarious. I can't imagine we're going to need to do that very often. Okay, let me actually go do the rocket lab so that we can finally have that. Smash the crystals. Do the science. No genes for you. Whole homebrewed TTRPG based on Armored Core for the last... Oh, God.
Sticky
Little fish. But yes, anyway, Shoggoth, command is finally finished. The Shoggoth is now lurking in the back rooms. You'll have to follow its trail by using the Shoggoth command to see where it was last spotted. And some of the rooms that it is located in are going to require that at least one person has accessed one of the classes. So, y'all see that we're in the armory. There are currently 4 classes. I think that they're labeled as roles. My class system uses roles specifically for the coding, but when you are in a room that has training for a specific role, if you have reached level 6 and have 5 of the tokens for that role, you can spend those 5 tokens to gain that role. Since we're in the armory, if you have 5 determination, you can unlock the muscle as your role. Note that you can only have 1 role at a time, and that it is not easy to change roles. So you're going to want to choose one to commit to. When you have a role, you will gain a special bonus action, which will give you unique interactions in specific rooms. And anytime you increase that stat through training, it will go up by 2 instead of by 1. Lamau. More Armored Core. So these are going to produce fuel. I am then going to use a blender somewhere. I don't know where the blender is going to go. We're going to put a blender right here for right now, just so I can see the blender. Nitric acid. Rocket fuel. And we want to do nitro rocket fuel. Armored Core 5 and Verdict Air. Fucking awful. 100 fuel a minute, 75 nitrogen per minute, 100 sulfur per minute, 50 coal per minute. To make 150 rocket fuel per minute. So let's look at 100 fuel. How much fuel do we have? 40, 80, so 160. So if I do one more of these... see. I think I should put in like a... Oh, right. That's going to be on the outside. That might be fine. I might just expand this. That's probably what I'll do. Okay. And then when the room is done, the back door does glow with eldritch energy, as you can see in chat, so that you know that it's ready for the next one. I think I'm smart. I think I'm cool. I think we've somehow managed to get this room like 3 times on the stream, which is, given the way the system works, kind of impressive. Time spent organizing conveyor belts is time well spent. Your tech increases by 1. Veranda, master bedroom, and coat check are pretty exciting picks, actually. Going for navigator? Hell yeah. Going to master bedroom, I'm tired. You don't have enough scrap for that. Make sure to check your stats. I think Space Mage, being the person who specializes in navigating a ship, was an inspired choice of mine. I really debated how to organize these classes for a long time, and I'm really happy that Navigator is a Space Mage that uses magic to navigate ships at light speed. I think I'm cool. Can siphon off some of the reanimated Sam for alchemy. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to need them for, but I definitely know we're going to need a lot of those. So if you want to start making them somewhere, pop off. I was going to say, there's a shit ton of iron and limestone over here that is not being used for damn near anything. So you could do some alchemy out in this area. You could expand the lab over this direction if you want to. Because there's tons of inputs over there. Top 5 best rooms. It really is. Like, it's so common and it's so easily accessible early game that I think people, like, underestimate it. That's one of the best rooms. I roll for initiative and hit chances. What else that means? I probably need to implement a lot more interplay. It's a tricky balance. Like, as a longtime player, as a longtime game master and infrequent player who wishes to play more, rolls are so good, and I love rolls, and I feel like you need so many rolls. And also, every time someone has to roll, you're slowing the game down and decreasing the enjoyment. And, like, balancing those two truths is so difficult. It has chess like 50% of the time. Den has a few good pulls in it. And it also has a clock, which can be useful for a lot of stuff. No spoilers. It's nice to know the time. We're here to roll dice. Stop rolling dice. Okay, I was just making sure it's plugged in. For no reason, yeah. It's just nice to know the time, you know. There doesn't need to be a reason why you gotta know the time. I think it's nice to know the time. Plus, rolling for damage in a system with flat damage reduction just leads to rolling a hit and then doing no damage anyway. Yeah, rolling for damage, ew. I already had to roll to hit you. Why do I also have to roll damage? Oh, yeah, rolled a nat 20. My second level kobold champion just got a crit on his first attack of the campaign. I'm so excited. Oh, no. He rolls a d6 for damage and he rolled a 1. Oh, it's okay. My second attack of the campaign was also a crit. I just crit 2 rolls in a row. I rolled a 1 again. So it doesn't matter that I crit. I'm not doing damage because the thing we're fighting is a robot that has slashing resistance. I just did 0 twice on 2 crits in a row. This is a good system. Thank you, Pathfinder. I like Pathfinder, but yeah, it's sometimes the way that the numbers work in Pathfinder does not feel planned. I do like it more than D&D, but I think both of them have, like, weird problems that should be easy to fix that they just don't fix. You wanna know my funniest hot take, chat? I think that D&D and Pathfinder have their advantages backwards. Let me explain. In D&D, when you get advantage, you roll 2 dice, you take the higher number. And when you roll disadvantage, you roll 2 dice and take the lower number. Because D&D numbers are so small and don't get bigger faster, this means that most of your stats come from your rolls. And because you are doing double rolling, this is an enormous benefit, and virtually every combat is just players desperately attempting to figure out how to give themselves advantage on every attack. The whole of combat is defined by obtaining advantage, because rolling a second die is too powerful. This would be resolved if having advantage only gave you a +2 to your attack, and having disadvantage only gave you a -2. This would mean that your stats would have more value, and that accepting a disadvantageous position now would be a good exchange if it meant not putting yourself in a problematic situation later. Dashing to the opposite side of the enemy so that you can get advantage on an attack isn't always a smart move, but you're going to do it every time because rolling 2 die is that powerful. In Pathfinder, when you have advantage or disadvantage, you add +or -2 to a roll. The system, I think, would work good with D&D. But here's the problem. In Pathfinder, you get bonuses that frequently go up to +20 or +30, to the point where you have so much bonus that the roll almost doesn't matter anymore. The roll is relatively insignificant. Here's the problem. Who the fuck gives a shit about advantage if it's +2? I have a +20 in the stat. I don't want advantage. It's a waste of my goddamn time to even do the math. I have a +20 to it. I don't care. Now, if advantage is called circumstance bonus, but they're the same system, essentially. There's some differences, but this is the big one. Now, if advantage in Pathfinder works like it works in D&D, and you rolled a second die, the problem of the dice roll being so insignificant because the numbers are so large will be fixed. The odds of you getting a crit, a 20 on the die, double. The odds of you getting a 1 double if you have disadvantage. This is huge because in Pathfinder, it doesn't matter what your bonuses are. A nat 20 moves your success up 1 tier, and a nat 1 moves your success down 1 tier. So rolling a 1 or a 20 is huge, so doubling the odds of that happening would always matter. No matter how big or how small your bonus, having 2 die would always mean something. If you're playing D&D, you should try changing advantage to be circumstance bonuses from Pathfinder. If you're playing Pathfinder, you should try changing circumstance bonuses to being advantages from D&D. Those idiots got it backwards and they should trade. They should trade lunches. You have the ham and cheese sandwich kid who doesn't like cold cuts, and you have the kid whose mom is sending him with beef stew who isn't a stew person and wants cold cuts. And the two of them refuse to trade lunches with each other in the lunchroom because they don't get along. You can only have 1 circumstance bonus. You can't stack advantages and you can't stack circumstance bonuses. It's the exact same system. Advantages do not stack. Advantage and disadvantage cancel each other out, but you can't have advantage twice. You can only have it once. And circumstance bonuses, you can only have 1 of them. And there's a ton of circumstance bonuses in Pathfinder. That's the thing, though. If Pathfinder had made it so circumstance bonuses stacked, and there were a bunch of different ways to get them, then you could have characters whose entire turn was all about trying to stack as many bonuses as they could from as many sources as they could, so they could get like a plus 10 to their circumstance bonus, and that would have been funny. But Pathfinder didn't do that because it would do the same thing to Pathfinder that D&D has, which is every turn just becomes about getting as many bonuses as possible, and it makes movement in the system unfun because you're just always trying to get advantage any way you can. And that detracts from a lot of the other tactical options that the game offers you. So they avoided the pitfall that D&D fell into, but then they ended up making a system where it's like, oh, yay, my rogue, who gets a plus 16 on attacks, gets a plus 1 if they're behind someone? The fuck am I going to do with a plus 1? The fuck am I going to do with a plus 1? My hot take, change those systems over. Homebrew the opposite. Homebrew circumstance bonuses into D&D, they make D&D more fun. Homebrew advantages into Pathfinder, they make Pathfinder more exciting. I'm not kidding. I'm so real with you, these systems are backwards. I don't know why they're like this. That's my nuclear take for the day. I hope you all appreciate it. Because the what did I miss with RPG systems? Hi, Deadman, you chose a great time. I think Pathfinder should have advantage like D&D instead of circumstance bonuses, because a plus 2 is negligible, but rolling a dice twice is huge. I think D&D should have circumstance bonuses instead of advantage, because a plus 2 is always going to be significant with the smaller numbers, and players are way too obsessed about getting the double roll because of how significant it is. I think the two need to trade those systems. I think circumstance bonuses make more sense in the D&D system, and I think advantage makes more sense in the Pathfinder system. I agree with you, Bull. The reason I like Pathfinder's system more is I like the way that they run crits better. I do still agree with that. But I don't think it diminishes that advantage makes more sense than circumstance bonus. For the system. As weird as it might seem. That was a weird change of pace, because we just ran out of jazz playlists and switched to our fucking highway house. We're on Tipsy Cat. This is the one that Kit gave me the other day. Anyway, how you doing, Dead Man? It's good to see you. Dead Man, Bull, and Mara are all in my chat all at the same time. Gang, we gotta get something going. I'm going insane. I think about TTRPGs all the time. We gotta make it happen. I just gotta get this system running. We gotta just do the cowboy one shot. I don't care if it stinks and nobody has fun. If we just get together and do it and make it happen, I think we will all go, oh my god, we could do this and actually have fun, and we could just run another system. I've made, like, since the last time we talked about this, I've made like 12 new characters. Just in my head. Chams, I don't remember the name of the system. Deadman showed me a system that is Frontier Scum. And it has the coolest character sheet I've ever seen. It looks so neat, and I want to do a one-shot in it because I just think the character sheet is so funny. It has a system where if you get drunk, you choose 2 of your stats that whenever you're drunk, you switch them. So you can trade your luck stat for your grit stat. So you can have someone who's really tough but very unlucky, but if they're drunk, they're incredibly lucky, but they don't have any toughness. Because those 2 stats switch when they get drunk. I think that's hilarious. That's all I know about this. All I know about the system is I read the character sheet and I thought it was brilliant. Oh my god, thank you for hanging out with us, Kay. I love you too. Mwah. Go have good sleeps. I hope you have sweet dreams, friend. But the design of each season, for a reason, 5e moved away from additive to make it easier onboarding. And I hear you, and I completely disagree with that. I still think D&D's onboarding is dog water. D&D's onboarding is dog water. They are not good. They're not good for new players, and I refuse to believe that they should make the system dumber just so more new players can get in there. I don't think it's doing its job. I'm sorry. That's a take you could disagree with. Pathfinder's always been for math goblins. It is for math goblins, and I appreciate math goblins, but the problem is any level 15 Pathfinder player will tell you that a +2 circumstance bonus is a waste of their goddamn time to even put into the math. I know why they did what they did. Actually, this is my hot take. Pathfinder made circumstance bonuses because they wanted to avoid advantage because D&D is iconic for advantage. I said it. They're just being different because they don't want to be tied to D&D. I respect Paizo for that. I agree with Paizo's decision to do as little because they are essentially a fork of D&D at the end of the day. I respect their desire to separate themselves from D&D and become their own thing, and I understand why they wouldn't want to take advantage from Dungeons & Dragons, and I do respect that. I don't think Paizo should change their rules. I don't think D&D should change their rules. I think me, as a game master, I should homebrew it to be better. That's my argument. I totally agree with you. I understand exactly why they did that. I think you should try. I think everyone who is playing one of these systems should try homebrewing it with the opposite system and see if it improves the experience for them. If it doesn't, go back to the way that the things were. If you're a math goblin, you may not like advantage, and that's okay. I do like advantage. I just don't like what it does to the D&D table. And I want to see it in Pathfinder. Scrolled myself into D&D homebrew class short. I found one from one of the people who are featured in the game. It was so cool. Oh my god. The roll twice to be fantastic for that. We should try it and see how it works. That's the other thing. Fortune effects do exist in Pathfinder, but I just don't think enough things use the fortune effects is my problem. Degrees of success for your system, but it's a ±5 of the target because the addition scrolls are smaller. Yeah, you do need to make some adjustments to it. Yes, good night, Kay. This is so silly. I'll send you the character sheet later, Chams. You would fucking love it. It's just looking at the character sheet, you're like, oh my god, I want to try this system. Okay, very adorable. Autumn is not even doing it to me. Autumn's doing it to you at this point. It's not even for me anymore. It's a class that specialized in defending. I think if they actually focused on new players instead of trying to both sides, D&D would be better. I agree. Yeah. I think if they focused on making D&D over from the ground up, from scratch, separate it from what it's been for so long and designed it to be an entry-level game, D&D would improve. And you know what? Old D&D heads could just keep playing 5.0 or 3.5 and they wouldn't give a shit. And it would be fine. And I think it would be fine. But Hasbro is never going to do that. They are going to try to appeal to the least common denominator every time, and their systems are only ever going to get worse, unfortunately. Mean. Math goblins also would get even more math out of the dice chance bullshit. That is also true, but I do get what Deadman is saying, is that the... Incredible. I still react whether you're giving it to me or Kay, but... The thing is, math goblins really love bonuses and penalties. They really love them. They don't like statistics as much as they like number blocks. They love their number blocks. So I get it. Everyday Heroes released everyday Cowboys. We so should. Ask me about my character ideas. I have so many character ideas. Oh my god. Chat, do you know the song Gnome? Do you know the band Gnome? They're a stoner band from Sweden or something called Gnome. They have a song called Wenceslas. I created a character based on their song Wenceslas. He is a gnome knight who is part of a brave court of gnomes, but his king, the good King Wenceslas, was a coward, and when the gnomes came under attack by a rival tribe, by a neighboring kingdom of some kind, the gnomes were completely wiped out because the king retreated and fled and left his people leaderless in their most desperate hour. And this knight is one of the last survivors of the court of Wenceslas, and his whole goal is to find King Wenceslas and fucking put him down. That's my newest character that I wrote. I've been making up characters for tabletops for weeks now because I just am not getting my fix. I need to get back at the table. His website and the character generator is incredible. My first character generated with a fishing rod. Let's get on making the next step with the relic rod in 14. Oh god, I haven't touched 14 in so long. You need to send me Dragonbane. Kingdom Come Deliverance making me learn Bohemian history. Okay, okay, and then that is a Mark III. And those go into you, and you are plugged in and powered. I really wish that system should be programmed so that it refunds those redeems when you do the wrong one. It does not work, and I have to manually refund them at the end of every stream. I need to see if I can make it correctly choose the redeem and refund it. It should be possible. I don't know how StreamerBot wants that done, basically. It's looking for an input to tell it which redeem to refund, and I don't know how to set that input, essentially. Oh no! I'm sorry, Shale. That's very funny. You will all not be at all surprised to hear that folks have oft told me I should have a podcast. And maybe I should, but honestly, I enjoy yapping on stream with direct instant feedback so much more that I'm not even worried about it. Do I want it to be... Oh, see, this is the problem with doing this system the way that I do. These foundations don't line up the way I want them to, and I hate it. Translating a little tabletop children's game into a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon variant. That's very cool. Bull's got a conversion of something into Persona that he wants to run. And I'd be excited to see how that works. And then... Or did you have Avatar? You had Avatar, right? Bull? I'm gonna need to get rid of this anyway. And then... That's very dumb that it works that way. Thank you, video game. I know... Deadman has been trying to get me to check out Everyday Heroes. And it seems interesting. I do want to see what Everyday Heroes has to offer. That was a very funny slide I just did. That doesn't look too bad, does it? Oh, I hate what I did with the floor there. Ooh! I can't fix it now. Yeah, definitely. Do you have Deadman? Do you have access to any of the text for what was the system that I was looking at? Frontier Scum. Do you recommend that I should? I have the money, and definitely, if you think I should throw them the cash to get access to the PDF from their website, I would actually even prefer if you linked like where you think I should get it from instead of just the raws. Because if I'm gonna run that, and especially if it's a small team, let me know, and I would be delighted to get the PDFs myself to support them. If it's a bigger company, I'm less excited, but yeah, if they're a good indie, if you happen to find a link to a good place to get their PDFs, or if there's somewhere that's got their physical books in store, I love having physical texts. I miss having physical rule books. I got so excited when I finally got my Pathfinder shit in. In this book, I know we are still looking at our at the system. That was why we got together in the first place, and we're never going to find a fourth for it. But like, it just feels so good to have that book in my hand. Got the Avatar and Persona 1. Yeah, hit me up sometime if you want to take a look into those. I need to double check with everyone that we're still free on that same time slot that we picked. Maybe lock in next week or the week after, like a session 0 for something. It'd be a pain because I don't know where New Mexico is good. So there's this weird thing. I have a couple of really great places locally who will source stuff for me if I go in and ask for it. But the problem is, one of them, which is called Zia Comics, and is a local joint, the dude who owns it has decided that sourcing any TTRPG that he considers to be a D&D competitor is bad for business, because people will spend less on D&D competitors than on D&D itself, so he doesn't want them. So he only gets D&D specifically, and the weirdest, most esoteric, weird, very unrelated to D&D books that he can find. Which, some of those are really cool. He's got, like, the full rulebook set for, like, swords and lesbians? Or what's it called? Is it Sword Lesbians? There's a TTRPG called, like, Sword Lesbians. They have the full rule set for those. And they keep them in stock at all times. Because, according to him, it's far removed from D&D and not, quote, not a competitor. He's insane. I don't know what he's talking about. Car lesbians. However, I understand his viewpoint. However, I hate that. Not the same TTRPG, but a real TTRPG. I'd play car lesbians. So yeah, and then there's this other place that has always been able to get me anything I've ever requested, no matter how weird and esoteric. I have asked for Warhammer figurines that were out of print. I have asked for rule books for games that aren't published anymore. They're the ones who got me my Pathfinder texts, despite them. They literally tracked down the texts for Pathfinder when they hadn't been added to the system yet. He was like, I'll get in touch with my supplier and I'll just get them direct for you since they're not in our system for ordering. And called the supplier while I was at the store to ask the supplier to add a copy of the new rulebooks for Pathfinder into the next shipment. They are that good. However, that store, the other store, do you see this elevator? Their store is smaller than this elevator. This is not a joke. They have a room that's maybe like a 2x6 of these tiles big in the back, which is just tables for people to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic at, and that's it. The store itself is the size of this elevator, I kid you not. So, while they've been really consistent about having me, like, when I order stuff, they have it available, there's nowhere to stock it. They don't have anything, like, there's no shelving space. So you have to order it yourself and then wait for it to arrive. You don't go in and shop. So, like, if I needed something physical, I'd probably see if it was something in their systems. And then Zia Comics is, if you want tabletop, they're probably unreliable. They have some crazy good other stuff. They also are really good with Warhammer figs for some reason. They have, like, the full Age of Sigmar line. They have a ton of stuff for 40K that, for a store their size, I wouldn't expect them to have. Thirsty sword lesbians. We love lesbians, yeah. We don't have a problem with lesbians here. We love our lesbians. It was a joke TTRPG with old 2 stats and 2 pages of rules. The stats were car and hotness. I respect that. Listen, have y'all seen the rules for Goblin with a fat ass? That's good shit. Goblin with a fat ass is an important fucking TTRPG. It is a single page of rules. Bull, we're playing Goblin with a fat ass now. Thank you for volunteering. Thirsty Sword Lesbians by Evil Hat Productions. That's probably the one. Oh, bless. There's always... No. Hold up. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. Hang on. The artist for Lancer. Yeah, I know that. That's so good. That just tells you how good it is. Hold up. Where's my Switch? Not my Nintendo Switch. My toggle. Cool. Okay. Where's the input for this? No, I do have an input for it. Where are you at? You say that you're active and visible. But you do not appear to be... There you are. Hey, man, how's it going? All right, so unfortunately, it's really dark in my room right now. Hold on, chat. We're going for a little walk. All right, here's my living room. As you can see, it's a mess. Try not to worry about it too much. Right. Oh, it's in here, isn't it? Yep. Hang on, there it is. Oh, what's that, chat? What's that? Is that the physical rule book for Made TTRPG? She has it. She's literally got the fucking physical book for Made TTRPG. Ain't even playing around. There it is. Look how beautiful this thing is. I was trying to remember Crooked Moon. I always forget the name. Okay. I come prepared. You think I don't own these goofy ass weird physical rule books? Nah, I got this shit. Oh. Fun fact. The only group I've ever played Made TTRPG with was a friend group in high school, which included 2 of my Mormon friends. And as a consequence, we had to remove all sexual and romantic humor from Made RPG, from Made TTRPG, and we had to make it interesting with none of the sexual or romantic tension included. And I need you to know that this was a writing exercise that I relished and excelled at. I created story arcs that this genre has never even considered possible. Things beyond the kith and kin of men. Because I'm a genius and I love a challenge. Okay, I just finished cleaning up that room. I'm going to grab a snack while I'm up. Because we haven't had our snack for the stream yet. I'm going to have the other Yuppo. I've already posted this one before. I guess I can post it a second time. I should have left the camera open so I could just show y'all. We're almost through the box. I'll post it in the counter, though. Oh, I love your Pikachu camera. It's so good. Drop that in there. I need a channel just for like posting shit when I'm streaming. I share so many images. It'd be easy if I had like a faster way to upload them to stream, but it's just a hassle. Tell me you're playing the MLP. I have plans to get the MLP TTRPG. I just need to find a group who'd be actually down to play it. When are we playing Made? Dog, I will literally set up Made TTRPG for us. I will literally run Made TTRPG. Legit. I like pushing the system to be a portfolio simulator. Yeah, chat wasn't ready for me to break out the Made TTRPG. I don't own a lot of books, but I do own Made TTRPG, and I'm proud of it. There's sexual and suggestion content. The main theme of Made TTRPG is that there is a group of maids, a butler, and a head maid. And the head maid is whichever maid is the master's favorite for that week. And each session is supposed to be a series of events that occur where all of the maids are given objectives to try and satisfy the master. And the goal is to try and be the master's favorite. And whoever the master is interested in romantically becomes the head maid for the next one. The only person who's immune to this is the butler, who has cool superpowers but no win condition. Because they're not trying to impress the master, they're just trying to keep the maids in check and prevent them from driving the master's stress through the roof. All of the maids have stress explosion points, and the master has stress explosion. And if the master has a stress explosion, it's comically bad for everybody. And so the goal is to keep your stress low, gain romance with the master, and so all of the players are attempting to like flirt with and win the affection of the GM. That's really at the core what the theme of it is. We ran a campaign with 4 butlers, no maids, and the master was trying to choose one butler. And so all 4 of the butlers were having basically a butler death battle. The system isn't designed for this, but we made it work. You should absolutely send a copy of your shelves. I want to see it. Most of it fit okay, Autumn. Some of it's not my style. But a pile of the stuff that's on the back seat of that couch is stuff I intend to keep. I don't really have anywhere to put it. Most of it doesn't really fit unless I'm wearing my boobs. Like, it's just built for a large woman. And while I am a large woman, I'm not built like a large woman because I have a flat chest. And consequently, a lot of it sags really hard if I don't wear my boobs with it. And it's hard to wear my boobs anywhere because they're large and heavy and my body isn't used to them being there. Honestly, I'm pretty much down to try out any system. I still want to try Mutants and Masterminds. The group that was supposed to run Mutants and Masterminds, I don't think that's ever going to happen. I don't think I'm going to be able to run with that group, but I still would really love to try that system. Even if just for a one shot. So for those who, I assume all of you are aware that I'm not only a trans woman, but that I'm a really recent trans woman. I don't have HRT. I haven't started any kind of physical transitioning yet. I've only socially transitioned. And even then, that's pretty much mostly online. But I've been getting a lot of feminine clothing, and that includes bras. And I've gotten some breast forms that I can wear with them to give me sort of that shape. If you're following me on Blue Sky, I've posted a few pictures in them. But one of those sets are a pair of H cups that I call my party boobs. They are really big, and they're not something I can just wear around all day because it's a lot. So while I really like those and I really like the shape they give my body, it's definitely not something I should be, because remember, they're not attached to my body. They're hanging off of my body. And the bra is what's supporting them. So they're putting even more tension on me than like natural breasts would. It's creating a lot of extra tension that even natural breasts would not at that size. So I can't just wear them whenever I want, wherever I want. So I do have those. I do pose with them for pictures sometimes. They are fun to wear, especially if I have a day where I just, for lack of an interest in phrasing it more less crassly, if I just want to get really fucking stoned and lounge around, they're really nice to wear for that. Having said that, they're kind of inconvenient. And so I can't really like go out in public with these. That's like not a thing I'm going to be able to do. Sure, we can have a bathroom break, I suppose. Okay, let me do that care package. All right. Put y'all on the BRB screen for a minute. We'll all take a quick bathroom break. Get up, stretch your legs, grab a snack or a drink if you need to, go to the bathroom, whatever you got to take care of it. And we'll be back in just a moment. And when we do come back, I promise we're going to get this stupid fuel factory done. We're going to make rocket fuel tonight if it kills me. There's a post somewhere. I think I've posted it in the chat, believe it or not. Where it was like, someone will tell a trans woman, oh, you don't want, like, if you get boobs that are too big, they'll be like inconvenient. And the trans woman responds with, I don't think you understand. I want inconvenient tits. I want my tits to cause back problems. I want to hurt. They are so big. I want them to prevent me from functioning. And it's like, there's a particular breed of trans woman that fits that category. I know a lot of trans women who, like, after they transition, they're like, oh, I'm actually really glad that they're small because even just a B cup is like such a huge problem. But there's a specific genre of us that are like, no. There is no point at which they could grow to that it would be something I would say is too much. It is not possible. And I might be in that category. Honestly, ruined my life. My body is already falling apart. I don't care what it does now. Give me the fat tits. Friend gave you some nice fake titties when you started early on, and well, nice. They relied entirely on the big bra for them. It was very neat having DD tits with them, but my naturally grown C cups over the last 8 or 9 years have been much better for your body. I know what's likely to happen to my body, and I know that I'm going to be very happy with it and okay with it, even if I have, like, to be frank about it, my chest is like really wide. There is an almost 0% chance that my breasts will ever get large enough to like touch in the middle. That shit's just not going to happen. They're going to be very far apart. And I'm okay with that. And I think that I'd be actually just really happy having, because I have the A cups. I have a pair of A cups that I wear. That's the thing that I was smart about, is when I got breast forms to wear, I didn't just immediately get the H cups and go, wee. I also got A cups to wear that were much smaller and more reasonable. And like, those spark the same joy that the giant ones do. They spark the same, yeah, this is correct on my body that the large ones did. And they look kind of funny because they're definitely, if I sit them correctly, they're too far apart. My chest is way too wide for my boobs to be that small. And I think that there's a real chance that's how it's going to look on me, and I'm going to look goofy. And I'm so totally down with that. I am so totally okay with looking that way. I would just be happy to have them on there all the time. Like, however big they end up, I'm going to be happy knowing that I have them, knowing that I grew them myself. And you know what? Maybe there will come a time where we live in a better world than we do today. Maybe there will come a time where people can get cosmetic surgeries safely and affordably in their home country without worrying about politics being stupid and without worrying about the medical system being broken and without worrying about being unable to afford anything ever. And if we ever live in that world, I could just get implants. I just get them bigger. That's fine. I don't need them to be natural. Put some saline in them bitches. I'm good. I ain't even bothered about it. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. But that's a problem for future Liz. The first thing I need is to get on E at any cost. Unfortunately, capitalism. Want only a tiny bit of boob because I want people to be confused about what I am. Look at my character design, chat. Look at how Kit drew me. Understand that Kit had to draw a line and tell me to stop going bigger at a certain point. Understand that if Kit had not told me I had to pick a size and stick to it, I would just have kept going. I was absolutely unhinged. Okay, I think this is what we want, is to do this and then to do blenders up here. And then do we want to just do the inputs? I guess we'll just do the inputs in the back there. Do we really not have computers into the thing? I really thought we had computers. I should have... Oh, I might not even have a backlog. I'll go check. I'll see what I got. Herc. Of the Devil Universe, a bit of the side content talks about how transitioning's faster and easier. Not exactly any less of a big decision, but less hoops and stigma to get around. I live in a state where it should be easy, but I don't have, what would you call it, a proper executive function. And so going through the steps to get there has been emotionally demanding, despite the fact that there isn't anything actually preventing it from happening. I just refuse to make it happen. Yeah, computers are the thing that it's actually stalling on, because it wants a lot of them. It's good on all of the other resources. What do you want? You want 7.5? Are these running 100%? Oh, God. That's right. This motherfucker always had a problem with plastic. I'm producing enough plastic for him, but he's not getting it. 30 pair from Sunrise, 1985 connected with 10% of the population getting sex change surgeries. Took a couple of years to finally work up all the executive function nerve to make the calls and get through the process. I mean, you think about where our country is at this exact moment as an American. It's like, it's a really stressful thing to be committing to right now. They're not backing up. So what we're going to do here is do this. I know this is a little dumb, and I don't know why it's doing this to me. Right output overflow. So, like, when this line backs up, it'll amplify that line. And these should be just... Huh. Oh. Well, that could help. Hang on. That's why it's doing this. This motherfucker's a regular fucking splitter. Tell you what the fucking problem is. Overflow. Any. That's the problem. It's been sending half of them into the trash regardless of how many are needed. These don't need these because they only need 40 a minute. I'm just going to do that. Yeah, just a logistical mistake on my part. I knew there was a problem in here. All of my systems are going to have at least one problem when I first make them. Oh, do you love this little... I'm like, no, I don't feel like chainsawing this tree. We're just going to go around it. Love living in the South. I'm in New Mexico. We're the bluest, just poor state ever made. Only reason I haven't gotten back on HRT after moving around a bunch is I already felt the need for self-defense stuff. It hasn't gotten any better. Yeah. Okay. So these systems should improve the accessibility of plastic here. Which will bring this up, hopefully, to 100%. Even if I've done my math correctly and he goes to 100%, that's producing 5 computers. This motherfucker wants 7.5. And also, I think I'm only producing like 3 high-speed connectors. I don't think it's even going to hit that anyway. These would actually have a runoff problem before the whatever did. Which, since those are having a runoff problem... Hit, you round? If you ever need one Mercer sphere, let me know. I have a technically superfluous dim dep right now. Or rather, one that I intend to make better use for in the future. This will get me a resource I can use right now, so I'm just putting it down for the time being. So if we're ever short a Mercer sphere, I can technically fix that for us. That guy should be using like 5 of these bitches. I don't think I'm making 5 of these bitches. Where are you losers coming from? Right here. Okay. How are your projects going? I'm getting nothing done. Is it you? It's you. You're working 100%, but you're only making 3.75, and there's only one of you. It's a whole new wing to the lab. Incredible. Okay. I guess I know what I'm gonna go do then. Yeah. It's something I gotta take care of, and I'm just gonna have to go through with it, because I know I'll be happier as soon as I do it.
Keep coming back. I'm not sure I can give you what you want, but don't worry, I'll let you down gently.
Thanks, Ada. High-speed connectors are now dim depth is the point, though. They're... I'm gonna be real with you, we probably won't actually get many, because I just fixed an inefficiency with the computers down there. It should use more high-speed connectors than I'm producing. The high-speed connectors are supposed to be the choke point down there, not the computers. But currently, there's a backlog of them, so I'm like, well... if there's overflow, don't waste the damn things. Carbon plateau so I can get computers. I am gonna dim depth the computers now. Dimmed up, for those of you who haven't played since 1.0, I just gotta say, dim depths are fucking life-changing. It's a different game when you obtain the dimensional depots. I don't know how I ever got this far in the game without them. I cannot believe I had to go back to my factory and manually pick up alkyd sheets every time I wanted a tier 5 conveyor belt. Peasant shit. Okay, so you... I remember showing you the putting the dim depth reverse on a storage crate and just connecting a Mark II to it. And I remember you just hitting me with the ellipses and going, Liz, you're so fucking smart. When Kit had been plugging those in, she had been like putting them reverse cowgirl and then running the conveyor belt around the side to get up to it because it needed to go directly up. And I was like, nah, you can just run a lift directly up from the bottom into the top one and then you don't even need a belt. And I just got the surprise Pikachu face is all I got from her. It's so funny. You'll work with a specific system of tools for like 50, 60 hours of this game, and then you'll suddenly say, couldn't I just do this and make it cleaner? And you'll do that, and you will just shock yourself with how much work you could have saved yourself. It's incredible. Oh, where am I going? Lagoon. I hope you get some good sleep, Katerina. Thank you so much for hanging out and chatting with us tonight. It was delightful. May the factory continue to grow. So say we all. Good night. Gonna refresh my iodine filters. We've fucked around with so much uranium at this point that I've actually almost run out. They're like, well, now that all that shit's in the system, it's like stupid easy to make a bunch of them, and they last forever, but... So, radiation is practically a non-issue, but... I just gotta remember to do this. I'm down to 16 of them, which is still a lot, but... Yeah, but I literally just hit the carbon plateau like 6 times, so it also wouldn't have been a huge deal if I needed to, like, pick them up while I was there, but... If we've got the Mercer Spheres, we might as well use the Mercer Spheres, you know? Okay, where's the wire line is here. Would be neat to put it here if I could. But I don't know how I'd get power over there. You're a 2 on the inside. You're... Oh, I don't... Actually... No, I don't want you there. Power... I don't mind having a Mark II here. And then I'm going to put a Mark II here. I'll connect you to you. You to you. You to him. Definitely. I can't wait to see them. Light control panel. Ah, that's what you are. I gotta get more stuff plugged into that system. I'm too lazy. I don't think I'm gonna need like a bunch of wires back here. System's probably got it taken care of, but oh man, Heroescape. Now that brings back memories. If you had been around in the age of Heroescape when it was like at its peak, you would have been so addicted to it. I just know. Yeah, they like still make them, insanely enough. I've got mine lying around somewhere. I gotta see if I can fish them out. Oh, shoot. Why am I putting blenders on the roof? I'm gonna have to do pipe memes. I hate pipe memes. Man who never eats pork buns is never a whole man. They're kind of a mix between, like... I mean, they're really similar to like Warhammer or something, but they were designed to be more kid accessible, so they're finished and painted and everything. They're a lot more affordable, and I would say the setting is similar to like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic, where it's like a lot of themes kind of mishmashed, so you can play like different styles. So you could have like a dwarf army or a group of elves or the weird freaky alien dudes or a group of space marines. They were much more like hodgepodge than something like Warhammer, which is very themed. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, they went away for a while because they weren't like super popular when they first came out, but they've made like a sudden resurgence, which is great because I thought they were neat. The website that sells them, their like home website, is also the publisher that makes the My Little Pony TTRPG I'm planning to get. Which is really funny to go to the website for the My Little Pony stuff and see Heroescape there, and it's like, what the fuck? Okay, so 40, 80. If I ran that system, I would have to invite... You are so invited when I run that one. 80, 120... 160. Okay. Well, I can tell you that finishing isn't really the goal, but I know that that doesn't mean a lot. Our campaign probably wouldn't have had like an end point. Like, we would have run it until people decided that their characters had done what they wanted to do with them, and then maybe those characters would retire, but then maybe other characters could show up. No, we didn't. There were a few logistical issues with that one. I think the most notable of which is just that I had really 4 players who all wanted a different game. No one wanted the same thing from it. And there was no way I was going to be able to make that whole group satisfied with what I was doing. There's just no way this works, right? That's so much fluid and it's all so up. This is the thing I don't ever want to do when I'm designing these systems. And I'm doing it anyway. We can get something figured out, Kit. I bet you that you and I could find a couple of people. It can't be Cat. Cat doesn't actually want to do tabletop stuff. I'm not sure why Cat volunteered to show up at all, because it's very much definitely not what she wanted. I think she was very well behaved at the table, but I don't think at any point that she was enjoying what she was doing. I mean, I think she's done stuff at the table before that has been what she was looking for, and she thought that we were going to do that, and that's not really what we were doing. I think Prim kind of went back and forth a couple of times on what she wanted. She wanted something simple to jump in and out of. But then she also wanted to have a character with an arc and a story. And I don't think she ever decided which of those two things she was, like, more invested in. Which is fine. You know, it's one of those things where you kind of just have to figure out what you want from these. But I think that there were times where she wished I had given more time for her character and her backstory and the world that we were in, and I think there were times where she really wanted to just get in and roll dice and do stuff. Okay. Each of these is running, I think, 60. Wait. 60, 120, 240, 300. Pipeline Mark 1s should run 300 fluids. 300 fluids? 300 fluids. We're good. Yeah, I think Kat thought it was going to be one thing and then learned it was another, and that's fair because there's a lot of different ways TTRPGs can work. And I think Prim was just excited to be involved in the project and was still kind of figuring out what types of tabletop stuff she enjoyed and didn't enjoy. Also, I don't think anybody except maybe you was actually interested in the setting that I had written, and I compromised so much in the setting to try and make it like interesting to people that I wasn't really enjoying the setting anymore, and that I should have come up with a setting that made more sense for people. I shouldn't have tried to force people into that one because that just clearly wasn't what anyone was interested in. That was a mafia setting and people didn't want mafia stuff, so it didn't make sense for us to run that, and that's on me. I think my music track just ended. It did. Have anything fun? Yeah, why not this? Who are those boys I had? What were the boys' names? Oh, I'll never be able to remember them off the top of my head. I would have to open it up. Didn't I have... Yeah, the Skellington boys. Didn't they have the best names ever? I had these sick-ass Skellingtons. And everyone's like, oh, named Skellingtons. They must be a boss or something. I'm like, no, they're NPCs that were supposed to be important to your party in the other version of the setting, and no one wanted that, so they didn't get to appear. You're 60. I need 300. $120, so that's $180. $240. I get one more 60 or one more 120. Be perfectly happy if you were either. 60. Okay. Yeah, man, I know you're clicking to two different things, but if you could, like, choose to click to either of them, that'd be cool. How do I want to do this one? Probably just like that. Okay. Okay. noodle. And noodle. I don't like how noodle looks there. Yeah, I loved my Skellington boys. I feel like they deserve better than they got. My Orc Berserker liched. I got 3 DMs after his appearance of people saying, yeah, so I hated that and you should never do that again. Devastating. Thank you for the care package. That's why that was the last session. Everyone hated it. You were the only person who didn't literally come to me immediately after stream and go, hey, never do that again. Well, I mean, it was also canceled because our 4th player is no longer friends with us. And then I said, okay, well, our 4th player is no longer friends with us, so we will probably have to decide if we want to continue this. And then Kat and Prim both said, I do not wish to continue this. So you were the only person who actually wanted to continue. I think partly because of the fact that all 3 of them hated the orc scene. They hated the character, they hated the scene, they hated that it had a story. Oh, those are just straight up on now. Whoops. Let's do you and then you. Are those too close together? They might be too close together. I could put it here. That seems fine. It can. It's inconsistent a little bit. Fuck me. Okay. Seems fine. The turbo fuel factory. Red. Oh, the green in here looks haunted as shit. I kind of love that. Okay. I'd rather kill you painfully. Fair enough, Cat. No! Cat is the way she's always here. She's with us in spirit. Bye, Cat. Meow. I love eating Cat. Okay, there's a lot of shit that's got to pop in here in order for this to work. I'm not really happy with the shit that we've got to get popped in here in order for this to work, but it's okay. inputs. It makes the most sense to point you that direction. And also to have you near the back somewhat. Like that. Okay. Now, is that tall enough? Feels like it needs one more, doesn't it? At least. Yeah, that's better. Okay. We're going to run a power line from you. We're going to put you right there. It's fine. We're going to run a power line over here and put you up on the wall. We're going to put you over here. Over here. Over here is fine. Plug you two in. The soup. We're going to make so much rocket fuel, I won't even know what to do with it. How fast can a packager work for me? How fast are you going to work, my man? Packaged rocket fuel. 120. I'm going to need 3 of these? Oh, Jesus. I'm just going to get 3 of these, I think, is what I'm going to do. Okay. So you two need your inputs. Auto 2D noodle should be fine. That 100% works. That's insane. I could do this. Okay, Mark II in there. Mark II in there. Whoa, brother. That is incorrect. Okay, Mark 1 here. Mark 1 here. So the right input from the back is sulfur. The left input is coal. I need 200 sulfur and 100 coal per minute. And then I just need to divide them. I may run them through the back on top. Or I may run them along the back side here. I haven't decided yet. Okay, and then the next thing I definitely want is this. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I sort of love the elevator cutout panel. I think that will also help to disguise the weird, yeah, slice that happened there. I think I should just run it all the way. Good luck with that, asshole. Shooting rocks at me? Is that what you're trying to do? Assume it's you. It's one of you two. Well, again, good luck with that. Okay, first things first, I gotta go see what I'm actually doing here with this fucking sulfur. Because if I thought I was making sulfuric acid, I'm not. So, I gotta make sure I have my math right over here. You'll never guess what the next step is going to be in order to get the Rocket Lab's operational kit. Oh, goodbye, cat. You're going to hate when I tell you what the next step is. You're going to hate it so much. Not anymore. If you had to guess what the least pleasant factory that we would have to duplicate would be, what resource do you think I need to duplicate to set this up? Fuck, are you a Mark III? Oh my god, you're a Mark III? It's aluminum. It's always aluminum. You have 100 power shards in you? Oh no, we spent 100, didn't we, on research? Okay, that's fine. How much is... Okay, that's fine. Just making sure it's accounted for is all. Mark III. I don't know if we have enough at the other plant to, like, use runoff. I will be honest, even if we do, I don't think we're going to want to bring it all the way up here. But anyway, packaging rocket fuel requires empty containers, which are made with aluminum. So Alumina. Do we have any British people in chat right now? I bet not, just given the time zone difference. I don't think British people are common in my community. However, if there were here... please know that I just every time I see that word, especially because it's like spelled correctly in this damn game, I hate it because I just know that it's not. Oh no, this is the American spelling. There's no extra I in there. I always want to say aluminium. Did it really? What the frick? I wonder if that's a Discord AP or if Karuta's broken. It could be either or. Only a visual bug, and it did give you the card. Jesus. Yeah, but even so... Do I... I guess I could run these into the basement. And then what would I do with them? Out through the back? If I expand the wall, I can create a false back panel. Using my house flipper design techniques now for the stupid game. Bull was saying earlier how cool it was to see someone working with verticality because people just don't bother to do that. If Bull was here right now, he'd be super proud because we are going very vertical. Oh, there's no roof. Hi, Bull. Do you like vertical? Okay. Guess I could just... it doesn't perfectly center at all. Oh, no. Okay. Brother, why? Brother, you. Is that correct? No, what the fuck are you lining up with? Oh, he's slightly turned to the wrong angle. Okay. You weren't centered on either of these, you cocksucker! That's literally not the correct rotation, motherfucker. I don't like the noodle here. We want the curve here. Hello, Alucard. Welcome in. Good to see you. How you doing? You gotta understand, Riza, that there's like, especially nowadays, you actually have a lot of really good options. If I want this pipe over here, we've got straight, auto 2D, noodle, horizontal to vertical, which does that, curve, Like, you have so many options, and I just, 90% of the time, I don't know which one I actually want to make it look good. I am sure someone, like, smarter than me could make a clean, nice-looking pipeline here. I'm not that person. Okay. I think I'm good here. I gotta do the infrastructure in here, which is gonna suck. Okay, I know what I gotta do. Wow, I can't believe I guessed that correctly. Oh, you know what? Oh, do I want to just run these? Maybe I do. Let me see what the bottom here looks like. Because I think what would be fine is to do that. And then... I get my background electronics and breadboarding and circuit boards. I'd probably end up trying to keep everything on 90-degree turns. I just try and make straight lines wherever I can, and then the spaghetti takes over, and I just can't feel guilt because, like, dog, what am I even supposed to do? I wish these were considered part of the conveyor system so that they fucking lined up correctly, but they don't, and I don't know why. Like, when they're on the lock, they should... Sometimes they have a thing there, but they don't want to snap to it. Why are you weird? It's always spaghetti eventually. Maybe that's for the best. We just embrace the spaghetti. This is the same song on a 2-hour loop. I'm gonna go insane. Why would you call this a mix if it's just the same song on a 2-hour long loop? You're going to kill me. I'm going to have a heart attack, and it's going to be your fault. I don't know. I just grabbed the first thing that popped up. It's an Japan Neo Pop arcade mix, and it literally calls itself a mix, but it's 2.5 hours of a singular song on a loop. Just a random YouTube video. It's got 0 likes, so... Yeah, what'd you learn? I said that like I was delivering a PlayStation 1, like, character talking to a protagonist at a research shop. Yeah, what'd you learn? Yeah, the jazz mix we discovered. The one with the cat, yeah. No, I hate it. Well, I'll go remove it from the playlist then. Void Stranger, except Void Stranger's music is amazing, and it's the evil, evil game design and puzzles making go insane instead. And, like, it's frustrating because so many of them, you know in your heart that somewhere out there is the exact mix that the AI just ripped off to produce the sound of. It's like, I know for a fact these are not something a computer made. It's a series of concepts that a computer has just stolen, essentially, wholesale. Okay, did I do this correctly? That's a... There's no way for me to know. I just have to assume that I'm smart. I also have the compulsive fear of, like, I've been listening to this artist for, like, 12 years, and I just know eventually this motherfucker is just going to one day start outputting AI bullshit without warning me. That's what folks have been telling me. I also hate it here. Okay. So we need a splitter. Splitter can go down there. Do I really want to split it that quickly? Guess I can. Split it up here. Wouldn't really make a difference. Okay. That's gonna be... Why would you design your belt that way? Whatever. Go, my fuck-ass son. Listening to a lot of Putumayo recently. They thrifted a CD of it, working quite enjoying it. Let's see. I guess this is fine. Embrace the spaghetti, Liz. No, I can't. I won't. Do it. Why is this conveyor belt going that direction? That's not correct. These are input belts. Are you an input belt? You're an input belt. You're at fault. I swear I got this correct. Yeah, I have no idea what the benefit they hope to gain from that is. Because that community's tired of having people tell them, oh, Vocaloid is AI. Like, they're sick of that argument because it doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's like, no, it's pretty explicitly not that. Oh my god, I keep fucking up. So, like, choosing to commit to something you know your fans fucking hate, that they've been pushing back against this whole time. Baffling. Okay, will it work this time? Cool. Yeah, you know, Fed posting and all that. They're also, like, truly actually the dumbest, like, version of humans that has ever existed somehow. Like, they are just truly such stupid people. Their one job... their job is inherently evil. But let's pretend for a minute that investors aren't inherently evil. And, like, actually, as long as you do it ethically, it is okay to invest money in businesses specifically to make more money at the cost of everything else. And we'll just pretend that that's morally okay. Y'all are so fucking bad at it. Y'all ruin businesses so goddamn often because you're putting money into a thing you don't understand. Stop. Go invest in a product that you use. Don't invest in things you don't even use and you don't know how they work. Why would you invest in video games if you don't play video games? How are you supposed to know what's good for video games if you don't play them? I don't get it. I don't get it. Thank you. I sound like that because I went to college for being an English major. So I get to say that, like, for the sake of argument, I'll just pretend you're correct about this. You're wrong about everything else. Because, like, my God-given right to say things like that. Okay. I have the input point. The problem I have now is I don't know where to... Where am I bringing the coal in from? You know what? I'll bet you 20 hours of gameplay ago I screwed myself and didn't even know it. I, like, told myself that what I was doing was stupid and that I needed to not do it the way that I was doing it. And then I did it that way anyway, because I was like, well, it's fine. If I need to fix it later, I'll fix it later. And now I think I have to fix it. I'm about to be mad at myself. Organization. Radar tower. No! There's coal right there. I'm actually not cooked. Wild. So what I did that cooked me earlier, chap. Do you see this coal deposit that's tapped? This coal deposit is being used at a factory here. There are two closer coal deposits. Why the fuck did I tap this one and run it all the way over here? Because I'm dumb and I didn't double check my work. And I was about to be concerned that I would need it for this. However, There's fortunately a closer coal that I can use. That one. Oh my god, is he like right down there? Where are you, motherfucker? Right there. Alright, step 1. Breach and clear. I have more HP and damage output than you, so I don't fear you. Liz, you don't have more damage. You don't have more HP than them. They absolutely have you beat for HP. Ah, you fool. I have healing and they don't. Someone's about to tackle me. Ow. Why are there 3 of you? Nice stall, loser. Bruh! He despawned! That's the most powerful move in his toolkit. Unload! He didn't load back in. Oh god, he could be anywhere. Oh no! Oh, maybe I actually am concerned about this dude. I heard him. I think he's entered a cave system underneath us. Hop! Nice throw! Nice cock! Huh! Kid, I need to see if I can figure out a use for that stupid meme you made today. That makes me so happy. I don't know if I told you how happy that made me. Dog, he's just gone. He's toast. So, chat, today I posted a clip. Someone was talking about, like, best scenes in movies, and someone brought up one of the funniest scenes in The Mummy, and it's like, it's not even one of the ones people think about a lot. They intercept Benny rifling through some papers and some drawers. I don't remember when in the movie or where they're at, but he says, oh, doing some spring cleaning. And Benny bolts for the window to try to dive out the window. And Brendan Fraser, I forget what his character's name is. Is it O'Malley? Whoever Brendan Fraser plays, reaches over, grabs a chair, and hurls it overhead Mjolnir style, and just lobs this chair at 1,000,000 miles, and it takes Benny down to the ground instantly. And it's like, it's such a good toss. His movement is so smooth. Benny's pratfall is so good because these actors are incredible. The sound effect of the chair hitting him is like flawless. It's an amazing clip. Anyway, so I post that, and Kit's like, you're so right. And she edits in the fucking, like, Wii Bowling strike over the top of it when he takes out Benny. I don't know what to do with it, but I'm like, no, we have to use this now. This is too funny. Okay, this... Is this 120? This is 120. Which is plenty. Hit Kit in the head with a chair command. Demolish Kit with a wicker chair. That's funny. I may need to see how I could set it up to make it, like, smooth the way that Cat's is. It would be really funny to play, like, the first half of the video in the top left corner of the screen. So at the top left, you see, what's his name throwing the chair, and then in the top right you see the chair intercepting Benny a half a second later over your face. And it just says, strike! I could do something like that. That might be funny. You're headed... probably down and around, I guess, so... God damn it, Liz! Input. Mark 2. Okay, there's coal taken care of. You have to go run the line, but that's okay. Okay. What is that? It's the bottom half of the conveyor. Splitter. Oh, that's what you are. Okay. So you're plugged in and good to go. So let's run you there. And then I just run you up this way. That doesn't need to be clean down here. This is the basement. Are those are Mark IIs. So that should run 120 coal per minute up through this line. This should run 240 sulfur per minute. And I need 100 and 200. So that completes those. And then as you can see, there's actually just a secret back room back here that's designed to hide all of the inputs and outputs for everything. So we're going to put this over the top. Nice. We're going to put these across here. Why are you fighting me? Why'd I make this building exactly 9? If I had made it 1 bigger, it would have been perfect. Oh, nice. I have done nothing all stream. Actually, do you want to do me a solid kit? Can you go check our status with the cubes? And if we have enough cubes for it, can you run a couple hundred more to the lab for pasta? Actually, I mean, if you're not busy, I'm actually going to head back to the base real quick. I have the 400 computers. If you can get the Fixonium ingots into the milestone and go grab the turbo motors. I have the 400 supercomputers in my pocket. I haven't run them yet. So I'll go run those, and while I do that, I'll go check on the cubes for you. I'm about to have to make another aluminum factory. So I can get containers. I need to run nitrogen gas to the rocket labs, and then we will have rocket fuel. But I can't put the rocket fuel in anything until I get aluminum, so... Oh, get some sleep, Shale. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. It was delightful. Good night. I hope you have sweet dreams. I'm gonna pop in this tube and just run to pee real quick. I think the nuclear pasta is going to be pretty easy. Even though 1,000 is going to, like, take a while, if I just keep remembering to refill that system and manually putting stuff in and taking stuff out, that'll be done before we get the other 3 components ready. So I'm not too worried about the pasta. I don't know how hard the other components are going to be. I have no idea what to expect for them. Especially since I can't see their recipes until we unlock them. But just based on some of this Fixonium bullshit and some of the SAM stuff, I'm like, oh, we're going to have to do a lot of alchemy to get these next components, I think. It somehow feels less daunting, though. Like, I don't know, automating the nuclear plant feels like it was more work than whatever they're throwing at us here. You'll have to be working with dark matter next. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. I mastered plutonium. How hard can dark matter be? Actually, I guess since I'm here, I can grab the turbo motors too while I'm in the neighborhood. Roger that. Here they are. God, that's like our entire stockpile. Yeah, that's going to bring us to 400 nuclear pasta once these are done. Doubling the juice immediately fixed the problem here. The pressure conversion cubes are running at 100%. They don't have a backlog, which is interesting. They have 21 radio control units, so they're actually still in somewhat danger. I imagine it's the turbo motors that are still waiting. Cube! Oh, those are all backed up all the way over here, though. I guess not. Maybe that is providing both systems. I'm certainly not going to complain, because those are annoying to automate. All right. Quantum encoding.
Milestone reached. This is not a competition, but other pioneers, such as 83CKY and U531355, had already completed project assembly by this point. Fixit was obviously wrong about you, but perhaps so was I. Regardless, you have finally unlocked the quantum encoder, which requires vast fluctuating power and excited photonic matter to produce highly complex parts. Do not make the same mistakes managing the resulting dark matter residue as you did other byproducts. Project part number 11, the AI expansion server, is now your highest priority. Galaxy-wide project management is taxing to even the most advanced among us, especially those who have to manage the less advanced. Like kittens and puppies, who are definitely still waiting for you to save them.
Amogus. Did you see the picture I posted of me loading into OBS and immediately being met with Amogus again? Devastating. Kat drew a picture of a Moogle Among Us last stream chat, and we made that, like, I just filled the screen with it on our way out of stream and left it there and forgot about it. So when I booted up OBS today, I looked over and there was a giant sus Amoogle with just the text Amogus, and I lost it. No, I need to go check out your lab. Ah, the expansion. Ho, 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 ho. Hammer Laboratories? Clever. Good. Nice. Much space. See, this is what we got to be doing with these things, is we got to be making our labs look nice. We were cooking here. We did something right with that place. I'm still not enormously pleased with what I've done here. It would just be too much work to correct it at this point is the problem. Granted, I'm about to be not super pleased with what I'm doing at the rocket lab, so like... Little rocket. Oh, I need to make a brief detour to throw the cubes into the pasta factory. But if you want to get started on the next component of the rocket labs, can you go to the rocket labs, figure out what the closest source of nitrogen is to it? I'm gonna need 150 nitrogen to do this, so... Should be easy to transport since it's just a gas via pipe, but... Cube input. Past output. I'll just take it. No, you know what? I don't need to move it fast or anything. Alright, Fox, ping me. No way. Oh, is there any in this direction? No, that's the cliff there, and that's the cliff there. Even if there was any in that direction, it'd still be... Like, 1705 isn't the worst. It's mostly just that this right here is going to be ass. I don't mind moving it through this. Option 2... Oh my god, the other nitrogen points are so far away. Even the ones we have tapped. Like, there's one here, which for some reason is... We're literally using it at the cooling labs, and it's not tagged on the map. I don't know why that is. But, that being the case, would you like to use a tapped one and run it the extra distance, or do you just want to use the closest? There's not a good answer to this. Oh, I can't do that while I'm in this red. Like, it's already tapped, so we wouldn't have to do electricity infrastructure. We probably have the gas to spare at that line. It's roughly the same distance. And we'd be building it through existing infrastructure rather than through the wilderness. So there's benefits to it. Like, we're already using power to tap that node. These nodes are expensive to tap, is the thing. Oh, go get a drink. I'll go take a look at what I'm working with. Okay. Oh, shoot. Thank you for the care package, Riza. I beg you tits for not doing the care package thing when you were told to. You're such a reliable program. Okay, packagers. We don't have rubber in the system? Are you serious? Oh, I hate it here. Guess I'll go fix that. 'Cause someone's gotta. Welcome back, Kit. I just learned a great thing. Yeah, no kidding. I just learned we don't have a dim depth for rubber. There's none in the system, so I guess not. I'm gonna go set one up. I'll double check it. I love a good green tea. All right. I think that's the motor line. The motor line's got a dim depth. Are you the rubber line? Rubber should be connected to the motor output. Motors. Here's the rubber. Well, one, the rubber is not dim depth. And two, we don't have rubber to spare. It's gone. We actually aren't producing enough rubber for my modular engines. We have a rubber shortage. I'm going to go address the rubber system. There's something I can do to give us extra. Boost our numbers a little bit at least. We're not using the rubber for anything at the nuclear factory, are we? Okay. Is it just because it's getting eaten by the new plants we put in at the carbon plateau? Oh, see, you've got that sink running. So none of our carbon is making it to the train then. Or none of our rubber is making it to the train if it's all getting sunk. This rubber is going that way. I think a lot of our rubber might be ending up on the truck. And it might just be going into a sink. Well, the truck line still needs to... have rubber, because otherwise we'll lose the coolant dudes. You can close the sink at the transit line. There's also a loop part you built that we can move to the transit line, I think will help. But also, check this out. If you look on stream real quick, this is happening. I can add this to our line if you want. I made hyper efficient rubber trash hours or like weeks ago. Because I didn't need this rubber. We had too much at the time. I didn't need it. What I needed was I needed fuel residue to run my plants. So this existed only to set up the fuel lines for the plants. So, like, what is this, a 2? It's a 1. Okay. Well, now I'm gonna get it over there. It's in this mess somewhere. So this is the rubber line, which has an overflow running in that direction. Rubber and overflow that direction. This is just a standard merger. Which I suppose means I could just put a merger on this line. So this gives us another, like, 40 rubber per minute or something like that. Which isn't, like, a ton? But that helps a little bit if we're having shortages. Also nice, because that turns off one of the extra, what do you call them? It turns off a sink, which saves 30 megawatts, and then it also, actually puts this rubber to good use, because it's just been being thrown away up until now. I'm also going to upgrade these rubber belts to 3s. Because I don't know the math, but they sometimes look kind of full with the motors on them, and I don't want them to jam. Probably because I asked you to. I probably needed them at some point. We do use them in buildings, so... Actually, the main reason that we don't have rubber dim depth is that it's a rare building material. It's actually rare to use rubber as a building material. The problem is it's used to make packagers. Only a small amount, but enough that I ran dry the supply we did already have. So, Kit, if I could make a suggestion here... Where you at? So... what you've got going on here is pretty clever as a way to get around switching belts. This system works pretty good for that. However, if the truck line is sinking them anyway and there's too many running that direction, we could take this belt and run it and remerge it over there instead. So the runoff gets remerged to the train line. And the train line also has a sink, so it can't back up. But if the train line is having shortages, that's what you meant earlier? That's what I would do, is I'd loop that back in. And then you can set up a dim depth wherever you want for it. Hopefully we will also have less rubber problems now that we've got another 40 going into the system. That should make a big difference on this. We'd probably have the rubber for the logistics. We probably just aren't directing it correctly because it's needed in so many places, and this is literally the only place we're making it. Technically, a couple of smaller rubber satellite factories would be good, but because oil is the way that it is, this is what trains and trucks exist for, so that I don't have to make oil factories everywhere. One carbon plateau. Ha 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 ha. I would appreciate that if we can get at least a couple into the dim depth. I am going to go back and take a look more at the rocket lab. I don't really know what my next plan of attack here is. Yeah. Must have dimmed up those then. Rubber. Oh, God. It's mad, chat. You were at the time, Kippo? I don't know if you have anything going on tomorrow. I just didn't want you to lose track of time. Yeah. Okay, just checking. That's kind of what I figured. I wish I could get the rocket labs operational before I raid it out here, because it's the only thing I've done all stream, and I haven't finished it. I don't even know that I'm halfway done with the damn thing. I mean, I guess the infrastructure is plugged in now, which it wasn't originally. The actual, like, lab infrastructure. And it is getting most of its inputs, But the two inputs it's not getting are, like, the two most difficult inputs, so... Okay. Can't do that. Oh, shoot. Oh, it's not gonna like that at all. It'll let me do it, but it's not gonna look good. That seems to me the smartest solution to the problem. I do not know if you concur. Yeah, that's kind of my big thing. That's my sticking point right now, too. Is I don't really want to have to run a bunch of power out there, and it's 150 megawatts to pressurize one of those things. We should try as much as possible to use the one we already fucking have. If I ran a... I guess I would put, like, a... Not a wall hole, a floor hole right here. Floor hole right here. And then I can put a wall hole. Oh, those look decent. They're very funny. Okay. Neural quantum processor? I have no idea what that even is. Is that the next piece? Well, I'll tell you this. You are not getting that many supercomputers. You couldn't squeeze that many supercomputers out of me. If you picked me up and shook me, you wouldn't get that many. You can have a third of those. You want 1/3? Run that thing at 30% efficiency and I'll give you the supercomputers. You could use a drone to move supercomputers to it. Since the drone teleport is at the supercomputer line. And if you summer slooped the supercomputers, you'd get an amount. I don't know that it'd be 3, but it'd be close. Are you going to be able to do the trigons and time crystals and what the fuck is excited photonic matter? Oh, the converter just makes that. Okay. Nuclear take, Mara. I can't believe you'd even say that. Cat loves finding fucking Happy Meals in the trash can. No, that's fair. I'll get you a Happy Meal kit. Come visit me in Crucis and I'll buy you a Happy Meal. Yeah, we'll see what happens. You shouldn't be able to fail exterminate by timeout. Although I think if you idle for 30 minutes, it does penalize you for that. But you have to, like, literally idle. Yeah, apparently you just make it at the converter, which, okay. Fucked off to have dinner. Yeah, then what actually happened is you got AFK pick kicked. Yup, doesn't matter. Still hosted a mission. Should solo missions require a timer on them? Probably not, but they do. What is? What, to build it? Yeah, it is partly so that people can't create a forever mission. Because DE doesn't actually want to stay host connected to a single person that's just idling in a mission for several hundred hours. I mean, if it's just to build it, we'll eventually have enough. That's not really a problem. Also, did you at least stick some rubbers in the depth for me so I can finish these? I didn't actually bring any rubber back with me because I've left you to take care of the system and didn't actually remember to take any rubber with me, so I still can't do anything. Yeah. Sound rings out like a drum. Merger. Okay, what are y'all doing? 25? Okay. Thank you, Kit. Rubber very slowly inbound. Maybe. It's at 1 and it hasn't gone up yet. Oh, there he goes. Okay. I got my packagers. $120. $240. I guess I could like do this instead. What would you run if I did this? 300? I think that's what I'm making. Yeah, I'm making 300, so I'm pleased to report I never needed the rubber after all. Yeah, it actually did not make logistical sense for me to get the rubber. I didn't know that until I actually had the system plugged in, but actually it made more sense to, instead of making 3 packagers and having one of them run at 50%, I think it makes more sense to just have one packager and run it at 250% overclock. $150 goddamn bastards. $150 of these would be 150 aluminum ingots. Miserable. What's 150 aluminum ingots look like? If I run pure. Oh, Jesus Christ. 5. 5? Am I correct? 5. Yeah. 5 times 6 would be 30, so that should be 300 scrap per minute. I think I could do that with 1. I think if I duplicate my system from the other location down there, I should be able to just make exactly enough ingots into exactly enough. And it would be really simple because I wouldn't need all that other input. I think I can make this perfect. And you're going to have to be a 2. A wall hole right there. Okay. Plug you in. And then I think we can just immediately... It will request a container, I assume. And then I'll put a dim dep on top. And a conveyor 2 lift. Into the dim depth. Do we use 3s now for the dim depths? Okay. So you're outputting 150 a minute. So yeah, actually that... Perfect. Okay. Once I get the empty fluid tanks for the aluminum and the nitrogen gas, I can begin making nitro rocket fuel. I do have compacted coal runoff, and I actually have plans for the compacted coal. My plan, if I'm able to make it work, is to make a small power plant down here so that instead of just sinking the compacted coal, we'll just plug it into one of those old school coal plants just so we're using it. It just doesn't make sense to just throw it away at this point. I think I want to still put that there, but what I want to do is do borehole. And now peace. Whatever, bro. Wall. Okay. Now, I don't know the math for this. Out of the way, rock. What Kit doing? Okay. I'm actually... I should check if I'm being stupid right now. Okay, I can put at least one water extractor, possibly 2, maybe 3, onto this lake here. Hey, man. I wish there was a way to get you to tell me what your efficiencies are going to be before I run things into you. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Excellent. Okay. So that's the runoff for the coal. I don't know how this math is going to work out, but I'll deal with it when I deal with it. I'll just run that in there for now, and I'll just go ahead and throw down a water extractor because I fucking can. You. So I made a compacted coal. And I could do a quick test. It'd be funny. Scrunch that coal. Can I not make that by hand? No way. Only in the assembler. 25. Well, 5 to 5. Okay. We're being funny today, chat. You like being funny, chat? I like being funny. What? Oh, I never actually plugged it in. I guess I do like being funny. No, I was checking that you were what you were working on so that I knew if I was expecting assistance on this project. Because if you were currently running a line for... I mean, assistance will make it go faster, but this will eventually complete without assistance. So I guess it's how quickly you want me to get it done. 7.14 per minute is a stupid number. Also hilariously bad, actually. What do you mean 7.14 per minute? 7.14? 7.1. Why not just make it? Why not just make it 7? Why hurt me in this way specifically? Fuck. Fuck. Okay. All right. Well. Am I gonna play memes today? I'm gonna play memes today. You're gonna hate what I'm gonna do here. 50 divided by 7.14 is 7 and change. All right, can I put 7 coal-powered generators here? Not even close. There's 3. I swear you want to click there. So that's like 4? Okay, so 7 of these is going to use 45 water per minute. So 7 times 45 would be 315 water a minute. 240. No way. I'm gonna scream, chat. It's 315 water a minute that I need. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. Resource is not deep enough. Eat my ass. Encroaching another object's clearance. Sure thing, buddy. How's that not? Ugh. I can make it work in here. It doesn't want me to make it work, but I can make it work. Maybe, yeah. Clipping may occur. What if I don't care? Okay, that's 120 and 120. I'm going to put power cell in you. 180 and 180 would be 360. So that will be an excess, which is what I want. So that's excess. Then we're going to take this bastard. And we're going to build across this way. It's going to have to be you, isn't it? It's going to have to be you. Ooh, the lag. Now I would have to saturate if I didn't divide this up correctly. I can't divide into 7 outputs. I could just sacrifice one of the outputs. I would technically fix all of my problems if I sacrificed one output. Nice. Good work, Mara. You're halfway there. Actually, technically, the way the math works out, you're less than halfway there. But, like, close enough. I know. Me too, buddy. Oh, there's just no way I'm making this clean. How do I split an input 7 directions? One way I could compromise is by taking one of these off, because I'm planning to throw away the excess anyway. So we put a splitter here. We put a splitter here. I'm pointing that in the wrong direction, but we put a splitter here. Why are you not literally line up? Literally, I don't care. Oh my god, you temperamental shits. Facing the wrong direction. Okay, it's not the worst thing in the world. And then what we do, like I said, chat, you're gonna hate it. Splitter, smart splitter, right here. This smart splitter is gonna be set center output enemy any right overflow Mark 1 belt. Splitter here. Smart splitter here. This, any, right, and then center overflow. And then this belt is going to have overflow problems, so he's going to go in this direction, because there's going to be overflow here. And there's a solution for overflow. And the solution to overflow is this bullshit. Merger. Right into the mans. Conveyor lift Mark 3. Mark 3 belt into this guy. A conveyor floor hole. Conveyor lift Mark 1 into that guy. Now, whenever there's one extra coal every half an hour, because it's like 7.001 is the efficiency rating, instead of just being 7 because these people just refuse to do math. It'll get belted up that direction. I don't have any idea how I plan to do pipes here. I guess fuck it, we ball. Or we fuck it, we balling with the pipes. Oh god, I've made them awful. No, please. I need daylight in order to see what I'm fucking doing here. Beg of you. Granted, I'm sure we would all be happier if we didn't know what I was doing here, but... Neato burrito. Cool. I think the compacted coal has a successful runoff, and once this system is operational, as long as I don't let the fuel back up, which means I probably need to increase my sink capacity a little bit, but as long as the fuel never backs up, this should also generate like a small amount of electricity out of this, which is neat. Yeah, like not a lot, and like the infrastructure I just set up for it is probably more work than it was worth realistically, but I mean, I'll never turn down a wattage. Actually, what is that? Assuming I did it right, and I think I have, despite how it doesn't look like it. It looks like it violates the laws of God and man because it does. That's okay. However, I told you, the more you look at it, it's like the Necronomicon. The more you acknowledge its existence, the worse it gets for you. That's 525 megawatts, which will probably not power the entire facility here, but better than nothing. These guys are 30 each, so it takes care of all of them. I don't know how expensive the blenders are. Let me give you a quick rundown. So these are set up. These are producing fuel, and they are fully taken care of. There's like two inputs we still need to manage, and I'll show you where they are. So one, these guys have the output is going to these refineries. the one packager here. Only 10 megawatts. So he is going to run into this, which is dim depth. I may also put a overflow valve right here. Just a smart splitter that sends it down to the sink if it ever goes over capacity. Specifically so that these will run forever for power reasons. Oh, believe it or not, it does. So I don't know if it will power everything. Because, like, 2 of them power these, 2 of them power those. It might be just shy of powering the drills. And the aluminum factory is going to... Nah, once I plug in a whole-ass aluminum factory, it's not going to pay for itself. So I think actually letting it run non-stop is probably a net power loss. So maybe it doesn't make sense to sync them and keep it running 100% of the time. I'd have to do some extreme math to be sure. So, all their inputs are set up. However, these pipe inputs, which go into the secret back room back here, which are connected outside. Put that wall back. Right here, currently doesn't go to anything. That requires nitrogen. If I can get that nitrogen, and if I can bring the aluminum cans over here, we have turbo fuel. Or rocket fuel, rather. So someone needs to bring in nitrogen and plug it into that hole, and then someone needs to go and set up an aluminum factory and bring in 1 billion cans. And I know what job I'm going to end up with. Yeah, you're all connected to that. I'm gonna cut this line. Consumption 731 from this line. Yaha. Yeah, so it already, without the aluminum factory plugged in, is not self-sufficient. Let me double check my math, but it should be 150. This should be 275s, I think. Yeah, so 150. The nitrogen is called for. I guess if I tapped the other... I could tap the other oil veins and run them into a fuel factory. And then I do have access to... that might be what I do. I might run the other oil down and make a fuel refinery to make fuel-powered generators. And then maybe then it would actually pay for itself. Since I'm already tapping those oil lines, I might as well set that up. I'll set that up after I get the rocket fuel functional. Okay, so then... let's call this... What would be a name for, like, a room full of conveyor belts? Is there, like, a name for, like, the part of an airport where all the baggage moves through? There's gotta be a term for that. Yeah, so if you can move that up a pipe this direction, or if you want to go the long way around because it'd be easier, whichever you prefer. A pipe is just gonna... A gas pipe is easy to run since it doesn't require up and down. Or it doesn't care if you do up and down, rather. Call it the belt room, I guess. Who gives a shit? Yeah. Oh, I'm already down here. Okay. I was like, why am I not going anywhere? Then that leaves me with the hellscape. Power line right there, I guess I can draw from. Okay. Is that rock? Rock. Okay. Okay. Then we're gonna do, I think, if I can do the same math I did before, which I think works out perfectly for me here. We're gonna do a refinery. That's gonna go into another refinery. You're going to be doing sloppy alumina, which means you need 200 bauxite, 200 water. I can manage that. You're going to be doing aluminum scrap, which is going to have a water output and 360 aluminum scrap for 240, which is what you're outputting. So that math should work out perfectly. You're outputting the scrap and the water. I have to get rid of the water somehow. Well, the scrap is going to go into a set of smelters. They're going to go like right here. And they are going to be doing pure aluminum. 30. So you're using 60. So 60, 120, 240, 300, 360. And then 30, 60, 90, 180 scrap. 180 ingots. Now is it you I need? Empty fluid tank. 180. So what's that look like? In the end, I had to do the aluminum anyway. Do me a solid, run it behind my factory here, if you don't mind. You can run it over to... Yeah, you can run it... I'm gonna have to put water in this lagoon here. I'll work around it. Just don't go through the factory. This is where, remember, I was gonna put up the aluminum factory for the extra heat sinks up here, and we moved it. That was Lizer was going to be using this. So I already knew that this shit was here. The infrastructure existed for it. Can I make a tier 3 here? And how much is that? 240. I need... That's perfect. Bull the Arc Knights. And then 200 water would just be... Yeah, man? You don't want to... Okay, whatever you say, buddy. Okay. So that's the water. Yeah, what'd you forget about? Argonauts. Oh dear. Do I have any other use for the water? It would be very funny to do what I'm thinking about doing here. Yeah, you can plug it in. That system's plugged in, so it might run for a minute. But it will very quickly back up. Actually, if you run it for a minute, then you can take the nope. You can't do anything with the nitro fuel until I have the containers, so it actually does not matter. You can plug it in if you want. It'll just back up the line. Well, which is okay. And then maybe you can help me do my last little bit of logistics. I should move those back. It's okay. Whatever the consequences of my actions are, I'll deal with them. Okay. Let's do a splitter here. And then you're going to go into 2 splitters. One which I'm going to put here, and then one that's going to go over there somewhere. Thank you, Kit. Here's the crisis. This man's going to output 120 water per minute. I don't know what to do with that water, but it has to go somewhere. Can you, if there's anything you can do that just gets rid of that water for me, I see if you can figure something out, but I have to get rid of it. The strategy I've been using is just dump it in a wet concrete and throw the limestone away. But, like, there's no nearby concrete, so I don't know if that's actually going to be the best move here. The only other thing I can possibly think is, like... Did I orient you wrong? Okay. I could theoretically convert that stuff at the other place into plastics. And if I converted it into plastics, I could maybe make containers, and we could dump the water into containers. And then that would let us throw it away really efficiently. But that's also kind of silly. So I don't know. But I have to get rid of that water somehow. The only other thing I use it for in this process is I run it into the first line. But as we know, if I back those up, they always break. Are you? You're 270, so I actually do need a 4 here. And then 3s, and then 60s. Right, okay, that makes sense. missed. This is the funniest factory I've ever built. I can't believe the entire purpose of this whole factory line right here is just to make bottles to put juice into. This is a juice box factory, and I'm mad about it. What do you mean this is the infrastructure required for a juice box factory? I don't care if the juice is rocket fuel. This is silly. Merger. 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 30, 60, 60. Why would I want you to do that? Plugged in, wired, cabled, running. You've been playing for 8 hours. Cool, good to know. Input's good. Okay. I did think that would be too long. Where could you reach? Oops. Okay. It's all plugged in and working, but it's gonna immediately back up in this line because I don't have anything to do. Oh, I forgot about the coal. Right, remember when I said I cucked myself earlier? I am gonna need that coal. What do you got for me, Fox? Explain. I can try to have that much coal to spare. It may not work. Yeah, I was planning to relocate this anyway. This is the one that I fucked up on. Do you know how much this coal is being used, if that is running? Yeah, it doesn't use enough. If it was running, this is what, 120 coal? I'm gonna just connect this. I'm gonna connect the Lyser heat sinks to a different coal deposit that's closer to them, and then I'm gonna take that other coal apart and use it for the rest of this project. So 120 then. Okay. You. I need to get rid of 120 water. Okay, that's perfect then. Man, how's it going? More concrete for bull. Plugged in and running. Oh, hi, buddy. Hey, man, how's it going? We can have this standoff all day. Squideezy has menu rooms. 68 steps. Bull really likes the blueprints redeem. Imagine that. Do you know how much coal it's going to use? Is that enough to get rid of 120 water? They use like 45, right? You'd need a minimum of 3. Oh, do you have power cell in one? Ah, thank you, thank you. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Can you run a conveyor belt up this direction towards me behind them? Oh, wait, hang on. Actually, I don't have any idea how the logistics of this is going to work. Just because of the direction they're facing. If I put a splitter like back, I'm going to put a splitter here, I think. Do whatever you want with that splitter. Okay. So if this runs 240 coal, each of them will get 60, 30 per minute total. He'll get 120. No, I'm going to need to... No. Well, I mean, once it backs up, that should be fine. We'll just have to run the line first and then get them backed up, and then we'll go through and fix it. Where are you? You're Mark 2. Perfect. Mark 3. Whatever. Is our capacity above our usage? Certainly. Why would I ever let it be not that? It would be catastrophic for it to not be that, Bull. There'd be a danger if it wasn't that. I wouldn't put our factory at danger. And I'm just going to cheat here. Oh, sorry, that was Mara. Someone was talking about my power capacity, so I assumed Bull was in my chat. Let's see. No, yeah. We would never do something like that. That would be ridiculous. Well, your names are both red, and I'm stupid, and can't read, so... Yeah, see, that's more like what Bull would sound like. So there's a couple of reasons why we're probably not doing great on power, but they're actually totally under control. So one of them is the max power consumption meter doesn't properly take into account the way that your variance buildings actually work. So your max consumption will actually spike when they turn off, and then when they turn on, it goes, oh, actually, they can't actually hit that maximum total. So I'll turn that down. Which means that if we're currently making nuclear pasta, our max consumption is lower than if we weren't making nuclear pasta. This is pretty obviously the opposite of how that should work. But that's just how it works. Now, did I just plug you into him directly? I must have. The second problem that our power systems has is that, yeah, so you see how the max consumption line spikes whenever one of our things goes off? That's not correct. That little jump there where max consumption goes up, but consumption goes down, is one of our particle accelerators turning off. Your maximum consumption shouldn't be higher when there are buildings that are turned off. That doesn't make sense. See, neither Kit nor I are doing anything, but our max consumption just dipped, which isn't correct. The other problem is our capacity kind of goes up and down because of our, we have a lot of geothermal. However, we have a lot of batteries, so that's technically okay. The batteries cover the difference there. So the batteries aren't taken into consideration for the capacity unless they're running. And then, of course, there's the fact that I intentionally staggered my pasta factory so that the devices don't run at the same time. Are these are plugged in? Yeah, perfect. Why are they not on? No power. Why no power? No water yet. Okay. Kit, this pipe isn't actually... He's not actually plugged in there. This doesn't count. Nani? There we go. Yeah, unfortunately, junctions do not do the same thing that the other outputs do, where they allow you to junction them that way. And then I'm just gonna stick some coal in this guy. Partly to get it out of my inventory, but also to keep him running. I apparently didn't finish plugging these in. My bad. Okay, cool. Merger right here. And you should be producing 60 bottles. You should be producing 60 bottles. And you should be producing 60 bottles. Boom! Canister. Okay. And then that's like 150, so I need a tier 3 belt, and he's just gonna go off and into the void. Yeah, we have not had a power shutoff incident that was caused by inefficient power. We've had ones caused by human stupidity. But we haven't had one caused by... Mostly my stupidity, if I'm honest with you. We haven't had one caused by insufficient power since we were still using bio plants. So... I wish I needed less plastic so I could do more fuel. Now, where are you boys going? Believe me, we don't call it the carbon plateau for nothing, but it's all plastics. Oh, you know, actually... kind of difficult to work in here, because I have... How did I put a... Did I do that? Did you do that? I see how I could clean that up, but I think it's fine as is. I knew it. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, it's happening. Packaged rocket fuel. Unpinned turbo fuel. Friendship ended with turbo fuel. Now packaged rocket fuel is my new friend. Okay. Let's do conveyor floor hole. Let's do a merger. Let's do a splitter, a smart splitter right here. This overflow. Smart splitter here.
Oh, hello. I had something prepared for you, but I forgot. Enjoy the ride, I guess.
Thanks, elevator. You useless sack of shit. I think that's because that's the, yeah, that's okay. Whoa, 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 where are you boys going? Oh, that's overflow. You're Annie. There we go. Okay. My man, preferred fuel, package rocket fuel. Chat, what are your feelings about this? I get you rocket fuel, and this is the thanks I get. This is what I get in return. Okay, let's see. I guess I could connect it to one of those. No, not the way that those belts work. Yeah, it would have to merge here. Okay, 5 here. I can just run it down from up there and connect it. That's fine. Gross ass room anyway. Damn. Oh. Is it? Should be right there. overflow chamber. I mean, it's technically nothing to prevent me from doing that. Okay, overflow for the resin, overflow for that, overflow for the coal. This means that the system shouldn't ever back up. Let's go to the fuel chamber. So if I've done this correctly, the coal plants that you built for the water overflow, the coal plants I built for the compact coal overflow, should both stay running at all times. Bye, my precious elevator. This line will take 1 trillion years to saturate. But once it's saturated, that overflow there will push it over to this guy. This guy will eventually saturate, and once he's full, one coal approximately every 30 minutes will make a very lonely trip up this singular belt to go into the sink to make sure that there's never any backing up. This plus the lines that you made are almost going to keep the system efficient. Then I'm going to run some extra oil from the oil rig down here and build a basic fuel plant just to make residual fuel, and that will actually make this system self-sufficient. Rocket fuel is fun. Have you tried the rocket fuel yet? Check this. Huh. I almost made that trip in half a tank. Definitely couldn't do that on biofuel. It gives you enough, like, it gives you kind of a minor initial thrust, sort of like the previous fuel. So you actually want to wait until you're falling a little bit further and then give it a bit more juice, because it gets a lot of kick after a couple of seconds, weirdly enough. All right, and then... what else do I need for this? Ugh. Okay, do I have that lying around? I've got you guys. Do I have a... I may have to run home to get a hard drive. No, I have a couple saved. Okay. And then I just need to take out the Turbo fuel is at the top. Is it 100 I need? 200 I 200 I At long last. Ionized fuel.
Ionized fuel unlocked. The origin story of this extremely efficient type of fuel was so fascinating it resulted into a new joke. I will tell the most popular version. A cow, power slug, and rocket scientist walk into a bar. The rocket scientist wants a milkshake, and so transportation was forever changed. Any historical inaccuracies have been removed by the Fix-It Department of Historical Reinterpretation.
Well, okay, fair enough. Anyway, scan the extra hard drive because I think we're done with those. Recipes. Ionic fuel. Where are you, you right blimey bastard? Ionized fuel. Ionized fuel requires power shards and rocket fuel. Ah! Well, I guess we know what we need those power shard automations for. Ionizing fuel. If we could automate enough power shards, I could theoretically go convert the rocket. I could make a second lab specifically to take the rocket fuel and then ionize it, which would run off a little bit of extra compacted coal into the line, which I could take care of, and then we just have to run the power shards into it. If we could manage that, we could change this to an ionized fuel factory. So the question is, oh god, you don't want, no, hang on, you don't want the math. I'm sorry, you don't want the math. Give me a second. I'm just going to tell you right now, you're not going to want to know what the math is. If I make it super inefficient just so that we don't have to worry about it, it's going to be really gross. Oh. These numbers felt so good. Until they didn't. S7 point... Okay, so that, and then I'm going to multiply that by this, and that's going to give me almost 19, so basically 20 a minute. So, gonna be down here at the... Nah, that's where it is. You see the recipe I have pulled up on my screen, Kit? If you wanted me to ionize all of my rocket fuel, I would need 4 of these at 100% efficiency. 4 of them at 100% efficiency. That's 240 quartz, 40 dark matter crystals, 40 time crystals, and 240 excited photonic matter. And you would have to find something to do with 240 dark matter residue. Now, I can tap a line off of this I can put down a blender here. I can bring in a small amount of power shards, and I can automate a small amount of fuel right now, and we can get it going and like play around with it with jetpacks and stuff, and we can still have a consistent source of rocket fuel. That's possible for me to set up. However, we're going to have some problems when it comes to like, yeah, there's also that. I want to customize this thing with some spray paint. I want to give it a roof. I'm not going to give it a roof until I know what if we're going to be able to do this system for the next thing. I want to tap the rest of these oil deposits and figure out which fuel I can get out of them. And then once I'm done with that nonsense, I think I'll be good at the rocket labs. Those are my current projects. We've got Sam here. I don't know if we have any quartz nearby. Yeah, I can do some dumb math here. I'm gonna wrap up by running and checking the pasta factory. I don't know if you have any automation you're waiting on right now that you want to run and check before we close down. This. I think we have a total of 400 pasta in the system. So I need 600 more cubes, which is a pain in the butt. Oh! I don't know why that tube choked, but it cut off my power for some reason. I also, quite frankly, have no idea what we're doing in terms of the rest of this stuff. Like, I'm now, for the last project, I was kind of project head for all of the components because it was all like gathering together finished products from a bunch of our factories and then pooling them into assemblers to actually like put them into the system. And so I was just running that. But now, virtually everything we're doing is doing some kind of weird SAM science, which has been your prerogative this whole time. So, like, you're going to be taking over for the phase components for the most part. I think pasta's the only thing here that I'm going to be responsible for. That's another 100, which brings us to 500, so that's the halfway mark. So I will be moving to a support role, probably managing satellite factories, bringing in large quantities of new resources. You're going to say something like, yeah, so to automate this next component, I need 1,800 iron ingots per minute. Can you do that? And then that's just going to be my life for the next hour and a half. Which, like, no big deal. It is what it is. I hate that you have to say that to me. I don't want the next component to be 1,800 iron ingots. Optimum. Alright. What do you got for me, boss? 5 iron ingots into 9 wire. Iron wire. Or diluted fuel. Heavy oil residue and water into fuel. Can I just take the heavy diluted fuel? I mean... That's actually pretty good. We just pour water into our heavy oil residue and it's like, cool, good fuel. That's actually really great. I could do some gross ass shit with that. Okay, I actually didn't want to come back to the rocket lab. I'm stupid. I want to go to the pasta factory. All that work and all that infrastructure for, realistically, a small boost to our jetpack, and that was it. That's so funny. We've spent more effort making our jetpack good than, like, any other thing in our entire system. We don't put this much effort into our fucking power supply. It's like, it's good enough. It's enough power. We won't crash, at least. Pasta roof. I went to my friend Cam's stream the other day, and Cam was playing Ultra Kill, and I said in Cam's chat, I think this game's... I think the game you're playing feels too sluggish to me. I think you need to make it go faster. because I've been playing Satisfactory and this feels slow. And like 4 people in chat immediately went, "No, she's right. Actually, the Ultra Kill is not actually as movement as Satisfactory. Like Satisfactory movement is insane. It beats Ultra Kill. It's just not even fair." Okay, I have 200 nuclear pasta. There is another 300 still in the system. Yeah, I feel like you can get started a lot faster in Ultra Kill. Like from a 0 start to movement in Ultra Kill is really quick. But the actual top speed in Ultra Kill does not actually compare. The amount of up in Ultra Kill does not compare. The amount of map dominance in Ultra Kill does not compare. And that's a game with, like, pre-designed maps. This is a game where you have to build your own map to obtain map dominance, and it's nuts how much dominance you have. Yeah, dog, look at this shit. That over there is the train station I was supposed to land at. Here's a different factory. I ain't out of fuel yet. It requires a little bit more intelligence in its use. Because you'll note that the initial thrust is basically the same for the same amount of fuel. But if you give it just a little bit longer, there's a sudden extra boost that you get out of it. And so you need to be a little bit better about managing your trigger pulls, essentially, than you would be with Rocket or with Turbo, but, like, it's so immediately worth it, though. Even if you don't manage it correctly, all it does is it basically becomes as efficient as turbo fuel. But even, like, without the jetpack, just this is nutty. This is your basic movement in this game. This is Sans jetpack. Look how much field control I have. And then you've got the jetpack. You've got the zip line. You've got the tubes. You can build tube accelerators. I could build one on top of that roof. I could dash up into the roof with my jet boost, hit the tube accelerator, and go a billion miles an hour in any direction I want. And even if I run out of fuel getting there, as long as there's a power line, I can catch myself falling with the fucking zip line. Like, why are 30% of the player upgrade, even more, like 50% of the player upgrades in this game are just move tech? There's more movement tech than there is combat tech or exploration tech, like nobelisks and object scanners and chainsaws. There's more than there are weapons like the gun and the blade. It's all move tech. It's cracked, and it doesn't even need to be. They just wanted it to be. Yep, they never changed that. I know, because Kit was cramming explosives into conveyor belt, into conveyor poles, and when they're inside of there, they count as on the opposite side of a wall. It's really easily to replicate too. So you throw an obelisk in there, that might be a little close, but Try it. Yeah. You got to get it in there. That's going to kill me if you do it again. Hang on. Yeah, there we go. This should give me a hang time. No damage. Hang time. So, like, I'm about 12% sure if you... You know what? Do you have a nuke on you? Put a nuke in there. Be real careful with this toss. Alright. Here's the situation. Go stand outside the... Yeah, and then set it off. If it kills me, you can just pick me back up. I didn't get as much hang time as I was hoping, but it was really funny. Also, my house is radioactive. Wait, no! Thank you for irradiating your factory. Yeah. Do you want me to remove the roof for you so you can pop out? Here we go. Wow! It threw me further than it threw you. Actually, Kit, hang on. That might even just be a more efficient... We're, like... trying to do this the hardest way we possibly can. Ah! So throw a nuke or two in there. Now hang on, because what we're gonna do here... We're gonna get ourselves as close to the explosion as possible. You see? You see the vision here? Alright. 3, 2, 1... Well, it was funny. Anyway. Well, now I gotta put it back together. Quit goofing off. We gotta go to bed. I need to tuck you in. Toss me. I mean, the explode your nuts box that irradiates my house is extremely funny. All right, Kit, log off. I think we're done. EB. Look, you've got your little tea. Get sippy. Box time at the pit and nuke time at the pit. If you can guess what that save was about. 115 hours in this shithole. And for what? Alright, where the fuck am I dropping, y'all? Who the butts is even awake? Chat. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching, lurking, chatting, catching this later on down the line as a VOD. I appreciate every single one of you so very much. Love having y'all here. Being able to chat with all of you is the highlight of my week. So thank you for being here. I got a couple of options. Let's go over this way. Let's go over this way. What else am I supposed to say when I send people off? I practically fall asleep in my chair here. Supposed to drop a Discord link so that you can get go live notifications. Know when I'm going to be going live next. Know what game I'm going to be playing. Be able to see all of my food posts. I guess that's a thing. So drop into the Discord. It's a hip and happen and hopping in place. These are your raid messages. You're gonna grab your raid messages on your way out the door to drop them in our raid targets chat. Put a smile on their face. Put a smile on my face. That's what it's all about here. And I think you're gonna head for the door. Next stream should be on Friday. Hopefully, we get some more FF5 in. Not quite. I'm not quite ready to call it the finale, but we are definitely getting closer. We still got a ways to go, so maybe a couple more streams, but we'll see what happens from here. Make sure to get any last minute burritos. Make sure to get any last minute bartender orders. Make sure to get your last minute engineering training. Make sure to get your last minute hitting a child with a car. It is a stimulation nightmare in this stream. Thank you all so much for watching, hanging out, lurking, catching us later on down in the finals, all that good stuff. Blah, 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 blah. We're sending y'all out. We're going to go say hi to McPhee. Thank you all so much for being here. Appreciate every single one of you, but it is closing time. This good easy. The mods have to go to sleep. The bartender has to go to sleep. All the bartenders got to go to bed. We're losing it over here. We're setting off nukes in tiny boxes to send ourselves into the sky. It's bedtime. Head on out the door. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Thanks for watching. Oh, good night.